outreach. Public access to all documents related to developing Heartland Point is also requested by the petitioners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to table a petition submitted by firefighters from White Rock IAFF Local 2407 and Surrey IAFF Local 1271. This petition addresses an urgent issue impacting the health and safety of firefighters across Canada. This petition, sponsored by the MP for New Westminster Burnaby, calls for immediate action to ban and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or known as PFAS, or forever chemicals, in firefighter gear and firefighting foam. PFAS are man-made chemicals resistant to heat, water, and oil, but their durability comes at a significant cost, Mr. Speaker. Scientific evidence links these substances to severe health risks, including cancer, putting firefighters who already face hazardous conditions at risk. Research shows that PFAS can accumulate in the body, leading to serious health issues. And alarmingly, firefighters face a higher cancer risk than the general population. We must mitigate these risks by regulating what we can control in their working conditions. Mr. Speaker, several countries have restricted PFAS use. Canada must follow suit. Our firefighters deserve gear free from toxic chemicals. Let us protect those who risk their lives for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present this position.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. We need to protect children online. That is very important to our government. Today, I have the honour of presenting a petition signed by many constituents from my riding, the riding of Sherbrooke. There are increasingly reports about children exposed to extortion and other harm online. So this petition calls on the government to pass C-63 and enact it as soon as possible. I thank the people of Sherbrooke for their engagement in this important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bridges, excuse me, the Honourable Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents and other residents in the area surrounding the Bradford Bypass. This is a 16-kilometre, 400 series highway in southern Ontario, which would traverse the East Holland River. They have been known to increase chloride pollution hotspots. There's a number of serious concerns concerning the construction of this Bradford bypass. And this petition is to the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans and the Ministry of Climate Change, and requesting that the Bradford bypass be considered an undertaking or activity that is likely to result in harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat, and therefore request all information permitted under subsections 37.1 and 33.4.1 necessary to determine if construction of this highway should be permitted, and if so, under conditions set out in formal Fisheries Act authorizations. And also to designate the Bradford bypass for an impact assessment pursuant to the recently amended Impact Assessment Act, and require a comprehensive, transparent, species at risk permitting process to be followed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to give a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 51st time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is struggling with the rising rate of crime in their area. Statistics Canada reports that after 9 years of this Liberal government, violent crime has risen by 50%, and gang-related homicides but nearly doubled. Within the last 5 years, the town's crime severity index has increased by over 50%. The people of Swan River see the devastating effects this crime has on the community's safety and economic stability. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Well done. Well done.
Petitions. Petition. Questions on the order paper.
Yes,
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
I see the honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Nippewa. Renfrew, Nipissing, Nippewa. Oh dear, ça me laisse complet. Pembroke, my neighbouring riding, I might add. is rising on a point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm here to present the dissenting report for the 14th report for the Defense Committee. We wrote a dissenting report because
I think because we've already passed that rubric, the honourable member would have to rise to seek unanimous consent of the House.
So, Mr. Speaker, may I have unanimous consent to table the dissenting report for the 14th report from the Standing Committee on National Defence?
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Adopted. The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just so excited about presenting this dissenting report. And the reason we're doing it is because the entire committee did not explain how the government was going to actually fix the housing shortage. And the housing shortage it applies to the recruits and the lower ranks, so the barracks we call them. And in Petawawa they're called the shacks. I had an opportunity to tour firsthand one of the buildings that had to be condemned. There are 2 buildings that are having to be condemned by the base commander because besides the vermin, there are black mold, openings in the walls with rusted pipes, just not inhabitable. So the government has said that they're going to fix the situation, but we haven't seen any money in the budget. And that's why we wrote the dissenting report, so that we can dig deeper and make sure that we have not only livable conditions, but good conditions, so that we can attract more recruits, so we can build our armed forces to what they should be in this day and age.
Thank the honourable member. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day. Privilege. Resume consideration of a privilege motion on the failure to produce documents pertaining to sustainable development to Canada. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Muse.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from King Vaughan, and the honourable member has 13 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. I remember interrupting her on this point yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal appointed chair, who is a friend of the Prime Minister, was found to have broken ethic laws and confirmed she used the SDTC to give a $217,000 grant to her own company. 5 of the 7 hand-picked Liberal directors voted to award their own companies more than $20 million of taxpayer funds. Liberal officials were present at every meeting of the SDTC. And here's the surprising part. They did nothing to stop this corruption. Whistleblowers have alleged gross mismanagement, conflicts of interest, a toxic work environment. The Auditor General released a report detailing the gross mismanagement of public funds. On June 10th, the House passed a motion requiring the government to turn over documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada within 30 days. But guess what? They haven't done that. On October 1st of this year, you, Mr. Speaker, ruled the Liberals violated the House's order, and it must hand over all documents for a criminal investigation into the latest scandal. And yet, they still refuse. What are they hiding? The lack of transparency surrounding the allocation of these funds in mind is boggling. Why won't the Liberals hand over the documents? What is this Prime Minister and his friends on that side of the House hiding? It is imperative we get to the bottom of this. Canadians demand to know. Canadians deserve to know. Mr. Speaker, as Shadow Minister for Seniors, I stand here today deeply appalled by the wasteful spending, that continues to plague our nation. This isn't just about numbers on a balance sheet. It's about real people, particularly our most vulnerable citizens, our seniors. They rely heavily on government support programs funded by taxpayers. Seniors should not be left to wonder if the government is prioritizing their friends' fake projects over their support systems. In Canada, seniors face a variety of challenges that are often overlooked. Access to health care and long-term care remains a significant. Chronic disease such as arthritis, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and respiratory illnesses affect seniors the most and severely impact their quality of life. The rising cost of essentials like groceries and electricity is particularly harsh for those living on fixed income. Imagine having to choose between heating your home or buying food. But perhaps the most heartbreaking issue is loneliness and social isolation. Many seniors spend their days in solitude, their only company being the tick-tock of the clock on the wall. Studies have shown that approximately 41% of Canadians aged 50 and older are at risk of social isolation, and up to 58% have experienced loneliness. This isn't just a statistic. It's a silent epidemic that has severe mental and physical impacts. Given these pressing issues, it is nothing short of that $400 million have been siphoned off into projects that had no oversights or accountability. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, what $400 million could do for seniors. It could have a lifeline for so many. It could have provided the support and services they desperately need. Instead, it has been used to make the friends of the Prime Minister rich, leaving our seniors to fend for themselves in an increasingly hostile economic environment. Mr. Speaker, since this NDP Liberal government came into power 9 years ago, they have been involved in controversies and scandals. Bad governance, a complete lack of transparency and accountability, and absolutely no moral compass. This is the legacy this Prime Minister will leave behind. We all remember the Aga Khan vacation when the Prime Minister accepted a family vacation to a private island of the Aga Khan, a wealthy religious leader who happened to have lobbied the government on several occasions. The Prime Minister was found guilty of ethics violations. The Cash for Access fundraiser, where the Prime Minister held private fundraisers for wealthy donors who could pay for access to the Prime Minister and his senior ministers. These events led to allegations that the donors were effectively buying access to decision makers, which undermine transparency and fairness in government. Governor General Julie Payette's resignation. The Prime Minister changed the vetting process for the Governor General appointment, which resulted in the Julie Payette scandal. An independent review uncovered a toxic work environment in her office, including allegations of harassment, bullying, and now Canadian taxpayers are on the hook for her lifelong pension of $50,000 per year and up to $206,000 to cover her expenses. We all remember the embarrassment the Prime Minister caused attending Queen Elizabeth's funeral. Not only did he feel the need to charge $6,000 a night for his hotel room, he embarrassed Canadians when he was caught belting out Bohemian Rhapsody in the hotel lobby when the entire United Kingdom was in mourning. Although the Prime Minister has not been successful in many things, his singing included, he continues to successfully embarrass Canada on the world stage. But probably the most famous scandal was the SNC-Lavalin affair, in which the Prime Minister and senior officials pressured then Jody Wilson-Raybould to intervene in a criminal case against SNC-Lavalin. When she refused, she was kicked out of caucus. The Prime Minister was found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner. But he is so arrogant, he still denies that he did anything wrong, which is probably why he felt he could get away with siphoning $912 million to his friends over at the We Charity. The Prime Minister's family members have received hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking from the We Charity, which once again raise questions of conflict of interest. The Finance Minister, then Bill Morneau, faced scrutiny for failing to recuse himself from the decision while his daughter worked for the charity, and he ultimately resigned. These are just a few of the scandals that we have uncovered so far. I can't list them all during this speech because I only have a limited amount of time. Mr. Speaker, under this government, we have witnessed the opposite: transparency and accountability. It is nothing short of arrogant for this government to think that Canadians do not deserve to know where their hard-earned dollars are going. And when members within the Liberal Party recommend transparency, they are silenced and expelled. This Prime Minister continues to subscribe to the theory of do as I say, not as I do. The SNC-Lavalin scandal proves to the lengths this Prime Minister and his caucus will go to be anything but transparent and accountable. Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott chose to speak out against the government they once served. They warned us about the dangers of government that lacks transparency and accountability. They highlighted more secrecy in decision-making process can lead to the misuse of funds and ultimately undermine public trust. And here we are yet again discussing yet another scandal involving a lack of transparency and accountability. The fate of Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould, Jane Philpott, and Bill Morneau serve as a powerful reminder that integrity, transparency, and accountability have no place within this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the government promised Canadians a new era of transparency and accountability. In fact, that is the platform on which they ran. After 9 years, there is yet more proof that the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost or corruption. This green slush fund scandal stands as a stark reminder of how far they have strayed from these commitments. The Speaker has ruled that the NDP Liberals have violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation. The blatant disregard for ethical standards and the rule of law has paralyzed Parliament, making it impossible for anyone to address issues like the doubling of house costs, Liberal food inflation, and crime chaos. The NDP Liberals must end the cover-up and hand over the evidence to the police. This is about $100 million of wasted or stolen tax dollars while Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. Imagine a bank where a fraud and a theft ran rampant by an employee. An employer would not only feel compelled to report this theft and fraud, they would voluntarily turn over all of the evidence to the police. Money that could have been invested in vital programs, especially our seniors, has been given to Liberal insiders to line the pockets while Canadians are struggling. This is not just a political issue. This is a personal issue. The funds that should have provided relief and support have been diverted, leaving many to face the harsh realities of poverty and hunger. The Liberal government should take a walk down Rideau Street just next door to Parliament, where the faces of mental health struggles and homelessness are common. This is the Canada we live in today after 9 years of this Liberal corruption. The importance of transparency and accountability is about the trust and well-being of every Canadian. We must demand better for ourselves and for future generations. Only common-sense Conservatives will end the corruption and get answers for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I was elected by the people of King Vaughan. It is my responsibility to represent them and all Canadians in this House to bring their voice to Ottawa. As MPs, we have a duty to do what's best for our citizens. If we are given the honour to stand in this place, we should be held to a higher ethical standard. Words like transparency and accountability should not be thrown around as slogans or catchphrase designs to simply win votes. They should be the mantra by which we all MPs must uphold. This Prime Minister and everyone in this House who has continued to prop him up has forgotten who they work for. They have delivered Canadians and they have deceived Canadians and should be ashamed of themselves. It is time to do the right thing. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, I encourage my colleagues on the other side of the House to take the opportunity to finally show some integrity, pass over the documents, and let the chips fall where they may. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To do the right thing. What a challenge that is for Conservative members of that caucus, Mr. Speaker. Here's what the RCMP, Mike Duhane, had to say in regards to the game, the political game that the Conservative Party is playing. There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. When I raised this issue yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative game players said it's the RCMP that were instructed virtually from the PMO to write this letter. What a shame that is, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party is now trying to discredit the RCMP. That is how far right the Conservative Party is today. Discredit the institution's character assassination. Does this member support her colleague's comments to discredit the RCMP, in particular the Commissioner, on this issue?
I'm going to pass the floor to the member from King Vaughan to respond, but I just want to let all members know there should be enough time for members to ask a question and to receive a response, 1 minute each, so that we could cycle through. The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I have been elected to this House to represent the people of King Vaughan and the people of We have a process in place to ensure that when we put forward taxpayer dollars to an organization that continues to defraud the Canadian public, they should be ashamed. They should be responsible. They should be accountable. They should be transparent. They should ensure that all the documents are presented to the House so that we can examine them and we can find out where this money has gone, because the people of Canada demand their $400 million back.
Then I have Deputy.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have heard my colleague's speech, and I will repeat what I said yesterday, and as we said previously, we agree that the documents need to be tabled. We're ready to move to a vote on this to force the government to table these documents so that we can then work on other things. I know that the Conservative colleagues, what they want is an election, but is demanding documents, and my Conservative colleagues know that they have a majority of the House. So when are they going to be ready to move to a vote? We could do that this afternoon. That would be great.
From King Vaughan.
And I thank my honourable colleague for a question. It's a very simple answer, Mr. Speaker. All we need to do is have the Liberals present the documents to the House like you ordered, giving us all an opportunity to discover where this $400 million has disappeared to, along with the $912 million that we lost through WeScandal. That is...
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the the member is actually attributing comments that you had instructed us as a government to provide documents unfettered. That's not true. Maybe you could provide her a clear indication of what it is that the Speaker is actually.
That is verging on debate. The Speaker's ruling is available to all members. Hope all members will avail themselves of it. The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, you can see from the member across the way that they are definitely hiding some secrets because they're afraid to let the country know how they've wasted the taxpayer money. So you know what? Get those documents here, bring them to the House, let us review it.
The honourable member from Timmins Bay James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very interested in this issue of what parties are hiding because it should be a fundamental that we put the nation above the interests of the party, but we see that the Conservative leader refuses to get security clearance. I want to ask her about this October 2022 intelligence assessment that Sam Cooper, journalist, reported on that, quote, the government of India agents appear to have interfered in the Conservative 2022 leadership race by purchasing memberships for one candidate while undermining another and boasted of funding, quote, a number of politicians at all levels of government. Well, we know who was the recipient of that largesse, the man who's living in Stornoway. I would like to ask whether this member is willing to stand up and name those politicians who have been paid off by the government of India.
The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's review some facts. Tom McClare, the previous leader of the NDP and the previous leader of the official opposition, stated that on this issue, our leader is completely correct. Obtaining security clearance at this time would do nothing but hamstring our leader's ability to act on information provided. However, the Prime Minister can act. He can release the names, but he refuses to do so. What is he hiding? It is rich for this Prime Minister to grandstand, given the record show he and his government, with all the benefits of the government agencies, were repeatedly warned about foreign interference, including this Liberal Party, and refused to act. If the NDP needs to know a statement for this question, maybe the NDP MPs should take a lesson from their previous leader and learn what the proper procedures are.
The honourable member from Saanich. Point of order. The honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
Well, we are in a time when we've seen they've used chatbot and AI. Would that on the
honourable member is an experienced member of the House. I suspect he knows that that isn't a point of order. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with most of what my friend from King Vaughan said. I think the facts of the SDTC case, the fact that a previously well-run institution to provide funding for emerging technologies went so far off the rails is deeply concerning. So I don't want my question toward to seem to be trivializing it. We know we have an Auditor General report. We have, at the request of the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes, we have a full report from the Commissioner of Ethics. And so we have a lot of information here. My question to the honourable member for King Vaughan, she said two things that and with all due respect to my friend, I think these two things are not in any way in evidence. I don't think they're true, but I'd like to know if she thinks they're true. Or one, that Annette Vercheron, who was appointed chair of SDTC and committed a number of errors, grievous errors in terms of failure to observe conflict of interest rules, was a friend of the. I don't think that we even know if she was a supporter of the Liberal Party. Two, the honourable member for King Vaughan said that this institution continues to defraud. It's been wrapped up and put into a different institution. So I'd like to ask her if there is information in support of those two allegations. Thank you.
The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that I know. In speaking to my constituents from King Vaughan, I guess the word is disgusted and disappointed in the current affairs of this Liberal government. It's like you see one cockroach, there's hundreds behind the wall. How many more hidden secrets is this government going to keep from Canadians in allowing them to know the truth on how their valuable, hard-earned taxpayer dollars are being squandered by this government?
Question commentaire
Questions and comments.
from Bow River.
And to my colleague in her speech, I understand from the industry that she worked in the amount of trust that people have that she would work with their money, and how important in the industry it was for people to believe in transparency and trust when dealing with their other people's money. So for her to understand this, I think she would probably relate to the idea of why trust is very important when you're dealing with other people's money.
The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. That's a really good question. And yes, I do have a lot of experience in banking, and I'm going to tell you something. In banking, our clients expect us to be honest and transparent and accountable, because if we're not, they're going to move their business. And here's the ironic part about it. Not only are we transparent and accountable in that industry, we are also have auditors that we have to report to, just like this government. They had the Attorney General. They know that they have 186 violations, 186 violations with $400 million of money that we can't possibly ever know about unless they reveal those reports. So how can we, as politicians, stand here in this place and explain to the Canadian public where this money was squandered by these Liberals?
Great answer. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House
Yes.
comments. For a 30-second question.
Mr. Speaker, your ruling actually was that this issue go before a standing committee. It had nothing to do with the misrepresentation of what your ruling was, what she says your ruling was, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why we're here is because of unethical behavior coming from Conservative members, Mr. Speaker, that want to filibuster Canadian agenda versus Conservative Party agenda. My question is, when will the Conservatives start to put Canadians ahead of their own political agenda?
Order. The honourable member from King Vaughan, 30 seconds, please.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, you know the Liberals have to deflect because you know that they're down 20 points in the polls. You know that they're going to try and blame everyone else but themselves because the next election they are going to be decimated.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Huron-Bruce has 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, standing ovation. Mr. Speaker, when members of Parliament go back to their ridings on the weekend or their constituency weeks, and they go to community events, or they go to the local arena, or they go to the local community center, Legion, wherever they go, I'm sure they get the same comments. Doesn't matter what the political party is, likely. And sometimes you're a little amazed at what people want to talk about. If you're at an arena, seldom they want to talk about hockey. What do they want to talk about? Corruption. They ask me, who's going to jail? I was in an arena on Saturday, and an elderly couple said to me, who's going to jail for all this? What's going on? And what really I think is at the core of what really upsets the Canadian public, and certainly in my area, is, and I think back to years ago when I worked for a foundry, and how hard the workers worked, and grinding castings, pressing castings, working hours in the hot summer days inside the furnace room, slagging furnaces, very hot. Workers working 8-hour shifts, and then they're working 4 hours overtime afterwards. And I can remember years ago, this is going back a long time, sitting at the lunch table at the cafeteria, and they were looking at their paychecks, and they're talking about their overtime and how much they kept on their overtime. And these individuals, they're going into work sometimes at 3 a.m. to work a 4-hour overtime shift, 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., and then work the regular shift, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., same on an afternoon shift. And they're looking at their paycheck, 52% left over of what they should have been making on their overtime. And they're grinding, they're working every day. And then they read on the news, the newspaper, the internet, TV at night when they're watching the news with their family, they see this waste. Day after day, year, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that after 9 years accumulate well into the billions. And people at home that are working hard, they look at this and they say, what's going on? What's going on? This is not what we want. This is not the Canada we were hoping to have. And this is where the frustration boils over. And I think back to the 2015 election, and it was in a few debates that I participated in. And I said to the people, I said, look, folks, the same people that ran the government, that are running the government in Ontario, Gerald Butts, Katie Telford, we all know the names, they picked the pockets of the Ontario taxpayers for years. Scandal-ridden abuses. And I said, they're coming to make a visit to Ottawa to pick the pockets of the Canadian taxpayer now. That's right out of a debate. I'm not taking credit for my foresight, but that is the facts. And so I thought, why is this culture of this party, the Liberal Party, like this? The members are like that, but why is there a culture of behind the scenes and at the senior leadership? Some of the big hitters. Cancelled gas plants. That was $1 billion debacle. People went to jail for that and ended up being a contributing factor to why we're so tight on electricity in the province of Ontario. School closures. Lots of people have forgotten all the school closures in Ontario during the Wynne-McGuinty years, but there were 600 schools closed. 600 schools closed. And in my area, I remember going to the reviews. Very, very, very upset people. And as it all turns out, if they did not close the schools, those schools would be almost full today, just with the way the grown in our area. So I would consider that a big waste. Kids that used to be able to walk to school, now they're taking a bus. Nothing wrong with a bus, but if you could walk to school or ride your bike to school, I think that's a lot better off. Doubling the debt. I mean, there were some pretty good times in the world's economy in those years, and they ran a deficit, I think, the entire time. Higher taxes and fees. Hiking the aviation fuel tax, beer and wine taxes, sin taxes. Sounds familiar, but this is what in Ontario, and they brought it to Ottawa. New taxes on small businesses, did the same thing.
See that the honourable member is rising on the point. Honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill is rising on the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering what the relevance of this is to the member under debate right now.
The honourable member is the honourable member from Huron-Bruce is falling within the guidelines that the Speaker would find acceptable for this debate. The honourable member from Huron-Bruce.
Very much, and our offices are beside each other, so we can talk about this later if there's any ongoing questions. Hiking the cost of a driver's license, fishing license, hunting license, camping license, liquor license, event permit, court application, the list goes on and on. So not being able to manage their own internal interactions and affairs, cost overruns, and including red tape. This all happened in Ontario, and now it's in Ottawa after 9 years embedded. $8 billion on e-health. And I mean, if you ask anybody in Ontario where you would go to see what your e-health record is or where it's located. I don't think there's many citizens in the province of Ontario that would know where their e-health record is located. $2 billion on smart meters. A lot of people would remember that in our areas. $304 million over budget on the Pan Am Games. $400 million on Presto card cost overruns. On and on and on. And on some more. We'll go on to another topic for the speech here. Go back years ago when an employee where I worked in finance, and she maybe had her hand in the cookie jar. That is pretty much what happened. And after internal investigations, the company discovered that she had misappropriated over $400,000. And that's 15 years ago, so it's in today's dollars with inflation. But what happened? The company did the investigation. The staff at the company did the investigation, I'm sure in assistance with auditors, and they turned the documents over to the OPP. The OPP then used those documents for investigation. The individual was charged with fraud over $5,000 and was sentenced to an 18-month conditional sentence. And in fact, restitution was made and all the money was recovered. So if you look at that small little thing, you'd ask yourself, what's the difference here? There really is no difference. The government, not me, but the government across the way, they have the ability to produce these documents, unredacted, and then they have the ability to turn them over to the RCMP and let them make the determination. But it is awfully difficult to do a page at a time and have to wait for delays receiving the documents. It'd be much easier, much more appropriate to turn all the documents over and have the RCMP make their evaluation. I know the previous member from King Vaughan, she made points for her in her speech about some of the scandals that have plagued this government for 9+ years now, and members of Parliament that ran in the 2015 election can remember that time. And I'm sure my Liberal colleagues across the way can remember that time, and I'm sure they are very excited for the promises that were made, the hope that was offered in that 2015 election, and a pretty significant majority government was formed. And I'm sure those members of Parliament could have never believed in their wildest dreams that this is where we'd be today. Pages and pages and pages of scandals and issues and problems and money that will never be found, never repaid, all laid at the hands of the Prime Minister, his Chief of Staff, and basically the cabinet ministers that are here and the ones that have left, likely collecting 7-figure salaries now. SNC-Lavalin, though, I think would have to be one of the most egregious cases in the history of Canada for abuse of power. And what's most remarkable is that there's a significant number of the key players in that scandal that are still employed. They're still elected. It's hard to believe that it wasn't a house cleaning. It wasn't a house cleaning. And I thought, what would Jody Wilson-Raybould have to say if she was re-elected as an independent member of Parliament in the last election? What would she want to say in this speech here? It would likely be the most impactful speech about what it is like to be a minister with the thumb on you the whole time, to play fast and loose with the law, to achieve the goals of the Prime Minister and the corporations. Another one that was shocking, and it was really during the COVID times when it was uncovered, was the We Charity scandal. And people couldn't believe it. People couldn't believe it. And I know Bill Morneau, he took the hit for that one to protect the Prime Minister for another day. The Trudeau Foundation. I don't think we'll ever know all the truth about what's going on, what has gone on at the Trudeau Foundation. Hopefully someday we will. Foreign interference, again, people at home, people who, they're in disbelief. And I hear the member of Timmins, he's chirping away like he always does. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've ever driven down a country road and you see a dog running along the farm barking at every car that goes by. That's really what he's like now. Career. He's really just like that country dog.
The honourable member is an experienced member of the House and knows that it is important not to compare other honourable colleagues to animals and the like. And so I'd ask the honourable member just to withdraw his. I see the honourable member from Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Well, certainly the issue of foreign interference is very serious, and yet when we ask questions, we're called the fact that they were calling people cockroaches before. Mr. Speaker, you need to establish a standard of behavior that the Conservatives can't just denigrate politicians who are serious about issues of foreign interference by calling them.
So I've asked the honourable member not to compare members and to withdraw those comments, and I'm going to give the honourable member a chance to do that. But I think it's worth making a point. I did notice the line about cockroaches, and in discussion with others, we made it very clear that that wasn't in reference to other honourable members. It was reference to if you see one mistruth, you would see many mistruths, and so that was the comparison. It wasn't to people or to members of the House. Certainly, this is not the way that the chair had interpreted, and I don't think a reasonable interpretation would be that way as well. But the honourable member from Huron-Bruce, I'm just ask him to withdraw the comment and continue with this discourse.
Mr. Speaker, and I wasn't comparing him to a beautiful, Labrador or anything like that. What I was trying to
I'm just going to ask the honourable member, please, to just, while I entertain a point of order, I'm just going to ask him, please, to just withdraw the comment simply. The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So they're talking about taxpayer dollars. This has cost their filibuster $15 million. And in the midst of it, we also have to put up with the most degrading name-calling in this House, day in, day out, denigrating other elected officials with their unacceptable behavior. This is worse than a frat house with a bunch of frat boys in it. So if they're going to cost taxpayers $1 million a day, at least they could be a little bit more respectable to all the people across Canada. They're slapping in the face, stopping legislation getting through.
Thank you. Honourable member from Winnipeg Centre, I'm going to return to the original point and just ask the honourable member from Huron-Bruce to simply withdraw the comment.
Yeah, no, and I did withdraw that comment, Mr. Speaker, about 3 points orders ago. But the point is, with the member from Timmins,
the honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
I'm only asking for fairness, Speaker. When you ask him to withdraw, but he decides that he's going to use it as a platform to continue personal and denigrating attacks, he either withdraws and apologizes or he sits down. If it's going to be, if we're going to go into what's a dog and a good dog and a bad dog and why someone like a dog, well, we can do that all day, Speaker. But you need to establish fair rules for this.
So, I thank the honourable member from Timmins James Bay. I'd like to refer him once again to the long-standing tradition of this place. Withdrawal is what's asked. It's withdrawal and apology, they're equal. I usually only ask for an apology when the member doesn't, when the chair feels that the member isn't following through on the original request. I've asked the honourable member to withdraw. He has said that he is withdrawing. just to make it perfectly, the honourable member, let me just finish this point, if I could, before I recognize the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre. I've asked the honourable member to withdraw. The withdrawal wasn't clear. There were some other points of orders which were brought up. I've asked the honourable member to withdraw. He has said he is withdrawing the comment. So that the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I don't think a withdrawal with qualification is a way. In fact, he went into another tirade of denigrating an individual. That's not a withdrawal. That's not a withdrawal. I would ask through you, Mr. Speaker, for the member to withdraw his comment without qualification.
So I thank the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre. I will offer the honourable member from Huron-Bruce to withdraw the comment without qualification, and then we can continue.
Speaker, if she had been listening, my fourth withdrawal, I withdrew those comments. And so there's no point, because the record will show I unqualified withdrew, qualified withdrew.
Perfect. I thank the honourable member. Honourable member from Winnipeg Centre. The chair has now heard a qualified withdrawal. The honourable. This is not a challenge of the chair. Can we please allow the member to speak? Excuse me. The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the member has now accused me to not listening, and I was listening very carefully to him denigrating members of the House. Again, that is a withdrawal with qualification. I would like him to just withdraw the comment without qualification. Again, this is another example of qualification, a behavior that is totally unacceptable. Now he's saying that I'm not listening. That is unacceptable. Unfortunately, I've had to listen to him, these Conservatives denigrate members of this House for 3 weeks at $15 million. I'd like him to withdraw without qualification.
So I thank the honourable member for her thoughtful comments. The chair considers the matter withdrawn and closed. I'm going to invite the honourable member from Huron-Bruce to continue with the speech. He has 7 minutes and 37 seconds left.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. The last point I wanted to make, and then I have a couple other points in the speech I'll make, is some of the hypocrisy that we see with the Liberal government. And I mean, it just goes on, but how many times have I listened in this House of Commons about we got to do something, the Liberals saying something about fossil fuels, oil, gas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I read an article this morning in the Globe and Mail, and it was an update on the results of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which of course in itself was a way overspending debacle, $30 billion. But the point was, who's the king of oil in this House of Commons? Who's the king of oil? The Environment Minister. Canada is now producing 5 million barrels a day, and it's increasing every year under the Liberals. Why is that? Well, basically, they need the money to pay for everything else. So they're quite pleased to let the oil come out of the ground, which I agree it should come out of the ground, and it should be shipped by pipeline. But I find it ironic that they go on and on and on at length about fossil fuel, oil, etc., and the Environment Minister is now the king of oil, for now. The broader issue at play here is the question of the government's integrity. The allegations of conflicts of interest within SDTC are particularly troubling because they suggest that the public funds may have been misused to benefit individuals with close ties to the government. This kind of behavior undermines public trust in government institutions and erodes confidence in the government's ability to manage public resources in a fair and transparent way. The audit findings that board members were voting on projects that directly benefited companies with which they had personal affiliations is a clear violation of conflict of interest laws. These laws are in place to ensure that public officials do not use their position for personal gain and that government decisions are made in the best interest of the public, not private individuals. When these laws are violated, it casts doubts on the integrity of the entire decision-making process. And I'm sure many people have read or have heard of some of the carrying on that went through with the minutes of these meetings, and it's pretty startling, really. It is important to note for Canadians that this kind of self-enriching goes directly against the government and council appointment process, which states that a person appointed by the government and trusted to oversee taxpayer money will not personally profit from their work on a committee as a government and council appointment, and neither of any of their family members. However, this is exactly what happened. In a 5-year period where there were 405 transactions approved by the board, the Auditor General sampled 226, so only half of them. She found 186 of those 226 transactions had some sort of a conflict. It's too much. It's egregious. If the Auditor General looked at all 400 transactions, statistically, that'd probably mean the rest of them are conflicted as well. It's a lot of money, Madam Speaker, and Canadians have a right to know, parliamentarians have a right to make sure that justice is carried out. On behalf of all those hardworking people I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, they pay their taxes each and every paycheck, they pay their CPP, they pay their OAS, and they trust that the people who they mark down on their ballot will do the right thing when they're in Ottawa, and that the dollars will be respected. And there are far too many people in our country that work so hard and pay so much in tax and create so much economic activity, only to be disappointed time and time and time again over the 9 years the Liberals have been in office. And to be honest with you, the last few years the NDP have been in on it too, because they've been propping up the government. And so when you look at it, there needs to be something done. And for some of the members of Parliament on the other side, I'm sure they feel the same way. I'm sure they feel the same way. Nobody comes here to Ottawa to see what happened on this scandal take place. People enriching themselves for millions and millions and millions of dollars. And a lot of the projects never likely went anywhere. Then you get people back in our ridings that have contracting firms, construction firms, landscaping firms, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, all the trades, healthcare professionals going to work each and every day. And they see this on the news. And when you look at the hope and you look at the excitement in the country, it's not there like it used to be. There are people who still want to be hopeful, but when they see this time and time again, and the list is unbelievable now, after 9.5 years, they are truly, truly disappointed. One director was particularly aggressive at this. She was appointed in 2016 by the Prime Minister, Andrée-Lise Methot. She runs a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital. Her companies, before and during the time on the board, apparently received $250 million in grants. $114 million went to green companies that she'd invested in. So I think it's safe to say, when you're looking at these programs, whether it's Cycle Capital or any of the, no company needs that much money from the federal government. That's a smaller company trying to do, really no company needs that much money, but from a point, the dollars are there to deliver government services, not enrich insiders that really create little value. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, one of the members was talking about past behaviour as why it was relevant, and I think it's important to recognize, I have one report, Madam Speaker, where, it's 70, not allegations, 70 confirmations of abuse of power, corruption, and so forth. If you give me leave, I'll be happy to name all 70 of them. But it even missed one of the most obvious ones, which was the ETS scandal of Stephen Harper. Why is that important? Because the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister was actually their current leader. And as you fast forward it to today, when we got the current leader of the Conservative Party, foreign interference is a very serious issue, and he is the only leader that refuses to get the security clearance necessary. So when the Conservatives talk about hiding, what is the leader of the Conservative Party hiding from? Is it because he's done something in his past that's going to disqualify him from being able to get the security clearance? Is that why he's not getting the security clearance? I think Canadians have a right to know exactly why. Does he not agree that his leader needs to come clean on the issue of foreign interference?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Heron.
Well, first of all, he could just release the documents.
Right.
Hear, hear. Not you, Madam Speaker, but the government, the Liberal government, could just release all these documents and get onto it. In regards to the leader, he's been clear. Release the names. Release the names. And there it goes. And so
he can't see the names.
He's very confident. He's very confident. And I find it interesting, too, when you start making these points. The member from Winnipeg, he always tries to heckle you. I've seen this for years from him. When you are making the point, he won't let you make the point. But the point is, he's asked. The leader of our party said, release the names. The Prime Minister's dangled it, so just release the names.
I'd like to, yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if the leader of the Conservative Party gets the clearance, he can go and see the names.
Okay, that is a point of clarification. For her and Bruce had finished. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Nongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's what, Madam Speaker. I would like us to stop saying release the names, release the names. The committee studied foreign interference, and we know from the committee's work that it is not possible to release the names unless there are criminal charges. If the leader of the Conservative Party would like to see the names, he could get security clearance. How does my colleague feel about that?
Well, I want to thank the member for the question. And what I would say, I think he's still on the Agriculture Committee. Yep. On my private member's bill, the Bloc voted for it at second reading, they voted for it at committee, they voted for it at third reading. Then it comes back from the Senate amended, and can you believe the Bloc is now taking their orders from the Senate? Wow. Now they won't support Bill C-234 that deals with on-farm carbon tax on natural gas and propane. Now all of a sudden they're listening to the orders from their senators in the Senate, which is puzzling to me. The problem with the question, though, is that the Prime Minister dangled it last week. He said, hey, I've got the list. Here's the list. There's people from this party and that party on it. He's kind of opened the Pandora's box. So that's why our leader's saying, release it. Release it. Do the right thing.
Yeah.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, you should always put the nation above your own partisan interests. But that's not the case with the Conservatives. They are shouting and heckling because what they do not want to have on the record, and we're going to put it on the record, for every minute and hour that they obstruct this House, we will put on the record the political interference by foreign actors that allowed this...
The Honourable Member for A point of order? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, on a point of order.
Speaking of putting on the record, I wonder if you'll put on the record an apology for the tweet from last week. I would like unanimous.
That is not a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's typical that they're shouting about tweets when we're talking about CSIS reports. The CSIS report that said there were allegations that the Indian consulate was informing the one leadership candidate, Patrick Brown, that they were not going to allow him at their events. They pushed 2 Conservative MPs to switch their vote for the present member in Stornoway. So we know that the Modi cronies who supported the man who's now living in Stornoway, these are issues that are being raised by CSIS. I want them to stand up and name the Conservatives who conspired to take down the Conservative leader and put the man in Stornoway today.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And the member from Timmins will notice while he was asking his question, I never heckled him once. I actually listened to his question, which he rarely does. But what I'm always amazed at with that member is how thin his skin is. He's got so much to say, but when something gets redirected to him, all of a sudden he's offended so easily. He offends everybody. But the point is, they have been propping up the government for years now. They have been propping up this government, and I'm sure some of the reason why he's retiring from politics is it's unbearable in his writing to come home every weekend and have to go to an arena or a Legion or a community center and say, hey man, these guys. He hasn't got an answer for that, unfortunately.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to have the opportunity to reply to this mention of C-234. We have always supported it, Madam Speaker. We were reasonable. When it came back from the Senate, we wanted to help with grain drying. But here's the truth, Madam Speaker. That was the first speech I made in January. I spoke to C-234, but the Conservatives are not letting us vote on C-234 so we can get an exemption for grain drying for producers in Canada. It doesn't even apply in Quebec, but we supported it. We did the right thing for an exemption for agriculture, and the member doesn't even acknowledge that. That's upsetting.
Well, as much and all as I think highly of that member, telling the whole story. Because there's also the heating of livestock barns and other buildings for growing food. And he didn't mention that. And what he would have mentioned, if he was being completely forthright in the debate, was that the Senate took that out. Now, why would they take their orders from the Senate? Why would they even include us in Ontario all the way to Alberta? That would be great.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have here a letter that was written by the RCMP Commissioner to the Chair of the PROC Committee, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And it says, I wish to inform you that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigation into SDTC is ongoing. So if there's an ongoing investigation, my question is simple to my colleague. Why do you think the NDP and Liberal won't help the RCMP and release these documents? How bad is it going to be?
Member for Huron-Bruce.
The best way they can help them is to release all the documents. They're having to pull them one at a time, two at a time, and it's taking forever. It would be taking forever. The easiest thing for the government, the Liberal government, to do if they really wanted to get to the bottom of this is give all the documents to them, all of them. Do a complete dump, and so that they can get and look at everything and see where the trail leads them. Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, with serious allegations of foreign interference in the leadership of the Conservative Party, today's leader of the Conservative Party is actually being questioned in terms of the methods in which he achieved leadership. Why would the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, not take the initiative and get the security clearance that every other leader in the House of Commons has in order to take a look at what those allegations are and who those names are. What does the leader of the Conservative Party have that he's so afraid of? Is he scared that something in his past is going to deny him that opportunity to get the clearance?
Honourable member for Hearn-Bruce.
Well, I don't think the leader of the opposition scared of anything other than maybe when he upsets his wife. I don't think he's scared of anything. And so I think he's scared for the future of this country if the Liberals stay in. I think he's scared for that.
That's right.
That's why he's asking for a carbon tax election. And you can see it. You can see it, Madam Speaker, when you're around in your community. Seniors, people who are on fixed income, they are hurting. And every day this Liberal NDP government is one day more is making the life of a senior miserable that's on a fixed income. Thank you.
Debate. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, it's my honour to rise in the House today to address this matter before us about the failure to produce documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Corporation. So as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I'm very familiar with this particular matter and how it's all come to light and how the Minister of ISED has taken corrective actions right away as soon as this became to our attention and to address it. So just to brief people, as soon as the allegations were brought, investigation was done, immediately plans were made to fold the Sustainable Development Corporation into the NRC, and it will abide by those very stringent regulations going forward. So currently, the former board was dismissed. We now have a new board of 3 members, interim board, only in place for 1 year, just to facilitate the transition to the NRC. And that work is going along very well. There were 12 recommendations made to address the concerns that have been identified. And I'm happy to say that already 11 of those have been addressed. The 12th one is underway, should be completed by the end of December this year. And that is reviewing all the various different awards of funds that were made to make sure that those awards were valid and, that there was nothing untoward and that those businesses that applied were entitled to those funds. And that's a very important feature and very important. And I want to emphasize that none of this were the businesses found at fault. It was the director that had a conflict of interest, and it is no reflection on the businesses that applied in all good faith. And we want to return to funding these very important green sustainable businesses because they're startups that depend on this money and they would not be able to function and carry on without it. So that is a very, very important thing to bear in mind as we're discussing it. We mustn't lose sight of the key factor that this was a very important program, very important funding that did a lot of really exceptionally good work. And I'm worried that sometimes we lose sight of that. So just to get it on the record, since its creation in 2001, SDTC has invested more than $1.71 billion in over 500 companies that have generated $3.1 billion in annual revenues, created 24,500 jobs, the commercialization of 224 new technologies, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 25 megatons of CO2 annually. SDTC's impact is equivalent to taking almost 7 million cars off the road every year, and SDTC-funded companies receive global recognition and are consistently listed on the annual Global Clean Tech 100 list, where Canada punches well above its weight. So despite all the clouds that have been generated by this AG's report, which was very complete and very well done, we mustn't lose sight of the fact of why this fund was created and all the good work that it has done. So now turning to this motion that has held up the work of several committees and this House by this motion of privilege. It's about releasing these documents. and the problem that occurs. And I just want to let the House know, many of the documents requested, a great number, have already been provided. But the problem is not that the government has these documents and makes them available, but we don't want to make them available to third parties like the police, because that's abuse of people's charter rights. And we must protect the people's charter rights at all costs. We have on the record the AG stating that if these documents that were collected in the course of her investigation were released and made public to the police, etc., people going forward would be very reticent to speak to the AG and cooperate with her investigations because of what could happen down the line if they can't do so in the confidence that the information won't be abused and inappropriately shared. So I want to share with you some concerns. We've also had from the RCMP Commissioner a letter to our committee that they don't want to receive these reports from them because they wouldn't be able to use them. If the police in their investigations, and they are investigating, if they feel that they need access to documents and information, they have the legal means to do it through the court process. They have warrants, and if they attain those documents through the legal justice provisions, they can actually use them in court. Anything that they would obtain from us would not be usable to them because they are under the governance of the justice system, and which is separate from the parliamentary system, and it needs to be that way. And that's what we're fighting to protect. So I just want to read you some information here into the record. Former law clerk Rob Welsh commented on the June 10th House order ordering the production of papers related to SDTC to be sent to you, then given to the RCMP. He stated, "In my humble opinion, it is an abuse of its powers for the House to use its power to demand and get documents from the government in order to transfer them to a third party, in this case the RCMP, that wouldn't otherwise receive them, or to compel the government to give documents to a third party." Mr. Welsh further reiterated that the government must give Parliament the documents it demands, but not for the purpose of making them available to a third party, such as the RCMP. Mr. Welsh also stated that the purpose of the House privileged power to demand the production of documents from anyone is for purpose of its own proceedings, where the legal rights of the affected individuals would be protected by parliamentary privilege. Another former senior parliamentary counsel to the House of Commons, M. Stephen Chaplin, was interviewed over the summer and stated that the June 10th order was both completely unprecedented and a likely abuse of parliamentary powers. He said that the House of Commons was simply acting as a mailbox for the police force, which is not one of its duties. He also stated that it is not a parliamentary or constitutional function of Parliament to help the police. In the same vein, former RCMP Deputy Commissioner Pierre Bourdois also commented that we all know the rule of law is predicated upon a separation between what Parliament is doing and the law enforcement agencies, in this case, the RCMP. So separation between Parliament and the police force is critical. He also stated that he believed that the House had overstepped here and that it raised a number of constitutional issues. Mr. Bourdois, a former Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP, also said that there needs to be this separation, this segregation between Parliament and the gathering of documents and what the RCMP can do, because it could jeopardize any further future prosecution if there's a perception, not the reality, that the perception that the RCMP tried to circumvent procedures, criminal procedures, it could jeopardize any future cases before the court. And he reiterates that it's crucial for the RCMP to maintain a separation, not only to maintain the separation, but also maintain the perception of the separation for the general public and for the greater good of the justice system. So anyway, he also went on to say that the RCMP would try to avoid creating further any charter concerns at all costs. And this has happened before, where the RCMP was accused of trying to circumvent legal process, obtaining search warrants by gathering documents that were not legally obtained, as it would severely impact their ability to conduct an investigation that could produce legal consequences if it got to that stage. Even Conservative member, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say the name, so one of the Conservative members, I believe he represents Brent, knows that the RCMP don't need help in getting documents. Just recently, he said, you know what happens if you can't get a document. You go to court and you ask for search warrants or production orders. And that's how it's done. They have their own means to do it, and if they obtain the documents in that fashion, they can use them to prosecute the case. It is using its purposes for which they were never intended for that are not conducted to a parliamentary proceeding that is the concern here. The RCMP commissioner himself has stated his consternation about the documents sent his way, that there is significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. Canadians value their charter rights. It's enshrined in our Constitution. We need to assure Canadians that parliamentarians will not use parliamentary privilege to ever abuse those charter rights. We need to support the AG in her work so that she can conduct her work in an objective fashion and people that cooperate with her know that they are protected as well and that any information they divulge will not be used against them and forwarded to the police in a future investigation. These are very, very critical things, and this is why our government, even though we have the documents and we did produce them, more are still coming in from the various agencies requested, but we cannot pass them on to third parties, particularly our National Police Force, because that's an abuse of the rights of Canadians, and that is not how the information was divulged originally and given, because it was divulged with the knowledge that their charter rights would be protected and it wouldn't be used against them down the line.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and I listened intently to my colleague's speech because I really enjoy speeches on the law. And my colleague said a few things that were rather puzzling, one of which was this, and I'm paraphrasing, people may not want to do business with the government because the information could then be passed on to the police. Well, that's what happens when people do wrong. You commit a crime, you should have the information passed on to the police, and if somebody won't do it, Parliament should. That is absolutely ludicrous. Secondly, she talks about the abuse of rights, and this is my question, a very straightforward one, and I have an idea of the answer, but I'm curious as to whether she does. What rights are being abused here? She talked about the charter rights being abused. Simply, what right is being abused?
Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. I believe actually when many people cooperate, they are not the guilty party. They are being asked to provide the information they know. And I think it's parliamentary privilege that's being abused here. We are being asked to abuse our parliamentary privilege and use it in a way that is never intended. It is not intended that we provide documents to third parties, in this case the RCMP, when they are quite capable of deciding what they want to investigate, who they want to investigate, and how they go about obtaining the evidence they need.
On a point of order.
Speaking just said that parliamentary privilege is being abused, and yet we are debating a motion which comes out of a privilege ruling that you made. So the member is essentially saying that your ruling was an abuse. The member is basically saying that your ruling...
It is debate. It is debate, and definitely not going to be resolved through this. Order! The honourable member was answering a question that was asked to her, and I will let her finish. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
So I'm not quite sure of the question again. Could you repeat the particular question? The charter right would be that so that you have the protection that evidence that you give in confidence to, say, the AG is not going to be forwarded to the police. When people speak to the AG, they expect that that will be treated in a judicial matter and not forwarded to a law enforcement agency.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This whole issue brings me to think about the very fundamental elements of our democracy and those of a responsible government. It's the very principle where the people delegate their power to elected officials that can require documents, and that's how we can ensure that our society is not corrupt and that the government can maintain the people's trust. Now we have a flagrant issue where this is not happening. So how can people have trust in their government if an elected official does not respect it?
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
The problem is not providing the information to Parliament. The problem is when opposition is demanding that we then forward that information to the police, to a third party, any third party, but particularly when you involve law enforcement, and they don't need us to provide that information. They have gone on the record and said, we don't want to obtain the information in this fashion because we cannot use it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, nobody loves a good Liberal scandal like I do. In fact, I sort of made my name on Liberal scandals because there's so many of them. I mean, going all the way back to the rum bottle politics on the Rideau, we could count Liberal scandals. But this, to me, is something different. There is a finding of the government refusing to turn over documents. And this is now to be sent to committee, which is the process it should be. And there may be a very important finding, but what we're dealing with here is a complete obstruction of Parliament by Conservatives who don't want the work of the nation to take place. And this is, I find, concerning. But it reminds me of 2009 when Stephen Harper refused to turn over the Afghan detainee documents. And they were much more serious because they spoke to the very heart of our nation. Allegations of horrific torture that brought down the reputation of Canadian soldiers who were on the front lines in Kandahar. And when Harper refused to turn over and listen to the will of Parliament, he was actually found in contempt of Parliament. The only Prime Minister found in contempt of Parliament. And what did he shut down Parliament? He shut down our democracy. So this is the Conservative record on documents and their refusal to respect democracy. I would suggest that this be sent to committee, and maybe the Prime Minister will be found in contempt by committee. It's the committee's job to search these, whether or not the Prime Minister has lived up to his obligation to be transparent. But this is the work of Parliament, and I'm very concerned that we're now 3 weeks into obstruction when we have serious issues in our communities that need to be addressed.
Pierre was here.
Yeah. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his comments, and I completely agree. This is about process. Our government definitely wants this matter to be referred to the appropriate committee for further investigation. That's how it should be dealt. He's quite right in mentioning that for 2 weeks, going on 3 weeks now, the work of this House has ground to a standstill. We're talking about this privilege motion instead of bringing forward new legislations that could actually help Canadians. And that's what we're here to do. That's what we're elected to do, to come down here and make life better for Canadians. There have been multiple committees that have been seized with the STTC report already, numerous meetings. So it's not just the House of Commons here in this chamber that has been stymied for progress, it's the work of the committees as well. We, in public accounts, our jurisdiction is to review AG's reports. She does hundreds of reports a year. There's a lot of stuff to go into in depth. It's supposed to be a nonpartisan committee where we try and get to the root of things, and we're not able to do that because we are going on and on and on, numerous witnesses on this, when there's nothing further to discern.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to my honourable colleague's speech. I think this was very calm. She explained in detail the entire thing. That's the problem with this motion, without using any political rhetoric like we see from the other side of the House. I want her to expand on one particular thing. If we go ahead with this demand that we give this document through the law clerk to RCMP, which the RCMP have conveyed in writing that that is irregular and is very unlikely they'll be using it. If we go with this, there's unintentions that we may actually hamper any possible criminal investigation. The end objective of all of us here is that anybody who has done anything wrong should be held accountable. And if we go through this process, this may have an unintended consequences of actually scuttling that.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South, Hesper.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for his comments. He's quite right. Not only is it the wrong thing to do, it's completely ineffective for what the opposition is trying to accomplish, in that the RCMP has clearly stated, one, they wouldn't be able to use the information, and two, they have other means to obtain the same information through the normal course of the judicial process, which they could actually use in bringing forward any prosecution. So not only is it a waste of time, it's an ineffective use of time, and it won't accomplish what they're trying to do. So I agree completely, and also it would also send a very, very bad message to the Canadian public that their charter rights are not being protected, that they can be abused by the Parliament of Canada, which is not anything we would want to convey.
A very brief question, the Honourable Member. Very brief. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the good fortune of sitting with my colleague, but in response to the question from my colleague from Abitibi, she said something that's not quite true. She said that the government would submit the documents to the law clerk, and then that could be transferred to the RCMP. But it's very clear. The documents should be provided to the law clerk, who said the other day that the documents were heavily redacted. So it's time that my colleague took Parliament's side and recognized the supremacy of Parliament and convinced the government to provide the documents so that we can do the job we're supposed to do.
Hesper, a very brief answer.
I don't recall saying that they could be provided to the law clerk. And I do realize that some of the documents have been heavily redacted. We just heard this yesterday in testimony. That's the first I became aware of it. So the people submitting it, they must have their reasons for that. I think if they probably could be reassured that they weren't going to be passed over to a third outside party, perhaps they might revisit that. But I have no first-hand knowledge of that.
You mean debate to the Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet at this time. And when we see this Liberal government giving cushy multi-million-dollar contracts to their friends, Canadians feel cheated. Imagine being a taxpayer that's struggling to pay the rent and to hear that billions of dollars of your tax dollars are being wasted by government. This year, food will cost families $700 more this year than it did last year. Food insecurity has become such a problem in this country that since 2021, food banks have seen a 50% increase in visits. According to the latest data from Statistics Canada, 8.7 million Canadians were food insecure in 2023, including 2.1 million children. Even poverty diseases like scurvy are resurfacing in Canada, and doctors are being warned to look out for them. We are in a crisis, Madam Speaker. We have never seen this kind of government waste and suffering of Canadians ever before in this nation. Yet, here we are debating a matter of privilege because this government's negligence, incompetence, and corruption has resurfaced in the most recent scandal. This negligence continues because after 9 long years of this Liberal administration, it is being propped up by the NDP. We would not be here today spending days debating this matter of parliamentary privilege if this government was prioritizing the best interest of Canadians. Madam Speaker, instead of debating, we would be working on issues that are impacting Canadians, including record-high inflation, cost of living, and a housing crisis, and a crime crisis, and chaos in the streets. Crises that have erupted because of the failed policies and leadership of this Prime Minister and his NDP coalition partners. While this is happening, the government has once again chosen to serve their best interest and not the best interest of Canadians. They have failed to take the ethical path and to demonstrate leadership, transparency, and accountability by handing over the documents that are at the very center of this motion and at the very center of the $400 million scandal. Let us review now some of the history that has got us to this point. Sustainable Development Technology Canada was a $1 billion fund that was supported by multiple governments, and in fact, it ran smoothly without incident up until...
The Honourable Member, there's a point of order from the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was referred that we have record inflation here, but when you do a quick search, actually we had a record inflation under Brian Mulroney.
Point of debate. I'm sorry to the Honourable Member, but the Honourable Member can make reference to it in his question. The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in reviewing the history, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada was a $1 billion fund that was supported by multiple governments and ran smoothly. In fact, without incident until 2017. It was designed with a noble green technology startups get off the ground, with some government support in order to accelerate action in climate and the environment. Then the Prime Minister appointed a new Liberal board chair to the SDTC. However, after Conservatives put forward a motion asking for the Auditor General to conduct audits into the SDTC, she found that the fund had approved projects for funding that are ineligible for taxpayer funds. She further found that the SDTC executives violated at least $400 million of funds. 80% of the cases the Auditor General looked at had conflicts of interest. She also found that the Green Slush Fund had frequently overstated the environmental benefits of the projects that they funded. Madam Speaker, we know that her findings were just the tip of the iceberg. She did not conduct an exhaustive audit. She looked just at a sample of cases, and this sample revealed such conflicts of interest that are a part of this privilege motion today. Yet 80% of those cases were found in violation of the law. We also know that some of those at the center of the scandal, the Liberal-appointed board members who benefited from these contracts, managed to jump ship and secure other government-appointed positions. One of the Green Slush Fund directors, André-Lise Methot, actually admitted to several conflicts of interest with funds that went to companies that she had a financial interest in. In fact, the Minister of Environment, prior to joining Cabinet, served as a strategic advisor for a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital from 2009 to 2018. This is the same firm that Ms. Methot founded and was the managing partner of. The same firm that received a significant amount of SDTC funding while she sat on the board. As this scandal was coming out, she was then coincidentally appointed to the board of a $35 billion Canada Infrastructure Bank. This is the same bank where Liberal-friendly McKinsey consultants have been deeply involved in. So she went from one plum board appointment to another, even after finding that she had engaged in conflict of interest by enriching companies that she had an interest in while she sat on the board. She has since resigned, but yet Ms. Methot is implicated in mishandling $42 million of taxpayer funds by awarding contracts to companies she had financial interest in. At the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, Conservatives are right now trying to get to the bottom of this scandal, and we have put forward a motion to investigate this issue. Madam Speaker, it is completely unacceptable that those who repeatedly violate conflict of interest policies should be promoted to plum government positions because they have connections with Liberal insiders. How is it that this government thought it was perfectly fine to appoint her to the Canada Infrastructure Bank after she was found to have violated conflict of interest laws to enrich her own company? And so, in light of all these egregious refusals to honor the authority of Parliament and to act in a way that is befitting of the Canadian democracy, Conservatives have been forced to put forward a motion in this House to demand that the government get to the bottom of the Green Slush Fund scandal by handing over all of the files, communications, and financial records to Parliament. Parliament would then hand over all documents to the RCMP for further investigation. However, after that motion passed, the 30-day deadline came and went without action. What did we find? Some departments partially complied and some blatantly disobeyed the order. The government failed to hand over the documents and fell into contempt of this Parliament. As Mr. Speaker ruled on this matter, the Speaker of the House stated that in some instances only partial disclosures were made, owing either to redactions or the withholding of documents. In one instance, the House order was met with complete refusal. End quote. The Department of Justice alone withheld 10,000 pages from Parliament. The Speaker of the House decided that the matter of privilege ruling that the Liberals violated the will of Parliament to turn over the evidence so that the RCMP could conduct the criminal investigation. Since then, the RCMP has confirmed that they are indeed investigating this scandal and that it is ongoing. This is not a trivial political matter, Madam Speaker. This is not a trivial matter that has seized this House. The RCMP are not investigating because the Conservative opposition has directed them to do so. They are, in fact, an independent agency. They are investigating because there is reasonable grounds upon which to base an investigation that offences have been committed under the Criminal Code. Once they investigate, they will decide what to do with the documents in question and prosecute. That is in their sole discretion. They have full power to conduct their investigation within the bounds of the law. Madam Speaker, Parliament has supremacy in our constitutional democracy. It has supremacy above this government. It has supremacy above this Prime Minister. The House of Commons is the representation of the people of Canada, and as such has powers that are absolute and within the authority as afforded by our Constitution. Yet, what we see here is an open contempt of authority. This government has demonstrated a complete lack of respect for the powers of Parliament to order the production of documents, which is key to this House's role to act as a check and balance on the executive branch. For months, this government has flouted the authority of Parliament by refusing to comply with the will of Parliament in this matter. If we allow this to continue, Madam Speaker, when will this attack on Parliament's authority end? We are at risk of having the chamber of the people of this great nation in this House of Commons devolve into nothing more than an echo chamber without true power to exercise its role and to do the work of the people in this House. The very strength of our democratic institutions lies within this House's power to put a check on the power of the executive branch, to oppose and expose ethical breaches. In other words, the issue goes to the very heart of our democracy, and as such is a litmus test of its strength. The question is, what does this Liberal government have to hide? Why are they so desperate to keep these documents hidden from Canadians? How deep does this corruption go? We do know that this Liberal government has been so embarrassed by the revelations of mismanagement by the Green Slush Fund that they decided to outright abolish it, or at least transfer it to another government agency. However, none of this absolves the SDTC, nor does it absolve this government from their responsibility to Canadians. This Liberal government must provide Parliament and the RCMP with answers as to what they knew, also when they knew it, and how this happened, and how deep this corruption goes. This paralysis of Parliament could be over today if the Liberals displayed the moral courage to comply with the order of this House by turning over the documents for the RCMP to investigate. But they do not want to, and we all know why. These files would certainly reveal the depth of corruption at the Green Slush Fund over the past 9 years. And we've seen this movie before, Madam Speaker. In 2019, when it was revealed that scientists working on Canada's highest security lab were collaborating clandestinely with the People's Republic of China, it took 10 months for these scientists to be fired. When the House first asked for the documents to be turned over, the security breach also to be released, the Liberals refused. They even took the Speaker to court, Madam Speaker. They took the former Speaker to court in order to cover up their failure. Are we going to allow this tired government to continue to flout authority of Parliament as they betray the trust of Canadians with their endless scandals and reckless management of our economy? Let us not forget that the NDP have been complicit in these scandals by propping up this government with their coalition deal. It is clear that both the Prime Minister and the NDP have been desperately clinging to power. Only Conservatives are committed to getting to the bottom of these scandals. My constituents expect me to hold government to account, Madam Speaker, not prop it up. They expect me to represent their interests and to fight for their concerns. The truth is that our democracy and our shared Canadian dream is at risk. We are seeing a sharp decline. We have seen a sharp decline in the state of our nation over the last 9 years. For one, Canadians are poorer than they were 9 years ago. Since 2016, the cost of an average home in my constituency of Haldimand, Norfolk, has increased by over 115%. Families now need an income of $208,000 to own a home. Between 2023 and 2024, an average cost of one-bedroom rental unit increased by 35%, from $892 to $1,190 per month. Madam Speaker,
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member a few moments. Is it possible to check what's happening on the courtyard? There's a lot of noise and laughter coming through. Thank you. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even the healthcare system has become less reliable and less accessible than it was 9 years ago. Streets are less safe, freedom of speech and freedom of thought is more restricted than it was 9 years ago. In closing, Madam Speaker, this motion is about the $400 million siphoned to Liberal friends, perhaps even stolen. Canadian tax dollars have been mismanaged at a time when Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. Many are living paycheck to paycheck. Madam Speaker, in closing, it is time for this government to own up to their record and let Canadians decide for themselves. We need to restore transparency, we need to restore integrity, and we need to ensure that taxpayers are once again put first. This is the magnitude of what hangs in the balance of what we are debating today. Thank you.
Before we go to questions and comments, I'd like to remind all members that we do not need timers. We look at the time, and it can be very bothersome for interpreters. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to just, at the beginning of the member's speech, she referred to the importance of the work that we do in this place and how we serve Canadians. We are the House of Commons, after all. At the end of her speech, she referred to the importance of respecting tax dollars to ensure that they have the benefits and services that they need and they need to receive. Yesterday, one of her colleagues spoke within his speech about how part of why they were delaying this privilege motion was because they did not want the government to be able to introduce the Ways and Means motion, which would actually help so many Canadians and actually ensure that each Canadian and corporation paid their fair share. My question to the member would be, first of all, is she aware of any political party or any member of parliament who opposes this question of privilege? Because I believe all members support this question of privilege, respecting the Speaker's ruling and watching the process unfold so that we can get to the work of this important privilege motion, but also the work of this chamber. Can the member explain to this House why she does not want to hear the question be called so that we can get to the work and respect taxpayers and the public purse? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Madam Speaker, this is a very, very simple issue. It is an issue of having the Liberals comply with this House's order to turn over the documents to the RCMP. This is what we are here to debate today. This is an issue that is very important to Canadians because when we see continuous mismanagement of taxpayers' dollars, when we witness millions and billions sometimes of dollars being siphoned off to agencies and to organizations and companies in which Liberal appointed board members have an interest, Canadians are seeing the erosion of our very, very important democratic system. And so we need to bring back accountability. And the way to bring back accountability is for the Liberals to agree to comply with this House's order and produce the documents.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the speech. SDTC is a reminder that what was considered a good idea within the Liberal Party ended up ruining a program that is actually necessary, a program to invest in companies studying technologies for clean growth and development. Now, what about the money that was granted to SDTC? Would the colleague agree that this money continue to fund such businesses, but in a responsible way, not how the government did?
Alderman Norfolk.
I thank my colleague for her question. The funds that were misappropriated and were sent to companies in which board members had an interest, that is what is at issue today, Madam Speaker. The issue is, we know that environmental protection is something that everybody in this House agrees on. But the Auditor General found that many of these projects did not even have an environmental component. Many of these projects did not fund even what they said they were going to fund. And so there is a breach of trust here that has to be addressed. And the only way it can be addressed is by turning over those documents.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the documents actually, in terms of testimony for SDTC, is available on Open Parliament for the Industry Committee, and I invite the member to look at those. One of the things I am kind of interested, though, especially listening to the speech here, is that perhaps we should be subpoenaing Stephen Harper, Maxime Bernier, and Tony Clement, who actually were part of empowering Annette Verschuren at SDTC during this process. And for those that aren't aware, Stephen Harper was very much part of Annette Verschuren's rise in this chamber. Maxime Bernier, who the Conservatives had running as a leadership candidate at one point, is now part of another party, was also industry minister. And Tony Clement as well, who I've seen also on this place with this lobby that is actually still in the universe of the Conservative Party, was part of Annette Verschuren's rise and as well. So perhaps I'd like to ask the member right now in the Conservative Party, would they agree to subpoenaing Stephen Harper, Maxime Bernier, and Tony Clement, because their fingerprints are all over this?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that when we are dealing with such an important issue and Canadians are watching, that we do not engage in misinformation and that we present Canadians with the totality of the information. So I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I do want to note that the SDTC is an organization that actually functioned quite well up until 2017, and it did good work. But then we saw the Liberal appointment of board members change the way that this entity was functioning, and we saw a proliferation of corruption and mismanagement and siphoning off money to enrich politicians and to enrich Liberal friends, while Canadians are struggling to buy food, while Canadians are struggling to heat their homes, while Canadians can barely pay for their daily living expenses. We have politicians and politicians' friends getting rich off of taxpayers. That is egregious, and that is something that every member of this House should oppose and stand against.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, and I'm guessing we're going around in the circle. I apologize to which way who was next in the schedule. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member just finished saying misinformation, and she talks about Liberal friendly. The individual she's talking about was a political advisor to Brian Mulroney, to Stephen Harper, and Jim Flaherty. She is a major contributor to the Conservative Party of Canada, thousands of dollars. And yes, we did appoint her. I agree, yeah. And with hindsight, maybe she shouldn't have been appointed given in terms of what has taken place. Having said that, the games that the Conservative play over the last 3 weeks is disgraceful. At the same time, we have a leader of the official office scared to get a security clearance so that he can actually take a look at what's happening on foreign interference. Why will the Conservative Party not stop playing this game and get serious about the issues that Canadians are having to face, Mr. Speaker? And a good starting point would be for the leader of the Conservative Party to get the security clearance necessary so he can see the so-called 11 names.
Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes I feel sorry for the people at home who have to sit and watch what happens in this House sometimes, because what we are seeing is the art of deception by misdirection. That's what the Liberals practice. They switch and they change the narrative in order to deflect from what is really happening. And what is really happening here, Mr. Speaker, is that we are seeking to have documents turned over. It is a simple issue, yet we see a desperate attempt of the Liberals to scapegoat everybody, including the RCMP, instead of doing what they are supposed to do, and that is be accountable to the people of Canada that elect them and pay their salaries.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my honourable colleague's answer to my colleague from Terrebonne's question, but I wasn't especially satisfied with the answer, so I'll reword the question. A green fund would not be like investing in oil and gas. They get so many tax credits. The government gives so much money to oil and gas that they don't even have $3 billion for seniors to give seniors a break and a higher quality of life. So if the Conservatives formed government, would they care as much about getting to the bottom of things, getting the truth?
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have always had an environmental plan, and we don't morph it into a tax revenue generating scheme. We've always done that. We've done that under Stephen Harper, and we did a very good job of protecting the environment, and we will continue to do so. In order to move forward, we are simply asking for the production of the documents.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in speaking on a debate in the House of Commons today, I would like to take a few moments to highlight why the Conservative Party of Canada is determined to have this matter in the business of the House of Commons, in this chamber for all Canadians to see and hear. We do not want another committee established. This is House business, and this is where the matter must be debated. Mr. Speaker, it always seems to be the same. The same thing with the current NDP Liberal government. Who can get away with what at this time? Upon researching the SDTC, it was interesting to see its initial purpose. It's a vital initiative launched by the Canadian government to foster the development of clean technologies. Its primary goal is to help innovators address some of the most pressing environmental challenges while driving economic growth. At its core, the SDTC provides funding and other resources to projects that focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving air and water quality, and promoting sustainable resource use. This support is critical for early stage projects, particularly those that might struggle to secure private investment due to inherent risks of pioneering new technologies. One of the most defining features of the SDTC is the broad scope of its sectors it covers, from energy and agriculture and transportation. The organization plays a key role in helping innovators across industries. In the energy sector, for instance, it supports clean energy solutions such as renewable power, energy storage, and advancements in energy efficiency. In agriculture, it backs projects that focus on sustainable farming practices, reducing emissions from food production, and conserving water resources. And in transportation, the SDT help reduce promoting. But beyond just financial support, SDTC fosters a collaborative ecosystem. It connects industry players with academia, researchers, government agencies, and encouraging partnerships that accelerate the development of these technologies. By bringing together diverse stakeholders, SDTC not only helps ideas become a reality, but also ensures that clean technologies reach the market faster and more effectively. Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, was essentially turned into a slush fund by Liberal insiders. The Auditor General of Canada uncovered $400 million taxpayer dollars were misused. $400 million. 9 board members are linked to 186 conflicts of interest. The situation has escalated due to the refusal of the Liberal government to comply with a parliamentary order demanding the release of documents related to this scandal. This has resulted in a halt to parliamentary business for 2 weeks. The SDTC was originally established in 2001 to fund green technology initiatives. Instead, it became an open channel for insiders' dealings by the Liberal government. The Prime Minister appointed numerous board members implicated in the scandal. The Auditor General finding uncovered numerous serious issues of misappropriation of funds and a conflict of interest. And despite the Auditor General's findings, the government has refused documentation requested in this House of Commons. The reluctance of this Liberal government to share the documents raises serious concerns about transparency and accountability. This has created a very clear picture of deep web of political insiders. The refusal to release these documents is a scathing misuse of public funds. This House must respect the situation. This House and the taxpayers of Canada need to know what is in these documents, and a refusal to do so does not respond to the seriousness of the situation. The concerns we have raised highlighted a deep dissatisfaction within the current NDP Liberal government, particularly regarding the recent scandal involving the Sustainable Development Technology Canada and the alleged misappropriation of the $400 million in taxpayers' funds. That's taxpayers' money. Those are the people who are providing money for Canada and are spending it without any accountability. The Speaker's ruling indicating that the government violated a House order by refusing to turn over evidence to the police only adds to the perception of a cover-up, especially when the Auditor General findings revealed and 86 conflicts of interest involving Liberal appointees directing funds to their own companies. The situation is exacerbated by the real economic struggles Canadians are facing: rising housing costs, food inflation, increasing crime rates, which many feel the government is failing to adequately address. The argument that the NDP Liberal coalition has paralyzed Parliament by focusing on damage control instead of solving these pressing issues resonates for those who believe that government corruption is not just a political issue, but one that directly affects the ability of Canadians to meet the basic needs like food, housing, and energy. The call for government to stop the cover-up and provide the necessary documents for a criminal investigation is a necessary step towards restoring integrity and allowing Parliament to refocus on the real problems facing the country. For critics, the solution lies in a change of leadership, with the common sense Conservatives being presented as a party that will end corruption, deliver answers, and focus on reducing costs for Canadians. The misallocation of funds, 50 was allocated to 10 projects that did not meet the eligibility criteria, which goes against the fund's intended purpose. These funds were dispersed without contribution agreements, indicating the lack of oversight and in conflict of interest. The Auditor General found $334 million was given to projects which board members had conflicts of interest. Specifically, 186 conflicts of interest were identified among 9 board members, including cases where the individuals approved projects that financially benefited them. In other words, they were approving money that was going to their own companies. Board transactions audit, the Auditor General reviewed 226 out of 405 approved by the board over a 5-year period, and found that of those 226 transactions, 82% of those involved conflicts of interest. 82% of 226 transactions were conflicts of interest. So imagine if they reviewed all 405. This indicates a systematic ethical lapse within the governance of the fund. One striking example of conflict of interest involves a board member who runs a venture capital firm, Cycle Capital. Her firm reportedly received significant government grants up to $250 million while she was on the board. Even while serving on the board, approved $114 million to funding companies she previously invested in, directly benefiting her firm. This apparent self-enrichment highlights the gravity of the governance failure. The failure of oversight by government. The Auditor General attributes a large part of this scandal to the Liberal government's industry minister for insufficiently monitoring the contracts and ensuring proper checks and balances were in place. Despite managing nearly $1 billion in public funds, the seemed lax at its oversight, contributing to the lack of accountability and fiscal responsibility. The above is clearly a serious lapse in both ethical standards and financial oversight. How can you possibly be confident of the management of taxpayers' dollars when you have a lapse in judgment? If there's no accountability, where's the money going? And if it's not your money, it's taxpayers' money, where's the confidence from the people who elected us to be here? Every person in this house, I am sure, is represent not only their constituents, but people in Canada or abroad who are Canadians. And if we don't have any accountability on the money that they provide us, because it's their tax dollars that's missing here, then where's confidence with government? Political connections and insider connections cannot be seen as a pathway to financial gain. Parliament's role is to hold government accountable, and the Liberal government is protecting those involved at the expense of the Canadian taxpayer. How can we possibly allow this critical matter to go unresolved? Taxpayer dollars have been wasted without exception. Conservatives will hold the Liberals accountable. The hardships described are painting a stark picture of the economic challenges facing many Canadians today, with food insecurity being one of the most pressing concerns. According to recent reports, food prices have indeed soared, with families expected to pay more than $700 for groceries this year compared to 2023. The increased reliance on food banks, with 50% spike in visits since 2021, just underscores the scale of the struggle many Canadians are facing to meet their basic needs. Yet here we are today, $400 million unaccountable. The government here has been ordered by the Speaker to produce documents as to where the money went, and we're still arguing about that. And there's people bank wondering, why are we doing that? StatsCan reported on food insecurity showing a jump from 11.6% in 2018 to 15.6% in 2022. It just illustrates a growing financial strain under the current NDP Liberal government. The surge in food insecurity, exacerbated by inflation and policies like carbon tax, is leading to a further economic stress. As Food Banks in Canada 2024 Poverty Report Card indicates, nearly half of Canadians feel worse off financially compared to last year, with 1 in 4 experiencing food insecurity. Critics of the government point to its inflationary policies, such as increased spending and the carbon tax, as contributing factors. The carbon tax in particular has been criticized by raising costs throughout the supply chain, from farmers, ranchers, truckers to consumers, making food and other essentials more expensive for families. This burden is compounded by inflation, is seen by many as a direct result of the government's approach. Economists have highlighted the significant cost burden the carbon tax on the food industry, further validating concerns that these policies are driving up costs for ordinary Canadians. The Conservative position focuses on reversing these policies, specifically by acting the carbon tax, fixing the budget, and implementing measures to bring down costs for consumers. In a letter tabled in Parliament yesterday, October 21st, the House of Commons law clerk told MPs that he recently received new documents from 3 government departments relating to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. In all 3 cases, information was withheld. Testifying to the MPs on the Public Accounts Committee on Monday, the clerk said 3 departments are still failing to comply with an order by the House of Commons. He wrote to the Speaker Fergus about Finance Canada, Innovation Science Economic Development, and the Treasury Board Secretariat. And a quote, all 3 government institutions provided documents containing redactions and or withheld pages purportedly relying on the Access to Information Act. He also testified that only 8 government organizations had forked over all of their unredacted reports on SDTC. The vast majority, which is 22 more, had withheld documents or redacted them. And a quote, we are talking about documents, sometimes hundreds of pages, that have been withheld, and redactions that are not only about personal information, but about solicitor client privilege and other motives under the Access to Information Act. The scrutiny and accusations surrounding SDTC, particularly allegations of conflicts of interest, are significant. The claim that Liberal appointees funneled $400 million to startups with ties to senior SDTC management, and 82% of the reviewed projects had conflicts of interest, raises a serious concern about the governance and transparency. The concerns Conservatives are raising about the mismanagement of the $400 million in taxpayer money through the Sustainable Development Technology Canada resonate with many Canadians, especially in light of the current economic struggles. With inflation rising costs, many people living paycheck to paycheck, the perception that public funds are being misused or awarded to connected insiders can be deeply frustrating for citizens. The frustration of many Canadians who see the government's handling of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada issue is emblematic of large problems. The refusal to turn over documents related to the Green Slush Fund, has fueled accusations of a government trying to hide potential corruption and conflicts of interest. The lack of transparency shows contempt for Parliament and, by extension, to the public, who are the taxpayers supporting government. The claim that Parliament has been paralyzed because of the government's refusal to cooperate adds to the urgency. At a time when Canadians are facing crises in housing, food security, public safety, the perception the government is prioritizing a cover-up over helping citizens exasperates frustration. With the cost of living skyrocketing, crime rising, affordable housing in short supply, many Canadians are looking for leadership that is focused on addressing these immediate concerns. The demand for the government to finally turn over the documents is about more than just the scandal. It's about restoring trust and allowing Parliament to get back to addressing the critical challenges facing everyday Canadians. The lack of action is seen as preventing the government from making meaningful progress on issues that directly affect the quality of life for millions. It's deeply concerning when public trust in government institutions is undermined by allegations of mismanagement, self-dealing, as it appears to be the case with the Green Slush Fund. The fact we're discussing this issue speaks to a broader problem with accountability and transparency, which should be fundamental in any democratic government. The Auditor General's findings that the Liberal government alleged turned SDTC into a slush fund for insiders, that nearly $400 million in contracts were inappropriately awarded, only fueled a frustration felt by many Canadians. When a government initiative is designed to foster sustainability and clean technology becomes embroiled in allegations of corruption, it raises a serious questions about the governance and integrity of those responsible for overseeing public funds. The troubling part is such a situation should not require the lengthy debates of a prolonged effort to bring the truth to light. Ensuring that public funds are managed transparently and ethically is a basic expectation, and the need to debate such a clear-cut issue reflects how far things have gone astray. Citizens rely on the government to act in the public's interest, particularly when it comes to something as critical as environmental and economic sustainability. For the government to restore any sense of trust, it needs to not only release the documents that detail these conflicts of interest, but also take decisive actions to rectify the situation and prevent it from happening again. Earlier this year, the Auditor General revealed a shocking truth that the extent of the Liberal corruption through her report on the SDTC. This showed that the Liberal government had turned this organization into a slush fund. Organizations connected to Liberal insiders. In total, $123 million worth of contracts were found to have been given inappropriately, while $76 million given to projects where there was a connection with Liberal friends appointed to the roles within SDTC. Keeping this government accountable at this point seems to be an unattainable task or a bad joke. We have Canadians living in their cars due to unaffordability, food bank attendance at record highs, and kids living at home because they can't buy a house. And yet the Liberal government is playing games on how much money they can distribute without getting caught. Continued delays will only further erode public confidence. Pressing issues like affordability, crime, and housing need to be addressed. In the end, all we're asking for is transparency and accountability. Present the requested documents to this chamber immediately and answer to the taxpayers of Canada. 400 million, 186 ethical violations. It's time to present the documents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting in listening to Conservative after Conservative stand up when they know full well in terms of all this information that has been provided. And it's nothing but more than a game that the Conservative Party is actually playing. You have the RCMP that have very clearly indicated that they are uncomfortable with the game. what is being asked, to hand information directly over to the RCMP. We are listening to what the RCMP, the Auditor General of Canada, and many other stakeholders are doing. That is what the Government of Canada is actually doing. The Conservatives want to play a game. Let me highlight another game. Here's a quote regarding the Conservative leader. Conservative leader blank is playing with Canadians by refusing to get top-level security clearance and receive classified briefings on foreign interference, according to one national security expert, a security expert that was advised both Liberal and Conservative governments. And the games, whether it's inside the chamber or outside the chamber, continue with the Conservative Party because they're putting the Conservative Party ahead of the interests of Canadians. For the member, it's very simple. Whether it's this game or, more importantly, the game on interference. Why won't the leader of the Conservative Party go ahead and get a clearance so that he can actually be informed on the foreign interference file? Why the game?
Member for Kootenay Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're here today to talk about $400 million, 186 ethical violations, SDTC. Now, and let's start with SDTC. It's a funding allocation was created to provide funding support to innovate potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and drive sustainability forward. However, if there are lacks in how this funding is distributed, we will not meet any of our goals that we want to meet. And here we are today. SDTC had, in 2001, was there for a reason, was doing what it needed to do to support new companies that were trying to do innovative things, using things, whether it's through oil and gas or whether it's through energy, renewable energies. And now all we're asking for is the documents. $400 million, where did it go? 186 ethical violations, who's responsible, so that we can actually move forward and get SDTC back on track.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my honourable colleague when he talked about food banks and he talked about the work of Parliament, work that he and his colleagues are obstructing when we have such serious issues, when this issue was to be referred to committee. But I'm very concerned by the recent revelations that we're learning now from CSIS and other investigations into foreign interference in his party and key people who supported the man who's now in Stornoway as leader, and the unwillingness of the Conservatives to name the names. It's a fundamental principle. You put your nation above your party, and you should certainly put your nation above the partisan interests of the member in Stornoway. So I'd like to ask him about the allegations coming forward now. The Brown campaign, who were taken out by the guy who lives in Stornoway, said that we knew that local pro-Modi organizations alongside the Indian government were mobilizing against the Brown campaign because they were concerned about the strong ties we had from both the Sikh and Muslim communities. And we know that in the 48 hours before the member for Stornoway won, 70,000 online memberships were sold. And this certainly speaks questions as to how that happened so quickly when the 2024 study published in the International Journal suggests that, quote, foreign actors can influence the selection of process of party leadership simply by purchasing party memberships that distribute ballots in leadership elections without verification. I would like to ask the honourable member, is this the reason the man who lives in Stornoway is unable or unwilling to get security clearance because of the help he got from the Modi government to take control of that party?
Yes. The honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting we have an NDP Liberal government that is ignoring the fact that we have $400 million that's gone somewhere, 186 ethical violations, but we can back up. We can go to the WE Foundation. We can go back to ArriveCan. Where's the money going? And yet they're not worried about that. Just provide the documents. We'll move forward. And we don't need to be standing here discussing what is important. And what's important for people I talk to are people who want to know what's happening with taxpayer dollars. So if the taxpayer dollars are not accountable, where are they going? They're concerned with that.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Bagot. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a nice example of people who aren't listening to each other. We have, on one side of the House, we're talking about documents that were tabled. On the other side, they're talking about a security clearance. And on their, well, at the end of the day, both of these issues are fundamental, but let's look at what we're doing now. I think that the government, the Conservative Party, a little lapsus, should be able to push its leader to get its security clearance, his security clearance. But at the same time, the government should be able to provide the documents. But at a certain point, does my colleague not think that we need to move on to something else because the House has been blocked for far too long? The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, I would certainly love to move on today. When the documents are produced, if they produce them today, we move on to government business. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and I agree. It's time to move on. It's just, it is troublesome that we have $400 million, we have 186 ethical violations, and nobody will produce the documents.
And the Honourable Member for Bow River.
To my honourable colleague, and I think he explained a little bit about it, but I would suggest, understands documents and the importance to understanding where money goes and following the money. Because innovation is important, as he's pointed out, looking for successful innovation. But following the documents, following the money is a critical piece to this issue. Would my colleague like to comment on that particular issue?
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Well, exactly, and that's SDTC has such a great purpose in promoting innovation within Canada, and we have a lot of smart people in Canada that can help us in developing greener solutions in all sorts of industries. If we don't follow the money, if we can't find out where the money went, there's no accountability, which is the problem. There is no accountability today, and without that accountability, where the money's going, it's like, well, we're not sure where it went. Well, how do we then address future individuals who are looking for funding from SDTC? It's shut down until we can figure out how are we going to get accountability, produce the documents, we'll follow it up from there. The RCMP can follow up with what they can, and then we can move forward to government business.
Questions and comments. The Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so the question of privilege being debated in this chamber at this time is in regards to this question of privilege being referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee so that the process can be determined as to how best to obtain the documents and whatever needs to happen. So right now, what we're debating is this question of privilege. I would like to ask the member, this is about my fourth or fifth, maybe even sixth time asking on behalf of the constituents of Riding of Waterloo, is there any member in this chamber or any political party in this chamber who opposes this question of privilege? Do all members and all parties agree that it needs to follow the process so that we can get to the bottom of this issue? I would like to ask the member why we are not calling the question to ensure the next steps can take place so that we can actually get to the bottom of this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is getting to the point where the Speaker, Speaker Fergus, Mr. Speaker, directed the government to produce the documents, unredacted, in this House. And that's what we're waiting for.
For Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I think when it comes to actually debating privilege in this place, and not all Canadians have the same level of privilege, I think it's important that we remain on the facts and that the Speaker's ruling stands as it stands, and we should not be using misinformation or disinformation. I will assume the member's not intentionally doing it, but we all know what the Speaker's ruling, all know what the question of privilege is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think that descended down into debate. I would also ask the Honourable Member, I know the Honourable Member was done or almost done. The Honourable Member of Kootenay, Columbia. Done? Okay. Moving on. Okay, questions. So we go back. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Grasswick.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to stand in the House today to speak to this. It was interesting because it was actually in the spring that I walked over with our Shadow Minister of Innovation, and he said, "Kevin, I'm on the cusp of a big story. This was about March. We were walking from Confederation Building over to West Block, and he said, this is going to shake the country. And he didn't say much. You know, the member from St. Marguerite's told me back in March that this green slush fund, and I didn't really know anything about this green slush fund, and in fact, I don't think Canadians heard about the green slush fund until probably June. It's called green for a reason, I can see, as the Liberals have filled their pockets. And it's appropriate that we do call it green slush fund. But I was walking over in March when the Innovation Shadow Minister said, you know, think about this. I think this is going to rock Canada because it's way bigger than when Chrétien's government, on the sponsorship scandal, $42 million was handed off to many of their advertising agencies and Liberal friends. We all remember the golf balls being presented out back at the time, and that total bill was $42 million. Today, we're talking 10 times that amount, $400 million. So when the minister of St. Marguerite's told me that in March, little did I realize, wow, 10 times the $42 million on the sponsorship scandal that, by the way, took the Liberals down in defeat, and now this is way bigger. It is way bigger. I know when I walked over here to the House with them, I said, you know, Saturday was my 9th anniversary as a member of Parliament, elected in 2015. Yes, thank you. It was bittersweet then because the Harper government had lost in 2015, but we retained the seat in Saskatoon Grasswood. So what have we accomplished in 9 years?
I believe there's a point of order from the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I hear the member for Timmins and James Bay heckling, and I'm wondering if he just wants to apologize for the tweet from this evening.
That's descending into debate. That's descending into debate. Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Concerned that there's so much rage. They've called us.
I think we're descending into debate once again. We're in a debate, and I'll just wait for this to calm down before acknowledging the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood. We're good. Are we done the second? Are we done the secondary conversation? Monsieur l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I didn't realize that the child care.
The honourable member Timmins James Bay on another point of order.
No, I'm just following up on my colleague and the fact that after you asked us to settle down and respect, that member continued to throw personal attacks at me. I think it's really unacceptable. I asked you to make sure that he behaves. This is a House of Commons, not a friend.
Okay. And I will make sure that we stick to the conversation we're having, which of course is on the privilege motion. And it seems like there's a lot of side conversations going on at the same time. I will suggest the honourable members to stick to what the agenda actually has for us today and take the conversation outside. If you take the conversation outside, if you need to. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswoods. I like to say from the top, but at least, you know, back up a couple of sentences.
No, I could do that. Thank you very much. Like I was saying, Mr. Speaker, Saturday marked the 9th year that I was a member of Parliament. Bittersweet, as I talked about, because the Conservatives lost government that year. But it was interesting because when I look at the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, it was a pretty good organization. It was started in 2001. It's done a lot of good work in energy, agriculture, transportation, cutting greenhouse emissions. Jim Balcelli was once the chair of SDTC. It's been run pretty well until the Liberals took over and filled the board with their cronies. And 2017, all of a sudden, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada changed. But you know, when I mark my 9th anniversary, I just look at the scandals of this government. You know, almost immediately that Christmas was Aga Khan, where the Prime Minister took that vacation, paid vacation. And then later, SNC Lavalin, one of the biggest controversies that we've had in the last 9 years in the House. The Winnipeg Labs, the Wheat Charity that cost the finance minister his job. The Arrive scam, $60 million for an app that really would have cost maybe $80,000 to produce. And then now we have another one, the Green Slush Fund. So in 9 years, we can't count how many scandals this Liberal government has been involved in. And here we have another one. We're on day 12 of this debate. The Liberals, of course, are refusing to obey an order of this House, which would permit the distribution of the documents regarding $400 million scandal. A $400 million scandal. Canadians have seen countless scandals, and I mentioned a number of them already in the last 9 years. This one, though, reaches new heights that we have not seen ever in the House of Commons. The Liberals have gone to tremendous lengths to make sure that the public, the RCMP, and even this House does not obtain access to these documents. That would expose the injustice done with SDTC. The Green Slush Fund, which was called the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, has turned into this slush fund of Liberal insiders. This program was made to give away taxpayer dollars to green technology initiatives, some even in my province of Saskatchewan. It is important to note that this government was directly in charge of appointing the board members to this fund. This means that the Prime Minister himself would have personally appointed some of those board members. What happened to those Liberal insiders that directed funds meant for green technology towards, unfortunately, their own company, totaling $400 million and 186 conflict of interests? Those are 186 incidents where taxpayer money, like me and you, could have gone to help families in this country, many families. A good portion of the families, in fact, are dealing with the cost of living. We could have helped businesses, small businesses in this country, stay afloat. Instead, the money was funneled to companies with ties to senior Liberal officials. Furthermore, the Auditor General found that on top of those staggering numbers, $58 million was given to the company that were ineligible at all for the fund. 10 ineligible projects, I've got them right here, totaling $58 million. Well, actually, $58,784,613. That means that not only taxpayer money was given to people who should not have received a single nickel, 58 million plus was given to those who should have never been considered at all for the fund. That's ridiculous. And this Prime Minister's Canada is where so many are forced now to line up at food banks, including my city, where over 20,000 a month in a city and a province that feeds the world. Disgusting what's happened in this country in the last 9 years. Just think about that. My province, in fact, I met with SARM, Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, this morning. They feed the world. And yet, when they look at all our communities in Saskatchewan, 9 years out from 2015 to 24, there's lineups in every community for food. The cost of living. So, we wonder, the contracts that were given out to Liberal insiders, it would be important, I think, Mr. Speaker, to note some of those 186 conflicts of interest, just to give Canadians an idea of the Liberal corruption that we're seeing today. There was a board member appointed to the Green Slush Fund way back 2016, interesting, right? A year after, who runs a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital. Her company received a total of $250 million from the Green Slush Fund. Some of that came before she was even a member, but $118 million came to the companies that she had invested in while she was on the board. The value of her company amazingly tripled. Surprise! When she was there. Well, I guess. In fact, the Minister of the Environment was a strategic advisor for Cycle Capital from 2009 right up to 2018 before joining the cabinet. In fact, that he also owned shares in that company, which is interesting since, Mr. Speaker, the company got so much money from the Green Slush Fund. As for the Green Slush Fund director, Stephen Kokucha, he previously worked as a Liberal Environment Minister, worked for a Liberal Environment Minister, and also worked as an organizer for the Liberal Party on behalf of the Prime Minister in the province of BC. That is how we get the job on the board of the Green Slush Fund. Unsurprisingly, companies in which had financial interests received $5 million from the fund. Even worse, when questioned in a committee hearing, he downplayed the issue, stating, wow, that's just a small amount of money. It's no big deal at all. No big deal, eh? $5 million. But it's no big deal. No big deal to the Liberal insiders. That's the attitude of this government, and that's the attitude of the board of SDTC. You know, a lot of us have been on boards. We've taken training, governance training. I was part of Johnson Shoyama, a group out of Regina. I can't believe they haven't been scolded long before this. Board members that obviously, when they were put in as a board, went through governance training. They shouldn't be in the room at all when they vote on certain issues dealing with companies that they're associated with. We are surprised. In fact, why are we surprised? The finance minister stood in this house and said, our budget won't exceed $40 billion this year. Well, we're into mid-October. We're at $47 billion. Nothing surprises us. Already 17% over budget, and we're in the middle of October. Liberals know how to spend. They know how to spend to keep their friends happy. This is ridiculous. You know, we look at this, and it's too bad, because I think the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, 20 years was put in a place where we needed this. It was for innovation. I look in my province of Saskatchewan for agriculture. We are the most innovative province when it comes to agriculture in the world. And this fund, SDTC, certainly helped them. They are amongst the best in the world and continue to be so. And they don't need government money to be innovative, Mr. Speaker. Our companies are doing it on their own. The expense of taxpayers, though, that this insider favoritism has become all too common with this Liberal government. And I think one thing is for sure, it really pays to be a Liberal insider. We've seen it with all the violations, the Weed Charity, the Arrive Scan, SNC-Lavalin, along with SDTC. But this is $400 million. This isn't a chunk of change. This is $400 million of taxpayers' money. What could we do with that? We could do a lot in this country. It's only fair to assume that they do not want to comply with the will of the House to cover up this scandal, Mr. Speaker. You have ruled, the Speaker has ruled, that this failure to adhere to the will of Parliament constitutes a breach of privilege, which is why all business in the House has been stalled now. This is the 12th day. 12th day. Canadians, coast to coast to coast, have a right to know what the inside the documents are and what are they trying to hide. It is not only because Conservatives want to give Canadians answers, they want to see the documents released, but it's also because the RCMP has concluded there is reasonable ground to believe that an offence under the Criminal Code may have been committed. The people of Saskatoon Grasswood, Mr. Speaker, who send their hard-earned tax dollars here, want to know where that money went. They want to know where the $400 million. We have these here. 10 ineligible projects totaling $58 million. 90 cases where conflict of interest policies were not followed. That was $75 million. All total here, we got $390 million. It was interesting because I was looking over the testimony by one of the whistleblowers, and I quote, "I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying that there was no criminal intent and nothing to be found. But I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted on this situation. I would be happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate. Full authority would be to give the papers over. That was part of the whistleblower, who we commend, stepping up and helping this country defend $400 million of taxpayers' money given to Liberal insiders. It is unreal that this has taken place in Canada. You know, I read an interesting article, and I know a lot of my friends on the other side probably won't agree with this, but I'm going to quote it from last week. Canada's national newspaper, the Toronto Globe and Mail. It states, and I quote, "The most outrageous show of contempt has been the government's months-long refusal to hand Parliament a complete set of documents that they were ordered to produce in a motion that was passed in this House in June." This is the Globe and Mail. "The Liberals say the production goes too far," and I quote, "more importantly, were the reference to the RCMP not in the order." Now, according to the Globe and Mail editorial, the Liberals would find other excuses, and they have, Mr. Speaker, not to hand over the documents about the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or to release some of them with heavy redactions, as it has done so far. That's because the Federal Ethics Commissioner and the Auditor General both found dozens of cases where SDTC handed out grants totaling tens of millions of dollars without following conflict of interest guidelines. This is the Globe and Mail. This is an editorial of the Globe and Mail, Canada's national newspaper. This isn't the Conservative Party of Canada. This is a well-respected media outlet in this country. The government has no choice, according to the Globe and Mail, to turn the documents over. The House has the absolute power to order the production of government documents, and only it can decide if the order has been respected. As the Speaker ruled in September of 26th of this calendar month, the Globe and Mail editorial states, and I quote again, "The power to order the production of documents is essential to Parliament's role as a check on the government. Without it, it cannot do the work it was created to do. The Liberal government's efforts to subvert that power is a direct attack on Parliament and a show of contempt for this institution." So that was the Globe and Mail last Thursday, the editorial board for the newspaper. You know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that this is far from the first scandal of this government. I named 9 or 10 already in the 10 years that I've been here. SNC, Winnipeg Labs, We Charity. We had a number of ventilators by a former Liberal MP that came through here, Frank Baylis. I know my colleagues on the other side of the House like to think that this is just incompetence on the government's part and that it has nothing to do with them. Well, guess what? Let me remind them that the government is accountable for every one of the ministers is supposed to be accountable for their departments and make them aware that taxpayers in this country are watching. The people involved, making sure the taxpayer money is spent correctly without corruption. The Minister of Education, who the Auditor General said was at fault, is clearly, in this case, not being accountable for his actions. If these actions are criminal, like the RCMP has indicated it could, would this not be a cover-up of criminality? The whole scandal could end if the Liberals simply say, hand over the unredacted documents today. If the RCMP finds nothing of value in the documents, well, then so be it. We move on. Then we move on to Randy versus Randy. And that's another one that we're going to be talking in the House very shortly. So over a span of 5 years, the board approved 405 transitions. And out of these, this is where the auditor found the 186 conflict of interest, which equals about 82% That means 82% of the examined transactions individuals gained from their own decisions to sign over the money. This lack of oversight is highlighted by the Auditor General. It's allowed for more conflicts of interest to persist without even being addressed, Mr. Speaker, ultimately contributing to a very serious ethical lapse within the government's handling of these transactions. Canadians have a right to know where $390 million have gone. They pay their hard-earned taxes, each and every one of us, and I think it's deplorable, just deplorable, how this government has wasted away $390 million. Not one of them is standing up in this House in the last 12 days talking about government waste. And this is a form of a violation. We need to have those documents to the RCMP unredacted. They need to see them, and we can move on to another corruption that I think this House will deal with, Randy versus Randy. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member referred to Parliamentary Budget Officer's note on the deficit. I would like to ask the member his comments on the inflation rate, which has fallen to 1.6%, the interest rates, fourth time, tomorrow it's going to get cut by Bank of Canada. In fact, the interest rates are projected to be 3% by July 2025. Yesterday, there was a report on Canadian Consumer Index rising to 30 months high. Stock Exchange Index, I would like to know the member's comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no confidence anymore in this country. You're from Nepean. I look at the Toronto stock, the member is from Nepean. I look at the Toronto condo industry right now that has collapsed. Why? They have absolutely no faith in this government. They have destroyed the housing industry in 9 short years in this country. We have tents in every city. It's deplorable when I walk down Bank Street here in Ottawa. We see our big friend Mike outside in his tent. We all talk to him. He used to be from Saskatchewan. You ever stop and talk to him why he's been on that tent for the last 3 years? I have. He's got a tent. He's got his dog inside. He can't afford anything. Canadians can't afford anything. 2 million plus Canadians are lining up at a food bank. And this member thinks we're okay right now? I can't see it, Mr. Speaker. I really can't. Canadians are hurting more than they have ever hurt.
The Honourable Member for La Salle et Marverdun. Mr. Speaker, Schopenhauer, a philosopher, said that life is a pendulum that swings between suffering and annoyance and boredom. Here, on this side of the House, we're a bit bored and annoyed, but I think on the other side of the House, there is some suffering caused by self-sabotage. The Liberals are sabotaging their own parliamentary agenda. Can my colleague explain to the House why, in his view, the government is self-sabotaging by refusing to produce the documents called for by the House? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank my bloc friend. A very good question. I think if I had a fly tomorrow on the wall of the Liberal caucus, we might know. I mean, the Prime Minister hasn't been here for weeks. The Prime Minister is facing a revolt within his own caucus. They're 20 points down in the polls. It's interesting. Do they want to be here? Probably not. But they can set 2 or 3 of them in here, Mr. Speaker, and talk about what we're talking about. Give the documents over. We can move on. We haven't done a government bill in this House for over 2 weeks. And it appears that they're in no hurry for this, which is a crime for all Canadians watching here. It's not our fault as opposition members. It is the government's fault that they haven't got the unredacted documents in front of the RCMP so we can move on.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I always love listening to my colleague. Not only does he make many great points, but he says them so eloquently. He's just got this beautiful voice that's so easy to listen to in these parts. Mr. Speaker, if I could ask him one question, it's this. Canadians need to know the truth, $400 million worth of the truth. What could the Liberals possibly be hiding that they would be prepared to grind Parliament to a standstill? It must be something salacious. Does he agree?
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I want to thank my honourable member from Kamloops. He's done a great job on this. As I said, the sponsorship scandal back in the day was $42 million, and all the Canadians went, oh, what are they saying about this? 10 times the amount, $400 million, and we don't know all the specifics because they won't hand over the documents to the RCMP. That's all we're asking. Let's move on. Unredacted documents to the RCMP. Canadians deserve to know where $372,774 is going.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we're not playing the game that the Conservatives want to play. The Conservatives want to put the Conservative Party first and foremost. We want to put the concerns of Canadians first and foremost. And to try to give the false impression that it is the government in any fashion whatsoever that is preventing legislation from debating, it is the Conservatives that refuse to allow a vote on the motion that they've actually have put on the floor. It is the Conservative Party of Canada, the far right, that goes out to discredit the RCMP. Don't listen to what the RCMP say. Don't listen to what the Auditor General of Canada is saying. Don't listen to what the former Deputy Law Clerk is saying. We have our game to play, and who gives a damn about Canadians? That's the attitude that we hear from the Conservatives day in and day out. The question I have for the members, when is the Conservative Party of Canada going to start caring about Canadians as opposed to their own personal self-interests?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say one thing to the Honourable Member from Winnipeg. Call the carbon tax election. Bring it on. Okay? Bring it on. If this is what this government wants to do, don't show any of the documents. Don't tell Canadians where the $390 million is, because we have an idea. And the RCMP would have an idea. The Auditor General has an idea where it went to their friends. And they're embarrassed about it, Mr. Speaker, and obviously they don't want to show the documents because it would be troubling not only for those involved in their companies, but for the Liberal Party of Canada and this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Charleswood, St. James's, no? All right, I guess the Honourable Member Kamloops, Thompson Caribou wants to give another try.
Oh, it's always great to get back in the ring for another swing here, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And I hear the member from Winnipeg, and it's not what he says, but the volume with which he says it that always impresses me. Mr. Speaker, I hear my colleague from Saskatoon Grassland, and he is speaking just eminently reasonable language here, and yet we have the member from Winnipeg, who, interestingly enough, speaks on behalf of the whole Liberal caucus. In fact, in this whole debate, I'd be very interested to go see. You would probably hear him speak more than every other Liberal combined. Does that mean he's the only one who really believes these things? Because it's just ridiculous and unbelievable. I wonder if my colleague could have a word about that. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, I think what's at stake here, Mr. Speaker, is the 186 violations. The 186 ethical violations of this company that started out very good in 2001. I talked about a lot of good things that the Sustainable Development Technology Canada did. But since this government took over, since they filled the board with their Liberal cronies, now we're seeing some issues. And 186 ethical violations totaling $390 million. Canadians deserve an answer.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member mentioned answering a previous question that the Liberals are lagging 20% below in the opinion polls. With inflation rates falling to 1.6%, interest rates falling, consumer confidence index increasing, the so-called lead of 20% has already shrunk to 13% today, and it will disappear to 0% soon. So I would like to ask the members' comment on that.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood in about 50 seconds.
You know, all I got to say is Canadians are hurting. I go everywhere in my riding. I go to rinks, I go to the Legion, I door knock. In fact, we're having a provincial election right now. And it's funny because Scott Moe, who's the premier, isn't running against the NDP. He's running against the national NDP and the Liberals. And he's going to win next Monday on that, because people in my province are fed up with the federal Liberals and the NDP. And you know what? On Monday, you're going to see what's going to happen in my province. They'll be returned again. As Mr. Bill Wazer did a wonderful editorial today in the Saskatoon Star Phoenix, this will be an historic election win for the Sask Party on Monday night.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to get up on behalf of the great people of Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Conservatives have been saying this for months, but to be honest, when I've been saying stop the crime, I wasn't until now thinking about the crime actually being committed by the government. What made me think about it was the response in debate last night by my colleague from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. He was asked about delivering documents to the RCMP, and he's a retired police officer, Mr. Speaker, and what he said was that the government isn't acting like the victim of a crime. You see, he went on to say, victims normally, they want to cooperate with the police. He said the Liberals were behaving the way the perpetrator of a crime would behave, not cooperating, deflecting, stonewalling, trying to avoid at all costs providing important evidence to the police. So when Conservatives say stop the crime, it's sad to say people now need to be wary of their own government's participation in the crime. It's time to call the cops. And where is ministerial responsibility in all of this? Why isn't the minister insisting on documents being delivered to the RCMP? Now, I know that my colleagues will say, oh, the RCMP said they don't want it, that it's a breach of charter rights, and that it's a violation of people's privacy, and that it's not the place of the elected official body, the House of Commons, to actually provide evidence to the police. But I have here actually a letter just dated to the chair of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, dated October 9th, 2024, Mr. Speaker. It's from the Commissioner of the RCMP, Mike Duham. You know what he says? He says, I wish to inform you that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigation into SDTC is ongoing. He goes on to say, we have received documents from the law clerk and parliamentary counsel that were produced pursuant to a June 10th, 2024 order of the House of Commons. So they're obviously okay with receiving documents from the House of Commons. So the argument that they're making, the fallacious argument that they're standing behind, that somehow this is a breach of charter rights, that the RCMP doesn't want any documents from us, it's just not true. It begs the question, why aren't they delivering these documents? And I'm going to get to that, Mr. Speaker. Now, for people watching, I just want to go back a bit and explain what happened. This House voted for the evidence to be produced, and the various departments and agencies of government. And so you correctly ruled that the House order had not been complied with and is a matter of privilege. Now Liberals are saying the Auditor General's report isn't sufficient. They want to turn this over to committee to study it even more. You know, Mr. Speaker, when most people who are the victim of a crime are asked, should we call a committee or should we call the police? They don't say, let's call a committee. They say, let's call the police. Most people would say that the Auditor General's report is enough in and of itself to call the police. Another committee report won't do anything but further delay the process, stonewalling again the ability of this House to hold the government accountable. I asked those watching the proceedings today, if someone steals from you, do you call a committee or do you call the police? And I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that there are so many problems with SDTC that need to be highlighted. I'm going to just go through some of the horrible details that have fanned the flame of this scandal. So from March 1st, 2017 to December 31st, 2023, Sustainable Development Technology Canada's board approved 226 startup, scale-up, and ecosystem projects to receive $836 million. 8 startup and scale-up projects totaling $51 million did not meet eligibility criteria. Did not meet the eligibility criteria, Mr. Speaker. For example, some projects did not support the development of or demonstration of a new technology, or the projected environmental benefits were unreasonable. 2 ecosystem projects totaling $8 million were ineligible because they did not fund or support the development or demonstration of a new technology. They approved $20 million for seed projects without completing screening and assessments required by the contribution agreements with the government. $123 million worth of contracts were found to have been given inappropriately. This is the Auditor General. With $59 million being given to projects that never should have been awarded any money at all. 82% of these contracts were found to have been part of a conflict of interest. On top of this, the Auditor General found that over $330 million in taxpayers' money was paid out in over 180 cases where there was a potential conflict of interest with Liberal-appointed directors, and this is the important part. This is what this is all about. Liberal-appointed directors funneling money to companies that they own. Let me say that again. Liberal-appointed directors funneling money, taxpayers' money, companies that they own. In other words, funneling money to themselves. What do you do when somebody funnels illegally taxpayer dollars to themselves, Mr. Speaker? What do? You call the police. What do? You call the police. So, but again, we don't have ministerial accountability, Mr. Speaker. The minister is nowhere. He'll stand up and say, well, we shut it down. But what then? Of course they shut it down. They had no choice to because the Auditor General caught them red-handed. But what's next? Why aren't they cooperating with the police? That's really the big question. And the answer has to be, Mr. Speaker, there's got to be some really bad stuff in these documents that these Liberals don't want to come out. Now, I can understand why they don't want it to come out. They're hanging on by a thread. You know, there's several. Well, there are several members that I'm looking at across the aisle here who signed a letter that have asked. They want the Prime Minister to step down. The discord within the discord. You know, they're over there. They're over there. They're over there. They're over there. They're everywhere, Mr. Speaker. They've all signed the letter, and yet still, for some reason, they come into this House today and they say, no. The Liberals are trying to circumvent charter rights and the privacy of Canadians. And, when money's stolen, you don't call the police, you call a committee. That's what these members are trying to have us believe. And you know what? It's just total nonsense. It's obfuscation. And I feel sometimes, like Mr. Speaker, that some of these members are suffering from the Stockholm Syndrome. They're like, they don't know what to do. They're like held prisoners. Should we criticize the Prime Minister and then we'll go and protect the Prime Minister? And then they're protecting the Prime Minister the next day and then they're criticizing the Prime Minister. They don't know what to do. They're completely lost. They're completely falling apart. And Canadians see it for what it is. They're a tired, out of steam, corrupt government that really needs to call it a day. There were other things that happened at SDTC. They weren't even in compliance with this basic requirement to have 15 members separate from its board of directors that represent Canadians and appoint most of its board. Instead, they only had 2. As a direct result of this, Canada's Ethics Commissioner ruled in July that the Prime Minister's hand-picked chair, $51 billion green slush fund broke the law. The Liberal government was aware about the chair's conflicts but decided to appoint her to the position anyway. Of all this, the Auditor General said, quote, like all organizations funded by Canadian taxpayers, SDTC has a responsibility to conduct its business in a manner that is transparent, accountable, and compliant with legislation. This sordid affair leaves serious concerns about this government's ability to account for public funds. And I ask the question, how can we account for public funds? We are the official opposition. It's our job to hold the government to account, but they don't want to be held to account. All they have to do is release these documents to the RCMP. As I said earlier, the Commissioner said, we've received documents from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council. So the argument that the RCMP isn't interested in seeing documents produced by the House of Commons, just simply, it is not true, and it does not hold up, Mr. Speaker. Now, you know, as stunning as these revelations are, and I just pause because I'm still trying to get my head around it, Mr. Speaker, as stunning as these revelations are by the Auditor General, we shouldn't be surprised because this is a government that has no problem with ethical lapses. Now, my short time today, Mr. Speaker, does not allow me to go through every scandal of this Liberal government. There are really too many to mention in the short period of time that I have. But, you know, we all remember, for example, the SNC-Lavalin affair. That company had been charged under the criminal code and was actively lobbying the Prime Minister for something called the Deferred Prosecution Agreement. The problem was our criminal code didn't allow for deferred prosecution agreements. So what did they do? They slipped the provision in to a massive budget bill, what we call omnibus budget bills, hoping nobody would ask why it was there. And sure enough, nobody did. And all of a sudden, the criminal code contained a clause that allowed for a deferred prosecution agreement. Then, the Prime Minister pressured his then Attorney General, the first Indigenous Attorney General in Canadian history, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to agree to a deferred prosecution deal for SNC-Lavalin. Now, what I find interesting about this story is that I actually read Jody Wilson-Raybould's book after she left office, and she said a bunch of really interesting things. And I wish I could have had enough time to read the whole book, but I'm just going to read this one passage. She says, as I sat there in that room, a big room, all by myself, waiting for the Prime Minister, you-know-who, to arrive, I asked myself why I felt that I had to try and help him out of this mess, to protect him, especially when his government had been digging a deeper and deeper hole by the hour by not coming clean on how I was pushed to take over the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin to enable them to enter into a deferred prosecution agreement, or DPA, especially when his office had been telling their MPs to repeat lines they knew were not accurate. This sounds very familiar, a very familiar pattern, Mr. Speaker, because it's exactly what's going on right now. The Prime Minister is sending his members out. He's sending the member from Winnipeg North out to defend the indefensible. And the member from Winnipeg North knows it's indefensible, but he'll stand up and do it anyway because he's not being true to himself. You know, as Polonius in Hamlet said to his son Laertes, to thine own self be true. To thine own self be true. And I know that the member for Winnipeg North has been co-opted by this Prime Minister into saying things he wouldn't normally say to defend the indefensible. And that's the tale of this Prime Minister. It's a pattern of using people. He used Jody Wilson-Raybould, he's using the member from Winnipeg North, and he's using every single Liberal member who will come into this House and say, oh, the RCMP won't accept the documents, or, oh, the Conservatives want to breach Canadians' charter rights. You know, earlier one of my colleagues asked a Liberal member, which charter right? And you know what the answer he got back was? She didn't know. She rambled on and on about something incomprehensible. And you know, we've asked that question a few times. I'd like an answer to that question, actually. Maybe we should do an order paper question to get it in writing. What specifically is the right, the charter right? What section? What is the right of Canadians that they're protesting? You know, and I know they're heckling me. I know the member from Winnipeg North likes to heckle. You know, it's too bad they don't let anyone else in that caucus talk except him. I guess, you know, he probably holds some kind of record for the most words in the House. He'll be down in the Guinness Book of World Records for that. But it's a pattern this Prime Minister used Jody Wilson-Raybould. He's using the member for Winnipeg North. He's using all these Liberal members to protect him. At the same time, it's like cognitive dissonance. They're signing letters for him to leave, and then they're coming into the House and they're protecting him. You can't make this stuff up, Mr. Speaker. And then, of course, there was the We Charity scandal. The Prime Minister wanted to help out his friends at We Charity by giving them an untendered billion-dollar sweetheart deal after they paid large speaking fees to his family members. A bit closer to home city, the Liberal government once again refused to release documents, this sounds familiar, relating to the Winnipeg Lab and those who work there. We've spoken a lot about foreign interference in the House of Commons lately, and this is a prime example of it. The Prime Minister knew about the shady dealings that were taking place and still refused to come clean. In fact, they were so worried, Mr. Speaker, about these Winnipeg Lab documents that they sued you. They sued the former Speaker, not you, Mr. Speaker, but they sued. They actually went to court to try and stop the Speaker from releasing documents that ultimately ended up getting released. And you know, it's interesting, this whole debate about security clearance, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have security clearance because I was the sub on the Winnipeg Labs subcommittee. And so I actually read all the documents months and months before I knew about the spies, the Chinese spies in the Winnipeg Lab, the Communist Party spies, I should say, in the Winnipeg Lab. I knew about all that, but you know, for 6 months, I couldn't say a word. I couldn't talk about it. I was muzzled. And when the member opposite from Winnipeg North gets up and asks me the question, well, why won't the Leader of the Opposition get a security clearance? That's going to be my answer. So I'm just going to preempt the question right away. You don't need to ask me because he knows very well that you can have all this information, but if you can't talk about it, you cannot hold the government accountable. And that is not the tinfoil hat conspiracy reasons that member holds for why the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want to get security clearance. Not those tinfoil hat reasons, Mr. Speaker, but his reason is to protect the Canadians, to protect taxpayers from the malfeasance of this Liberal government. Now, back in 2015, soon after Canadians granted the Liberals a majority government, the Prime Minister said, the reality is that this system requires a high degree of openness, transparency, and accountability in order to maintain Canadians' confidence in our democracy and system of government. I can assure Canadians that our party always follows the rules and it always supports all the values and principles associated with those rules. Whatever happened to that, Mr. Speaker? Where is that transparency, those sunny ways that the Prime Minister promised? They're gone. And I really wonder, Mr. Speaker, what it would take for Liberal MPs to do the right thing. They've been strung along by this Prime Minister for years. One excuse after another, one con after another. I look across the aisle to the government benches and I see several Liberal members who may have believed in the Prime Minister at one time. I wonder what they believe now. If the We Charity scandal, the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the Winnipeg Lab scandal, Rive scandal, and all the other scandals, all of which cost Canadians hundreds of millions of dollars, were not enough for them to stand up to the Prime Minister and say enough is enough. What will cause them to finally do the right thing? Canadians have been taken advantage of by this Prime Minister, and those who are sitting in the Liberal backbenches are idly standing by, just allowing it to happen. And so I asked my colleagues across the aisle, just as I said earlier, just as Polonius said to Laertes, will they be true to themselves? will they stand up in the House of Commons and refuse to sit idly by while the Prime Minister keeps increasing taxes on Canadians for the benefit of wealthy Liberal friends and insiders? Will they stand up and fight for their communities and their constituents who sent them to this place, or will they once again give this failing Prime Minister a pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. And I look forward to this one. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to disappoint the member opposite, because he does raise a very interesting issue. But before we get into the actual question, it should be noted to all the Conservative members that are speaking, the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada to be held in contempt of Parliament, no other than Stephen Harper. Guess who his parliamentary secretary was? The current leader of the Conservative Party. It was the great defender of the contempt back then. Nothing has changed. Think about it. Now the leader of the Conservative Party feels, it's okay, I don't need to get a security clearance. He's the only leader in the House of Commons that figures he doesn't need to get it. Now, the member opposite says, well, he shouldn't get it after all. It's not in his best interest to do it. Let me provide a quote from Wesley Wark. Now, Wesley Wark, before he's critical of this individual, was an advisor to both Conservative and Liberal governments. And here's what he has to say. Conservative leader, fill in the blank, is playing with Canadians by refusing to get top-level security clearance on foreign interference, according to one national expert. I'm wondering if the member might want to retract some of his comments and give advice to his leader to do the honourable thing, do what the leader of the Bloc, the NDP, and the Green have done, and the Prime Minister, and get the security clearance.
Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
You know, I find it interesting, Mr. Speaker. You know, there are people that are going to be voting in the next federal election that weren't even born when Prime Minister Harper was elected Prime Minister. That's how far back they're having to go to dig these things up. And I always also question, you know, it just seems odd to me. You know, you can go back and look at other governments and, you know, some things go well, some things maybe don't always go so well, but they'll pick on something that didn't go so well and they'll say, well, you know, that was bad. And, you know, so what if this is bad? In other words, they're defending their malfeasance. They're saying, well, you know, they did it, so it's okay that we did it. And that's absolutely shameful. We should be striving for more. Government should be striving for more, and that member should be striving for better.
Questions and comments on the member for Abitibi-Timiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Conservative colleague referred to this quasi-monopolistic situation of the member for Winnipeg North, who always speaks for the Liberal Party. But if we looked at the ability to defend the indefendable, does my Conservative colleague think that the member for Winnipeg North will be the only Liberal left during the next Parliament if this trend keeps up?
James Assiniboia, Headingley.
Oh, I love that question. Thank you so much for that question, because we have an excellent candidate in Winnipeg North. An excellent candidate, Rachel Punzel, and she's been door-knocking relentlessly. And I have no doubt that she is going to be the next Member of Parliament for Winnipeg North. Don't you all agree? Yeah, Rachel is great, and she's going to be here, and she's actually going to do something that the member for Winnipeg North doesn't understand. She's actually going to stick to the facts and get things accomplished for her constituents and not just speak ad nauseum about nothing.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take advantage of this situation to ask my colleague a question. We're in a strange situation where the Prime Minister said that he had information stating that the Conservative Party has members involved in foreign interference, and the Conservative leader says that he wants the names. This is absolutely illegal. And then the Conservative leader said he doesn't want to get his security clearance. Why should the Conservative Party leader remain ignorant? The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James.
You know, looking over at that member, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult for me to respond because he's sitting next to the member from Timmins, James Bay, who actually tweeted out a highly anti-Semitic tweet just the other day.
Point of order, Member Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, you can't do indirectly what you can't get away with directly. This morning, the Conservatives called us dogs. They called us cockroaches. Now they're throwing anti-Semitic smears. I'm here to do it.
That's just again, we shouldn't be calling people names in this thing, but I will let the honourable member Charles Wood St. James Assiniboia continue.
Yeah, I said the tweet was anti-Semitic, Mr. Speaker, and it is. He's feeding into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He said, when it comes to foreign political interference, nothing matches the Israel lobby.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I just want to clarify that for you, it's okay if the Conservatives refer to New Democrats as anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists. Is that your ruling, Speaker? I'd like to have that ruling clarified, because to me, that would stand as a personal attack and beneath the dignity of this House. But I'm not sure how low the dignity of the House goes these days watching the Conservatives. So could you clarify if anti-Semitic attacks or attacks of calling people anti-Semitic who are here to do their job is Parliament? I personally would be very surprised, but I certainly would like to hear your judgment on this, Speaker.
I mean, the honourable member was referring to a tweet, wasn't referring specifically to any individual in this House. It has been allowed in the past on reference. So if we're going to continue to do that, I would just caution everyone to refer to issues and not specifically to the individuals that happen to be in this chamber. The honourable member for Charles Wood St. James Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just read it. It says, when it comes to foreign political interference, nothing matches the Israeli lobby, who are all over Parliament and NDP conventions. No surprise that Israeli media throw this report behind Poilievre, who is mired in his own foreign intelligence scandal. That's what he wrote, Mr. Speaker. And my question...
Order. No, just the honourable member did refer to the Leader of the Opposition by his name, so I just want to make sure that he doesn't do that. Another point of order. The honourable Timmins James Bay of Assiniboia. Timmins James Bay.
The work that we've been doing on foreign interference and this attempt to draw in something. Now, I wasn't even part of this discussion, so I'm sitting here doing my work, and you're saying it's perfectly okay to make these attacks.
I think we're just falling into debate. This is just falling into debate. The honourable member Charles Wood St. James Assiniboia Headingley.
So,
there's a point of order on the screen. The honourable member Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm observing, and I do apologize, I'm participating virtually, but it did appear to me that the honourable member for Timmins James Bay was accused of posting something anti-Semitic specific to his name and the name of his riding, saying he'd done it by tweet. It does strike me that is unparliamentary. But again, Mr. Speaker, I'm not attempting to call any of your rulings into question. I just wasn't sure if you were aware that had transpired, at least from what I saw from where I am.
Yep, no, I'm well aware of that. But I will go back and look at that more specifically. The honourable member for Charles Wood St. James Assiniboia Headingley.
For itself, if the member had wanted to do the right thing, he could stand up and apologize to Canada's Jewish community for making this post. And I would like to ask for consent to table his tweet with the clerk.
There is a request for consent for the honourable member to table that document. All those in agreement? Point of order, the honourable member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to belabor the point, but what has happened here is that a statement I made about the Israeli lobby has been taken by the Conservatives to make it as that I am anti-Semitic. That is a false statement, Speaker. You may think that that's parliamentary, but that is a false statement. It's also given the dark history of it.
I said I would go back. I said I would go back. I said I would go back and refute it. I have the microphone. I have the microphone. I have the microphone. And I said I would go in and review it, and I would maybe caution the members for Charleswood, St. James, and Aboyna Headingley to complete his comment, but to be careful. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, and Aboyna Headingley.
I made my point, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table this, though. Do we have consent?
No, there's no consent. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, and I know from his background history, tracking of accounting, tracking of documents, tracking of following the money is a real critical aspect of this particular case. And I know from his background how thorough he is and how he would understand this. So just like him to make a comment on how critical this issue is to following the money.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, and Aboyna Headingley.
I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question, Mr. Speaker, and that's what this is all about. There were Liberal appointees at SDTC, the Green Slush Fund, who literally directed hundreds of millions of tax dollars to themselves. And the only way we can find out exactly what happened is for the government to produce the documents that the House called for and that you, Mr. Speaker, ordered. So unless and until we receive those documents, we'll never know. It just begs the question. It must be really, really, really bad for this government not to give out those documents so that we can see actually where hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars actually went.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable parliamentary secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if the member is aware that the individuals the Conservatives consistently bring up as that Liberal-friendly appointment was actually a Conservative advisor to Brian Mulroney, Stephen Harper, and Jim Flaherty. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but she donated literally thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party. And yet they want to call her a Liberal insider giving Liberal grants. You know, that might have been the days of Stephen Harper's and the way in which he treated appointments and so forth. That is not the way that's taken here. And when the government found out about the information, it took swift action to shut the thing down and actually ensure that we can continue moving forward in getting to the bottom of the issue. Why does the Conservative Party continue to mislead Canadians speech after speech after speech when they know it's just not true?
For member for Charleswood, St. James, and Aboyna Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the bottom line is that there are people appointed to SDTC under this government's watch that stole, directed hundreds of millions of dollars to themselves.
That's right.
That's the point. And the other point is they can say they shut it down, but they're not taking the next step. You know, when someone's a victim of a crime, Mr. Speaker, they call the police. If they're the perpetrator of a crime, they want to avoid that at all costs. I'll allow people watching this debate to decide which one it is.
Yeah.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon, Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I find it quite amazing that Liberals try again and again to mislead the public. There was 186 conflicts of interest found by the Auditor General in SDTC. There was $390 million given to Liberal insiders. So I think there's a huge problem now that the Liberals have is they won't release the documents to show the actual facts on who got rich, most of their friends, and they won't release the names of traitors in this Parliament. My question is, why are these Liberals being so unaccountable when in 2015 they promised to be the most accountable government in Canada?
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I know that calling people anti-Semitic is okay. Now they're calling people traitors, but I asked you, Speaker, because the accusations are about members of his own party. So if he's going to call people traitors in his own party, he should at least have the...
Again, where? Same point of order. The honourable for Kamloops Thompson.
Speak for his comment.
We're done discussing it. Question. Point of order, the Honourable Timmins James Bay. On another point of order?
Well, just in fairness to my colleague, you have ruled that these are a perfectly acceptable conversation, so I don't think I have to apologize for anything for standing up for the rule of law in Canada. They need to explain why they're supporting.
We keep falling into debate, and I'm almost done talking about debate, but the Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, on questions and comments, let's change the tone, Mr. Speaker. I think it was time someone calm and collected took the floor. Now, in the previous speech, the arguments were better expressed than what we've been hearing for some time. She said, when you're a victim of a crime, you want to be able to phone the police, not a parliamentary committee. So I'd like confirmation of that. If something happens, I want to know that I should call the police and not a parliamentary committee. So we agree that the documents should be provided. And the member for Winnipeg North, even though he won't say so, he's starting to look like he agrees. This has been discussed for quite some time, and it's kind of nice to see that maybe the member in question is shifting his position a little bit. It's quite impressive, all the imagination that's been brought to bear to fill up all this time, this debate time. Could we perhaps stop just filling time and start serving the people we're here for? So we're ready to vote on this. We're going to force the government to the documents, fork them over, and let's move on to something else. There's legislation that needs to move forward, including a great bill on old age pensions, which the Conservatives agree with. So when can we get down to it? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
There's a lot there. I have a great deal of respect for that member, and I do think it's just common sense for the government to turn over these unredacted documents to the RCMP. They've already said, the Commissioner's already said he's receiving documents already. So, you know, their argument that it can't be done for some reason just isn't true. They should just do it and get it done so we can get to the bottom of this mess.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. Just so we know, we're going to have to cut the speech off in about 11 minutes. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 long years of hardships from an NDP Liberal government, Canadians are tired of being confronted again and again with undeniable evidence of corruption, mismanagement, and a complete lack of regard for accountability. The negligent Liberal government, propped up by their NDP accomplices, has consistently failed Canadians, leading us down a path of rising costs, crime, and scandals. The time has come for us to question the integrity of those elected who choose to benefit themselves instead of doing their duty to serve the public. We must face the truth. This NDP Liberal government is not only unreliable, but fundamentally untrustworthy. We as Canadians deserve leadership that serves the people, not one that serves itself. We deserve transparency and accountability, not a government that uses its power to cover up its misdeeds. We deserve a country where the priorities are affordable living, public safety, and honest governance, not one plagued by scandal after scandal. Let's take a moment just to reflect on how damaging these past 9 years have been. One of the most blatant examples of this government's betrayal of public trust is why we are holding this debate here today. The $390 million corruption scandal tied to Liberal appointees in Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC. The Auditor General's report uncovered 186 conflicts of interest, where Liberals insiders used taxpayer dollars to enrich themselves through various companies. Let that sink in. Through this green slush fund, 186 separate instances where people in positions of trust exploited public funds to line their own pockets. This is not mere incompetence. This is corruption at its absolute worst. In response, what have we seen from this Liberal government? Deflection, obstruction, and a refusal to accept responsibility. They have paralyzed Parliament by refusing to hand over unredacted documents to the police for a criminal investigation. The Speaker of the House has ruled that this refusal is a violation of parliamentary privilege. It has even been revealed that despite the Speaker's ruling, the Liberal government is still withholding and censoring information. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. The Liberals even lack the integrity to follow the rules made by one of their own members. And yet, the NDP Liberal coalition continues to obstruct justice, protecting their friends while Canadians suffer. This government is more focused on safeguarding its own interests and addressing the real issues that are crippling Canadian families right now. This pattern of scandal and corruption runs deep. We have seen this government continuously attempt to bury its wrongdoings, not only in this case, but in over 15 other occasions in the past 9 years. The integrity of our democracy is at stake when those who are in power believe that they are above the law. Canadians deserve better, and they will get that when they elect a Conservative government. Speaker, this $390 million corruption case is just one scandal in a long line of Liberal misconduct since this Prime Minister took office in 2015. From the SNC-Lavalin affair to the We Charity scandal to invoking the Emergencies Act without cause and freezing citizens' bank accounts, this NDP Liberal government has demonstrated time and time again that they are willing to break the rules to serve their own interests. Let's start with the SNC-Lavalin affair of 2019, one of the most high-profile scandals in recent memory. This case involved allegations of the Prime Minister and his staff when they attempted to pressure the then Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould to intervene in a criminal prosecution of the Quebec-based engineering firm SNC-Lavalin, which was accused of bribery in Libya. When Wilson-Raybould refused to comply, she was removed from her position. That scandal sparked outrage, leading to Wilson-Raybould's resignation from the cabinet. The Ethics Commissioner ultimately ruled that the Prime Minister had violated ethics laws by exerting under pressure, showing a blatant disregard for the rule of law in Canada. Speaker, then there's the We Charity scandal in 2020. The Liberal government awarded $912 million in student grant contracts to We Charity, an organization with very close ties to the Prime Minister and his family. It was later revealed that both the Prime Minister and then Finance Minister Bill Morneau had family members who received payments from We Charity for speaking engagements. In the face of conflict of interest, the contract was cancelled and Morneau resigned. While the Prime Minister was cleared of any wrongdoing by the Ethics Commissioner in this case, Morneau was found guilty of breaching ethics rules. Once again, we see a Liberal government mired in scandal and corruption. Speaker, then we have the Aga Khan vacation scandal of 2017. And this is yet another example of the Prime Minister's personal disregard for ethical governance. The Prime Minister and his family accepted a vacation on the private island of the Aga Khan, whose foundation receives millions of dollars in taxpayer money in federal funding. This trip was paid for by the Aga Khan, and it led to the Ethics Commissioner ruling that the Prime Minister had violated 4 sections of the Conflict of Interest Act, making him the first sitting Prime Minister in Canadian history to be found in violation of the Act. And who can forget the blackface scandal of 2019? During the federal election campaign, photos and videos surfaced of the Prime Minister wearing blackface and brownface makeup at various events. Though the Prime Minister issued a half-hearted public apology, Canadians are left questioning his judgment. The list of scandals just doesn't stop there. Mr. Speaker, the trip to India controversy in 2018 saw the Prime Minister's official trip to India turn into an international embarrassment when it was revealed that Jaspal Atwal, a convicted Sikh extremist, had been invited to official events with the Canadian delegation. The trip was widely regarded as a diplomatic failure, and questions were raised about the Prime Minister's judgment and government's vetting processes. Then there was the Cash for Access fundraising scandal of 2016, where wealthy individuals paid large sums of money to attend exclusive fundraising events, gaining personal access to the Prime Minister and senior Liberal ministers. This scandal was so blatantly corrupt, it prompted changes to Canada's political financing laws and raised concerns about the integrity of the Liberal government's dealings with donors. Then, Speaker, there's also the issue of former Governor General Julie Payette, a Liberal appointee who created an environment of toxicity and harassment she needed to be fired for her gross misconduct. And what else would you expect from a friend of this current Prime Minister? Well, of course, also we can't forget the reckless spending. And despite racking up expenses while in her role, she continued to cause over $277,000 in additional legal expenditures. And ultimately, the lack of scrutiny in making government appointees and the problems that this causes are a very common theme for this Liberal government. The Winnipeg Virology Lab scandal in 2021 saw the Liberal government come under fire for refusing to provide Parliament with unredacted documents about the firing of 2 scientists from a high-security virology lab. This case remains shrouded in secrecy, with concerns about potential security breaches and the shipment of dangerous viruses to a communist Chinese military research facility. The government's refusal to comply with House orders has raised serious questions about transparency and national security. More recently, in 2023, we learned about the McKinsey scandal, where the federal government awarded $209 million in contracts to McKinsey & Company without proper, adequate oversight. Many of these contracts were awarded on a non-competitive basis, raising concerns about the government's procurement practices and the potential conflicts of interest. So once again, we see the Liberals giving away Canadian taxpayer dollars to their friends. Remorseless corruption to the core. Mr. Speaker, then we also have the ArriveCan controversy, or should I say Arrive scam. Corruption was evident throughout the entire saga of the NDP Liberal government's $60 million Arrive scam app, which could have been developed for a fraction of the price, but it ended up enriching GC Strategies, a shady 2-person IT company who did no actual IT work, but had strong connections to officials in the Liberal upper ranks. Now, the Auditor General has confirmed that they will be conducting a performance audit of all contracts and payments related to GC Strategies and other companies incorporated by the founders. This will impact all departments, agencies, and Crown corporations who had dealings with the group.
I hate to interrupt the honourable member, but we've come to the allocated time. We move on to oral questions. The honourable member will have about 9 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock when she resumes her discussion on this question of privilege. Comme il est 14 heures, c'est le temps pour...
It being 2 o'clock, it's time for statements by members.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, gratitude and pride were the 2 themes that permeated at the opening of LiUNA Local 183's headquarters in the city of Vaughan. Pride in the official opening of the new state-of-the-art headquarters representing 70,000 members strong and their families, and gratitude for those 400 workers who in 1952 formed Local 183, and the members who have followed and fought for better working conditions, better benefits, and a better and brighter future for us all. Mr. Speaker, I extend my warmest congratulations to Business Manager Jack Oliveira and the LiUNA Local 183 Executive Board, staff, and members on this remarkable occasion. And to LiUNA International Vice President and Canadian Director Joseph Mancinelli, thank you for your ongoing leadership. I also join the strong LiUNA family in honoring 2 giants who helped pave the foundation of LiUNA and the industry, Enrico Mancinelli and Julio Oliveira Sr. Mr. Speaker, my gratitude and best wishes always to the LiUNA members that keep Canada moving forward. Feel the power.
The honourable member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, each year 2 students from each of the 7 secondary schools in my riding are selected to participate in a program called the Capital Experience. It was started 19 years ago by my predecessor, Barry DeVolen. During the past 3 days in Ottawa, they have learned about the various career opportunities that await them. I would like to introduce this year's participants: Calvin Smith and Evan Lane from IE Weldon, Sophia Ensign Telford from Fenland Falls, Sadie Evans-Faulkner and Trevin Bain-Gross from Halliburton Highlands, Sarah Wojciesko and Daniel Patterson from St. Thomas Aquinas, Ella Wilson and Becca Lang from LCVI, Bronte Weber and Tyler Pettit from Brock, Allison Carroll and Braden Boughton from Crestwood. I'd like to thank the sponsors, the Lions Clubs, Rotary Clubs, and local legions, as well as the guest speakers for their ongoing support of this program. It's my hope that these students will be inspired as they consider their future. To that end, I'd like to invite my colleagues to welcome these young leaders to Ottawa.
Here, here. Indeed, welcome. The honourable member from St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, the winds of change have blown through New Brunswick. Last night, New Brunswickers voted for change and helped make history too. New Brunswick has elected its first female premier. Susan Holt led her Liberal team to a solid majority government, bringing an end to 6 years of Conservative rule. Even Premier Blaine Higgs lost his seat in the red tide of change. The final tally is 31 seats for the Liberals, 16 seats for the Conservatives, and 2 for the Greens, including Green Party leader David Coon. It's a new day for my home province, and under the leadership of Premier-designate Holt, I am confident New Brunswickers have put their faith behind someone who will listen, lead with authenticity, and who will take their best interest at the center of every decision they make. Congratulations and go Team Holt!
The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. Today, I'd like to turn the spotlight onto Sylvie Bolduc, General Manager of SADC des Laurentides, for the last 15 years. She's leaving now for a well-deserved retirement, and I'd like to highlight the remarkable contribution that she's made to the development of many large-scale economic projects in the Laurentians, projects that have had major direct benefits for the region. She set up Synergie Économique Laurentide, which is dedicated to the circular economy and which is now a leader in that sector. Sylvie Bolduc has made major contributions, has made a big difference in the Laurentian economic landscape, and she brought a feminine face to regional economic development. She was a pioneer who has cleared the way for everyone who has an entrepreneurial spirit. On behalf of all those who've worked with her, economic and community partners, Sylvie, I thank you very much for your leadership, which has brought people together, and I wish you a long and happy retirement.
The honourable member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always protect universal, publicly funded health care, as well as sexual and reproductive rights. These 2 principles underlie the Pharmacare Act, which received royal assent on October 10th. This landmark legislation will establish a framework for a national, publicly funded system for universal drug coverage, and very soon will ensure every Canadian from coast to coast to coast has access to essential diabetes medications and contraception. Pharmacare means that 9 million women and gender-diverse Canadians will no longer need to bear the financial burden of accessing contraception. Additionally, more than 3.5 million Canadians living with diabetes will gain access to the medications and supplies to manage their disease. We know that cost is one of the biggest barriers for Canadians to get access to the medication that they need. As parliamentarians, our role is to protect and better the lives of the Canadians that we serve. The passing of this legislation will be a lasting benefit to Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Mr. Speaker, are you interested in a heat pump? Because these Liberals know a guy. He goes by the name of Carbon Tax Carney, Conflict of Interest Carney, Heat Pump Hustle Carney, and future leader of the Liberal Party Carney. He has as many nicknames as he does conflicts of interest. For instance, he's been caught lobbying the government to scale back rules on heat pump qualifications, helping his firm earn a few quick bucks. With sleight of hand, he not only pitches the idea, but he installs the product too. He's been caught trying to enrich himself with Canadian tax dollars. Brookfield is the name, $10 billion is the gain. It's clear that Carbon Tax Carney has too many conflicts of interest to be advising the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister needs to fire him now or bring him under the umbrella of ethics rules.
That's right. Hey, hey. Great job, great statement. The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the passage of our pharmacare legislation is a huge step forward for universal health care in Canada. Millions of Canadians and Albertans living with diabetes will be able to follow their treatment plans without having to make tough financial decisions. I am so proud that we will be able to help over 3.5 million Canadians living with diabetes so that they can focus on their health and wellness instead of the amount of money it will cost to maintain their treatment plan. Caring for our neighbours is what Canadians do. Every Conservative member in this House voted against pharmacare because they don't want to work on solutions that will put the health of Canadians first. On this side of the House, we will always stand up for Canadians and their right to universal health care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, women and gender-diverse Canadians deserve to know their government has their back. With the recent passage of the Pharmacare Act on October 10th, we will soon see 9 million women and gender-diverse Canadians have access to free contraceptives if they need it. This will change millions of lives for generations to come, and we will look back at this critical moment for women and gender-diverse people across Canada and be proud that our government stepped up to make the Pharmacare Act a reality. Family values means valuing and supporting families. Free contraceptives through the Pharmacare Act is the latest policy joining universal childcare, the Canada Child Benefit, and many others in supporting families. Our Liberal government doesn't just talk about family values, we invest in them through progressive policies such as free contraceptives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and it turns out CBC bonuses are also up. Yesterday in Heritage Committee, Catherine Tate, the Liberals' handpicked CEO of CBC, refused to rule out accepting a fat taxpayer-funded bonus and severance as her term comes to an end. With its viewership down, ad revenue falling, and less trust all the time, CBC responds by giving $18 million in bonuses, including an average of $73,000 for each of the broadcaster's 43 executives, and millions more for its hundreds of managers. Then they pay for a $1,000 a night hotel room in Paris so that Ms. Tate can attend luxury balls at the Louvre. All while they ask for more money, fire hundreds of employees, cut services, and get woke. Even the Liberals admit CBC is making its own case for it to be defunded, something that Ms. Tate says is gaining momentum. Mr. Speaker, the solution is simple. Reject the bonuses, fire the Prime Minister, and defund the CBC. That's common sense.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, on October 10th, the Pharmacare Act received royal assent. Among other things, this act will give Canadians universal single-payer coverage for a range of contraceptives. 9 million women and gender-diverse persons will be able to benefit from this measure. In recent months, many constituents in my riding of Longueuil-Charlemagne had told me the extent to which this bill was important for them. Canadians want to be able to choose if, when, and how they start a family, and our government has listened to them. Unfortunately, the Conservatives voted against this act at every step.
The cost of contraceptives is one of the many barriers to gender equity in Canada. Our government will always stand up for a woman's right to choose and make medical decisions about her own. The Pharmacare Act delivers on that commitment. Bravo. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
The honourable member from Durham.
Canadians are sick and tired of the Prime Minister's misleading statements about gun violence.
That's right.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister had the audacity to pat himself on the back over his appalling handgun crime record. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm a Canadian who lost a friend 3 years ago to gun violence, and I take the Prime Minister's deception personally. Handgun crime is up 116% since the Liberals came into power. Families are grieving, and the Toronto Police Association is calling out the Prime Minister for being out of touch and offensive to victims. Canadians simply deserve better. Canadians deserve a Prime Minister and a government that will stop the crime, not this Prime Minister who is focused on celebrating his own failures.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost or the corruption. Today, the Auditor General confirms a full investigation into the Liberal government deals awarded to Arrive scam contractor GC Strategies. This shady two-person firm that did absolutely no IT work charged taxpayers $2,600 per hour for over $100 million in government contracts. Sole source deals that froze out hard-working Canadian companies. In the Arrive scam scandal alone, the Liberals' preferred contractor, GC Strategies, pocketed $20 million of a $60 million price tag for an app that should have cost a fraction of the price. Why did the Prime Minister give these Arrive scam middlemen $100 million since he took office? And when will the Prime Minister stop robbing Canadians of their hard-earned money and doling it out to well-connected Liberal elites? After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up for these corrupt Liberals and their well-connected friends. Common sense Conservatives are going to end the corruption and bring home a carbon tax election.
The honourable member from Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Islanders who live in my riding, this government's commitment to lowering costs has resulted in real benefits. Whether it was keeping the retirement age at 65 or making the Canada Child Benefit tax-free, the decisions we have taken have been a real help to thousands in my riding. The new Pharmacare Act is another important chapter in that journey towards a fair society. On Prince Edward Island, we are already seeing the results. Millions have been saved, and more importantly, Islanders know that they have affordable access they need to keep them healthy. And this is what I am hearing from constituents in my riding. Keep going, and more importantly, make sure you protect the gains we have made. Our lives are better than they were under the former government, and we need you to protect the gains we have all made together. Hear, hear.
Order. The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Today to recognize October as Dyslexia Awareness Month in line with Dyslexia Canada's campaign, Mark It Red for Dyslexia. This year's theme is Breaking the Silence, shedding light on the 10 to 20% of Canadians living with this often overlooked learning disability. Dyslexia affects reading, writing, and spelling, but with early identification and the right support, its impact can be reduced and individuals can thrive. As a nation, we must commit to raising awareness and supporting those with dyslexia by lighting up our buildings and monuments in red this October. Together, let's break the silence and advocate for the needs of children and adults with dyslexia across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I would like to mark the 250th anniversary of a magnificent municipality in my riding, Saint-Jacques. This great little town is considered the cradle of Nouvelle Acadie, or New Acadia. Founded in 1774, Saint-Jacques was a refuge for many Acadian families who found there a place of welcome and peace after having been shamefully deported by the British Crown during the Acadian deportation, the Grand Dérangement. Nestled in the heart of the Lanaudière region, this municipality attracts gourmets and amateurs of history. With its impressive built heritage, it's also home to such gems as the Parc des Cultures, where you can admire an Acadian commemorative monument and a number of each more impressive than the next, including the bust of one of my mentors, a great Jacobin and a former Premier of Quebec, Bernard Landry. Because yes, Mr. Speaker, I have to let you in on a little secret. The greatest asset of Saint-Jacques is the people who live there. People from Saint Jacques, happy 250th.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
10 years ago, our country witnessed a horrific attack on the heart of our democracy. Corporal Nathan Cirillo, standing guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier, was senselessly murdered.
And this was just 2 days after the murder of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent at the Saint-Jean military base.
Both were targeted for wearing the uniform of our country, defending our freedom. But in the midst of this darkness, we also saw examples of extraordinary courage. Civilians rushed to aid Corporal Cirillo, showing the compassion and resilience that define our nation. And inside Parliament, heroes emerged as well. Parliamentary Security Constable Samron Son saw the attacker armed with a rifle and acted without hesitation. In a struggle that cost him a bullet to the leg, Constable Son showed unparalleled courage when he attempted to disarm the terrorist. His brave actions bought crucial moments for the rest of the security personnel to react and ultimately stop the terrorist before he could take any more innocent lives.
Today, we honor the memory of those who were taken from us, and we stand in awe of the courage of those who acted with such selflessness.
This alone is not enough. Unfortunately, there are people today in Canada glorifying terrorist attacks and celebrating those who commit these evil acts. That is why on days like today, we should not only honor the lives lost and celebrate the heroes of the day, but clearly and unequivocally condemn those who advocate violence to achieve political goals. Let us honor the memory of Corporal Cirillo and Patrice Vincent and grieve with their families. May perpetual light shine upon them.
The honourable member from Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark the loss of Corporal Nathan Cirillo, who was gunned down 10 years ago today, while standing guard on sentry duty at the Canadian National War Memorial. On October 22, 2014, we lost a son, brother, father, friend, and a national hero. When we lost Nathan, a 24-year-old reservist from Hamilton, we all mourned as one Canadian family. My prayers continue to include his family and his loved ones, as well as the wonderful people who came to Nathan's aid. To all men and women in uniform, please know that you are valued and we appreciate your work. To our Parliamentary Protective Service members who continue to serve and those who have since left, please know that your efforts will forever be remembered. Today is a devastating memory in our history, and I hope all members in this place will continue to work together to ensure that the PPS is given the resources and the regard they deserve. As we honor the courageous Canadians in uniform who defend our values and freedom at home and around the world, we are reminded of the responsibility we all share to denounce hatred and to promote inclusion in our communities and in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the 40 Liberal members are noting what Canadians know already. This Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. But those MPs are telling us that they need the Prime Minister's permission to speak at tomorrow's caucus meeting. So he will be able to muzzle them with regards to the doubling of our debt, of inflation, of housing costs and corruption. Will he allow freedom of expression for his MPs so that they can express themselves?
So, the chair could not detect that this question has to do with the administration of government. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, we see on voit très.
We see very clearly once again that the Leader of the Opposition should concern himself with his priorities. He doesn't care about Canadians' priorities. We're delivering for Canadians, for dental care, for pharmacare, for $10 a day daycare. The Conservative leader offers only cuts and austerity and political play. What we are going to do on this side of the House is work for Canadians and their well-being. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, it's the Prime Minister who is distracting himself with political games because his own MPs, about 40 of them, have noted that he is simply not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. They have lost their trust in this Prime Minister. It's strange that the Bloc Québécois keeps voting for confidence in the government when the own government's members seem to no longer want to do so. Members should be able to express themselves freely. Will the Prime Minister stop muzzling them so that they can express themselves to say finally that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the crime? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the point up to which the Leader of the Opposition is only working for his own partisan politics. He's not working for the well-being of Canadians. We are here to invest in pharmacare, for example, that will deliver insulin for free to those who need it, that will deliver contraception for women from coast to coast to coast. And the Conservative leader just wants to talk about politics. He wants to talk about the cuts that he will make in programs that Canadians need. We will be here for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we now learn there are about 40 Liberal MPs that believe that this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is worth the cost, crime, and corruption. But there's this strange rule in the Liberal caucus that you need to have permission from the Prime Minister to speak at the microphone. So a Liberal MP wanted to get up and say quadrupling the carbon tax is a bad idea, or doubling housing costs is making people homeless. They can't do it. Will the Prime Minister lift the gag so his Liberal MPs can say to his face that he's not worth the crime, the cost, and the corruption?
Once again, in English, none of these questions have to deal with the administration of government, but I see the order. I see that the Prime Minister is rising to his feet. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that the Conservative leader is confusing rules that apply within his Conservative caucus to rules that we have in the Liberal Party. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, we see at which point the Conservative leader is simply focused on playing politics and gaining power. That's why he wants to talk about things that are not having to do with delivering for Canadians. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that close to 1 million Canadians will be receiving dental care because of our Canadian dental program that he says doesn't even exist and that he's voted against every step of the way.
Now, I ask the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot to please not take the microphone when the speaker is up on his feet or when other speakers who have been recognized by the speaker is taking the floor. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to have to bring up this terrible rule. Backbench MPs are coming and talking to all of us to say that they're not allowed to speak to him. And they're wondering if I could perhaps pose some questions on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, I guess they can't get anywhere with the current Prime Minister, so they'd rather talk to the future common sense Conservative. Instead of silencing his own MPs, will he let them get up to the mic tomorrow to tell him that he's not worth the cost, crime, and corruption?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is he can't administer the government because he's too busy fighting for his job after 9 years even if his MPs know it. He broke immigration, he doubled the debt, doubled housing costs, doubled crime, doubled the cost of living in a home. He wants to quadruple the carbon tax that's already forced 2 million people to a food bank, 1 in 4 kids to hunger, 25% of Canadians to poverty. Canadian food prices up 36% faster than in the States. StatsCan says we have the biggest gap between rich and poor in our recorded history. His MPs know that he's broke the country. Will he call a carbon tax election so we can fix it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, like all of us in this House, know that Canadians are facing challenging times. His solution, however, is to offer them cuts, is to offer them no programs that they can rely on, and to vote against things like dental care and pharmacare and investments in a green economy that is going to create jobs and careers long into the future. He wants to harm Canadians where we're focusing on delivering for them. He wants cuts to programs and services while we're busy investing in Canadians and their futures. That's the choice Canadians get to make.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, time is moving on. 4 million retirees in Canada, 1 million retirees in Quebec are waiting for an improvement of their purchasing power in a real way and not through slogans. Thousands of supply-managed farmers and producers are waiting for their system to be protected. Will the Prime Minister seize the opportunity to do something useful and improve the lives of 4 million retirees, 1 million retirees in Quebec, and tens of thousands of farmers and producers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Like my honourable colleague knows full well, we will always defend supply management. We will always protect our farmers and producers from coast to coast to coast. With regards to seniors, he says that he wants to act. Well, we've acted. When we reduced retirement from 67, as the Conservatives wanted, to 65, unfortunately, the Bloc voted against. We also acted when we delivered an increase in 10% in the Guaranteed Income Supplement. The Bloc voted against. There's a dental care programme that delivered for close to 1 million Canadians. They voted against. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister is manipulating the facts, but acting is something he'll have to do in a few days. In a paralysed parliament like this one, with a paralysed government like this one, we have made a proposal that will help people. A proposal that could stabilise Parliament for another few weeks. He'd need it. Will he allow his party to be eaten from within and without, or will he change things for the better for millions of people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I've said many times, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with the desire to be here for seniors who need our help, and that is the reason for which our government has enacted a number of measures in the past years to invest in seniors, to be here for our seniors. And we are open to working with people in this House in order to deliver even more for seniors. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, poverty and insecurity are affecting more and more people. According to one study, every month, 40% of Quebecers are a mere $200 away from bankruptcy. $200, Mr. Speaker. The situation is so serious that the expression tightening our belts is becoming too real. 20% of people are eating less just to save a bit of money. It makes no sense. It's a result of the Liberals' weakness in forcing CEOs of big grocery stores to do the right thing. When will the Liberals stand up, grow a spine, and force these companies to control the prices of essential foods? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the NDP knows full well that we have enacted measures to improve competitivity between groceries. We have delivered direct aid to families who needed it, and we're also delivering a program for food in schools that is saving hundreds for families from coast to coast to coast. We'll continue to be here to support Canadians. We'll continue to be here to invest in programs that will help Canadians, whilst the Conservatives are just threatening austerity and cuts.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
Last week, First Nations leaders respected the First Nations Caring Society by voting to guarantee all First Nations children will be protected from Canada's discrimination in child and family services. The Liberals had offered a weak funding plan with an expiry date. This discrimination must end forever. Will the Prime Minister finally respect the Human Rights Tribunal, stop discriminating against First Nations children, and offer First Nations an agreement that upholds their rights?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, reconciliation means walking as true partners to Indigenous peoples, and we, of course, will continue to be there to invest in supports for Indigenous peoples. It means we will continue to work with them in the ways that make sense. I will highlight that the Chiefs of Ontario and the Anishinaabe Aski Nation are continuing to look for ways to move forward with the government to support kids who've been affected in care. We will continue to be there to work in partnership with Indigenous leadership and communities to deliver the supports so deeply needed by so many young people.
That's great. Great.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
After 9 years of the Liberal NDP government, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. The parliamentary budgeting officer confirmed what Canadians already know. This incompetent finance minister can't do math. She's going to blow through her own deficit this year by $7 billion. Wow. That's higher taxes and lower standards of living. 1 in 4 Canadians are already skipping meals, and this Liberal-made misery is only going to get worse. Why not call a carbon tax election now? Conservatives can fix the budget.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am so glad to hear the Conservatives talk about the PBO, because just a few weeks ago, the PBO did a report on the sustainability of the federal finances. And I'm going to quote what the PBO said. Quote, current fiscal policy at the federal level is sustainable over the long term. In fact, according to the PBO, the federal government could even, quote, permanently increase spending by 1.5% of GDP. The only fiscal threat to Canada is Conservatives, who would cut health care, child care, national school fees.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
That PhD in wackonomics has no clue. This incompetent finance minister, not knowing how to do math,
Colleagues, try to encourage as much freedom as possible in terms of the way people express themselves here. I'm going to ask honourable members. To, as much as possible, refrain from using language which is directed at a particular member and is considered insulting to those members. So I'm going to encourage all members, and I've spoken about this in a previous ruling. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn to start his question again, but to rephrase his question so that he doesn't use that kind of language.
that sounds like Liberal wackonomics, and this incompetent finance minister not knowing how to do math ensured 50% of Canadians can't afford basic necessities like food. She'll give cushy contracts to rich Liberal insiders while telling the 2 million Canadians she sent into a food bank they can solve their Liberal-made misery by cancelling their Disney+. She knows higher deficits lead to higher taxes and lower standards of living. She just doesn't care. Why not call a carbon tax election now so Canadians can fire these economic arsonists?
I'm going to come back to members on this matter, but I'm going to encourage all members.
Nobody pays to see the referee.
I'm going to encourage all members to please keep their counsel when they're not recognized by the chair. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your remonstrations, but I have to tell you, speaking for myself, puerile playground insults from the maple syrup manga don't bother me one bit.
As I mentioned, order. Order. This is precisely the reason why we should be very mindful of our language, because things will be said on all sides which is going to be disturbing to the order of the House. I'm going to come back to this matter, and I'm going to ask the Deputy Prime Minister to start her question again without using those words. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, I can handle it. But what makes me really mad, what I can't handle, is seeing crocodile tears from these Conservatives. The only time they care, notice vulnerable Canadians, is for a partisan photo op. And we know they don't care because they are opposed to a national school food program that is feeding 400,000 Canadian kids. They're opposed to dental care that is helping 1 million. We care about Canadians, they just care about themselves.
The Honourable Member from Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs up, crime's up, and you know what? Time is up. This costly NDP Liberal coalition has doubled the cost of housing, and the majority of Canadians are unable to keep up with their grocery needs. Canadians have had enough, but the NDP Liberal coalition only wants to drive up costs by quadrupling their carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister finally call a carbon tax election so Conservatives can offer Canadians some relief?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, under the Conservative leader, slogans are up, rhymes are up, and parroting talking points so you get a shiny gold star and caucus seems to be up. I cannot imagine diminishing myself when I have the opportunity to represent my community in the House to cheapen the arguments that we can put forward on the floor of the House of Commons. If they care about helping people, why don't they actually support the policies that help build homes for people who can't afford them? Why don't they actually help advance policies that let families put food on the table, whether that is childcare, a middle-class tax cut, or the Canada Child Benefit? Every time we put measures forward to help Canadians, they vote against it and stand up with this nonsense.
The Honourable Member from Battleford, Lloydminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the Canadians that are lined up at food banks aren't buying their pathetic rhetoric. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has already confirmed once again that the carbon tax is costing Canadians more than they receive in rebates. And for families in Saskatchewan, the quadrupled carbon tax is $2,000. Will the Prime Minister finally give Canadians the carbon tax election that they so desperately need?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me provide a few facts to the Honourable Member. Fact, the PBO confirmed that the vast majority of Canadians get more money back than they pay. Fact, over 300 economists say carbon pricing is the best way to reduce emissions that is best for the economy. Fact, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith said her family gets more money back with the carbon rebate. Fact, Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe said he looked at all alternatives to the carbon price and they were all too expensive. We are reducing emissions while we are addressing affordability. On that side of the House, they have no plan to address climate change. They are actively denying the reality of climate change. They have no plan for the economy. Shame on you.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Let's speak about facts. Mr. Speaker, young Quebecers listening to us are seeing a future dream of theirs disappear. That dream is of becoming a homeowner. In just 5 years, house prices in Quebec have increased by 74%. That's more than $1,000 more a month for a mortgage. The crisis was fueled, Mr. Speaker, by the Liberal government's compulsive deficits, with the enthusiastic support of the Bloc Québécois. Can the Prime Minister stand, look Canadians in the eye and say why he's made their life worse? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my honourable colleague that it's this government that created the first national housing strategy that built thousands of housing units throughout the country. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, we've also created a tax-free savings account. Do you know how many young people have signed up? My brother, for example, who's 33, 700,000 young Canadians throughout the country who will see their dreams come true thanks to this government, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's not the Conservatives that are saying this. The Real Estate Brokers Association have noted this. $400,000 average price in Quebec City, $460,000 in Gatineau on average, $590,000 on average in Montreal. Mr. Speaker, beyond the numbers, we see broken dreams and ambitions for young Quebecers under the leadership of this government. I invite the member for Papineau, Prime Minister, to rise today and explain to young Canadians and Quebecers why he's made things worse for them and why they can't even buy a house because of his leadership. The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for Louis Saint Laurent, who I like very much, talks about ambition and numbers. He should talk about the ambitions and the numbers of his Conservative leader. When he was Minister for Housing, during his entire mandate, throughout the country, built not one, not two, but hold on to your hats, 6 entire housing units, Mr. Speaker. He should talk about his Conservative leader when it comes to ambition, so that he could visit 160,000 units that we have built in his riding alone. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Yesterday, Quebec's new lieutenant told us that the Quebec state is a matter for Quebec, not Ottawa. Well, he's absolutely right. Ottawa has absolutely no business meddling in secularism. It's none of Ottawa's business to meddle in Quebec's ability to live together. Thank you to the Minister for this reminder. So we understand that Ottawa has absolutely no intention of going to court to challenge a Quebec law that does not fall under the jurisdiction of the federal government, right? That's what we should understand. Isn't that what the Minister said yesterday? The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague is right. It's provincial. It's education. If my colleague wants to inform and consult with the Quebec government, he shouldn't do so here. He should do that at the National Assembly of Quebec. That's the recommendation that I made to him yesterday. The Honourable Member for Drummond. The Prime Minister took advantage of his appearance on the Stephen Colbert Show to declare, and I quote, "We are trying to ensure that people keep their culture, keep their language." Mr. Speaker, come on, that's not how integration works in Quebec. In Quebec, we agree on a common core: equality, religious neutrality, and French as the common language. Learning French and adhering to common values are part of integrating into Quebec. Does the federal government its multiculturalism is simply incompatible with Quebec's model of integration? The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my colleague's right. Learning French, integrating into Quebec is being a Quebecer, growing and living in Quebec, that is the privilege of millions of Quebecers, including new immigrants. That's how things work in Quebec. He's right, and we're proud of it. The honourable member for Drummond. Ottawa wants to challenge Bill 21 in the courts and weaken secularism in Quebec. Ottawa maintains the religious exception in the Criminal Code. Ottawa refuses to allow the Multiculturalism Act to apply to Quebec. And the Prime Minister is telling Americans that everyone who comes to Canada can keep their language and that there is no common language, etc. There's no problem. In short, the federal government is undermining integration, harming secularism, and is hurting the French language. Does this government understand that what it should do is try not to hurt Quebec's ability to live together? The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Black Quebecois colleague, who I like very much, is just looking to squabble. Countless Quebecers, new Quebecers, arrive in Quebec because Quebec is part of Canada. When we're Quebecer, we are Canadian. And many new arrivals in my riding say that they are proud to be Quebecers and proud to be Canadians.
The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs up, crimes up, and time is up. The Prime Minister's own parliamentary budget officer confirmed yet again that the carbon tax costs more to Canadians than they get back in rebates. When the NDP Liberals quadruple the carbon tax, families in Alberta will pay nearly $2,000 more in carbon taxes. Will the NDP Liberals finally admit their tax is simply a scheme and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Economic
Mr.
Development.
Speaker, at the risk of correcting my honourable colleague from the other side, let me state very clearly, the PBO has indicated that 8 out of 10 Albertans get more money back from the Canada Carbon Rebate than they pay in carbon tax. And Mr. Speaker, but you don't have to take my word for it. You can take the word of Premier Danielle Smith, who said that not only did she get more money back because she lives in rural Alberta, she even got the 20% top-up. Sorry, my colleague, that's the fact.
I ask the honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake not to take the floor unless he's recognized. The honourable from Battleford's Lloydminster. Excuse me, from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians lined up at food banks really aren't buying that rhetoric. I'm sorry. Food bank usage is also up. Cold Lake Food Bank is the busiest it's ever been, with a 28% increase in usage over 2023, which itself saw an increase of 16% over 2022. The carbon tax is driving up the cost of groceries, gas, and heating, making things more difficult for families and food banks that are pushed to their limit. So the question's simple. Will the Prime Minister admit his carbon tax isn't working and call a carbon tax election?
Randy thinks.
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Speaker, the numbers are in and the checks have already arrived. And in Alberta, a family of 4 gets $2,500 per year, which is more than they spend on the price on pollution, which is something the other side doesn't understand because, Mr. Speaker, they don't care if the planet burns. And, Mr. Speaker, let's go one step further. Why did that side vote against the Canada Child Benefit that gives $7,800 per kid in Alberta? Why did they vote against childcare? Why did they vote against support for workers? They care about themselves, not about Canadians. We're on the side of Canadians each and every day.
The Honourable Member from Regina Leuven.
That much hot air to run a couple windmills, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs up, crime is up, and time is up. The parliamentary budget officer once again confirmed that Canadians pay much more and cost more than they get back in rebates. In Saskatchewan, after these guys quadruple the carbon tax, it's going to cost $2,000. That's $2,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. My question is, when will these Liberals call carbon tax elections so Canadians can have their say at the ballot box?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, it's really difficult to take any of this rhetoric seriously. When I was first elected 9 years ago,
That party used to send checks to millionaires to help them with the cost of raising their families. That presented two questions. Millionaires would ask me in my riding, why am I getting this money? And people of lower income would ask me in my riding, why is it getting taxed back? What we did is we created a Canada Child Benefit that is tax-free and means tested. What we've also done is establish a national school food program. If you're really serious about addressing child poverty and family poverty, why don't you get on board?
The Honourable
Mr. Speaker, the demand at our local is skyrocketing, but the Bloc Québécois keeps supporting this incompetent government. It's ignoring Quebecers' real problems. The Bloc Québécois is not helping the regions. Saguenay families are desperate with rising grocery and housing prices. When will this Prime Minister trigger an election so that the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean can be represented by the only party that cares about regions, the Conservative Party, the Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors? I'd like to thank my colleague from the Saguenay region. But after lowering the retirement age, after voting against dental care, after voting against increasing the guaranteed income supplement for vulnerable seniors, now our colleague is getting up and asking why the cost of living is going up. Well, that's because your party will bring in cuts, and it's going to affect your constituents. Yes, I'd just like to remind us all that some of the questions today directed questions directly to members, and that's not how it should be. It should go through the Speaker.
From Edmonton, Griesbach.
The numbers are out, and last winter was the worst on record for Edmonton's unhoused population. It was so bad that over 100 people living on the street lost a limb due to frostbite. Indigenous people make up over 2/3 of Edmonton's houseless population. In government affordable homes. How many Indigenous people need to freeze before this Prime Minister takes action?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his advocacy on the issue of supporting those who have the most acute housing need, which disproportionately impacts Indigenous peoples across this country. As my colleague very well knows, we have advanced billions of dollars specifically to help address some of these concerns, including support directly through the City of Edmonton, working with a partner, Homeward Trust, to make the situation better to the extent money can help. In addition, we have put hundreds of millions of dollars on the table to work with provinces who cost match. More than a month ago in his province, I had sent a letter which is yet to be responded to. In the absence of that sort of cooperation with other levels of government, we will work directly with cities and with Indigenous governments to help address this very challenging situation.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, when I asked the Minister about why he's doing nothing to stop Rogers from gouging Canadians on their cable bills, he refused to answer the question. He's not telling Canadians that his Liberal government is too weak to stand up to Rogers and big telcos ripping them off. It's under his government the Rogers-Shaw merger was even allowed to happen, leading to higher bills for Canadians. People feel defeated, and the Liberals are doing nothing to help. In fact, they're piling on. Why are the Liberals caving to big telcos while Canadians are getting gouged? Just because he's a Rogers rollover doesn't mean the rest of us have to accept that.
Again, I'm going to encourage members to be very judicious in their words when speaking to other honourable members. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite ironic to hear from the NDP about standing up, Mr. Speaker. When they had the opportunity, I think they folded, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone in this House would understand that. Mr. Speaker, the member knows well, and everyone in this House, we stood up to the big telco in this country, and we will always stand up for Canadian and consumer. Mr. Speaker, we fought for more competition, lower prices for Canadian, and better choice. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, Canadian knows at home we're going to always stand for them, stand for consumers, stand for Canadians, stand for competition.
Yeah, very good.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Pharmacare Act received royal assent on October the 10th. British Columbia has been benefiting from that act, saving the province $28 million because of free contraceptives. Now, with the passage of this bill, women and transgender diverse Canadians can have access to contraceptives across Canada. The Pharmacare Act also includes access to expensive diabetes medications and tools, and these life-saving drugs are too often unaffordable to patients. Can the Minister of Health tell this House how the Pharmacare Act will positively impact the health outcomes of Canadians and savings?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by thanking the member for Vancouver Centre, who's one of the longest-serving members of this House, whose tireless advocacy for health care in this country and for pharmacare are a huge reason why we have pharmacare. It was just passed, Mr. Speaker. We're ready to sign deals. And what is that going to mean? It's going to mean for people who can't afford medication, they're going to get it. That's not just an issue of fundamental justice. It's going to be about cost avoidance, about creating a system that avoids bad outcomes. Not only are the Conservatives against it, most disappointingly, they have no plan for people who don't have access to the medication they need. They want to cut dental care and other essential services. We're not going to allow it.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
After 9 years, NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. And you know what else is up? Liberal cover-ups. The Speaker ruled the NDP Liberals violated the order to turn Green Slush Fund $400 million scandal documents over for criminal investigation. The Liberals instruction of censoring to turn the documents over. So will the Prime Minister just end the Liberal corruption cover-up and turn the uncensored documents over now?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Speaker, that member gets up every day and says things that are simply not true. But what he won't answer, Mr. Speaker, is why his leader is refusing to get a security clearance.
Good question.
Mr. Speaker, that's the real question on every Canadian's mind right now. When we are facing a time when we have to put country first, stand up for Canadians, the leader of the opposition is hiding something from Canadians. The question is, what is it, and why is it stopping him from getting his security clearance?
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Well, the Prime Minister could release the 11 names, but he can also release the documents uncensored so Canadians can learn the truth about the $400 million Liberal Green Slush Fund cover-up. Canadians, I'm sure, will also be shocked to learn that on the Prime Minister's order, the more than 10,000 censored pages cover up the most important information about the Prime Minister's hand-picked Liberal appointees to the Green Slush Fund. The government does not exist to protect corrupt Liberals from criminal investigation. So will the Prime Minister just stop his cover-up of Liberal corruption and hand the uncensored documents over now?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Canadians expect police to follow due process, and let me be perfectly clear that the government obviously complies with anything that follows due process. But what Canadians also expect is that their leaders are going to act in the best interest of Canadians. That's right. Not to protect their partisan interests, Mr. Speaker. Why is that member and all members of the Conservative Party covering up for the leader of the opposition who's refusing to get his security clearance, Mr. Speaker? It's easy. All the other members have done it. When will the leader of the opposition?
For the second time, I'm going to ask the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot today to please not take the floor when he is not recognized. I will not like to do this a third time. The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Mr. Speaker, you ruled that the NDP Liberals have violated a House order regarding the criminal investigation into the latest $400 million scandal. The government's refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament. The Auditor General found that Liberal appointees at SDTC gave millions to Liberal insiders with over 186 conflicts of interest. Mr. Speaker, will the NDP Liberals end the cover-up and comply with your lawful order so we can get accountability for corruption and Parliament can get back to work?
The Honourable Leader of the House of Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I expect my honourable colleagues on the other side to at least be honest with the facts. What you said was that this was highly unusual, this motion, and it should be referred to committee for study. We support that. It's only the Conservatives that are obstructing their own obstruction. But, Mr. Speaker, this is unsurprising because they're also trying to cover up their own leader's refusal to get his security clearance. Mr. Speaker, all of the other leaders of the political parties in this House have done that. Canadians want to know why. What is he hiding and what is he trying to protect? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these Liberal scandals, once again our work has been paralyzed by Liberal corruption. Canadians need to know where their money is going and why 390 million taxpayer dollars ended up in the pockets of Liberal buddies. Meanwhile, Canadians are struggling to house and feed themselves. Are the Liberals finally going to step up and give the evidence to police so that Parliament can finally start working for Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, it's very disappointing that Conservatives will not tell the truth about this matter. And what is even more concerning, and what Canadians are wondering, is why the Leader of the Opposition does not get his security clearance. Is he hiding something? We are all wondering why he refuses to get his security clearance. He's clearly hiding something because it will be very simple to get his clearance. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, once again, combating with gang warfare. Warfare between organized crime, which has been a scourge for too long, and new, less organized groups that recruit teens to commit serious crimes. They are pushing children into a life of crime. They dangle a fistful of dollars in front of them, telling them that they will be able to have a better life. And then these young people can't leave the gang life behind. What will the government do to protect our kids from organized crime? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the fight against organized crime and to protect our youth is extremely important. On this side of the House, we have invested $390 million to support children in this area. We are also doing more to support the CPSA, and we've also invested $3.5 million over 3 years. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Amitis-Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, we need to carry out prevention work to prevent kids from joining gangs, and I'd like to congratulate everyone who does that work on a daily basis. But we also need to crack down against criminals who purposefully recruit kids because they know they won't get as serious sentences as adults. We need to stop them from targeting kids. That's our role. Will the government work with us on this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
And I support this initiative that the member opposite has raised and thank her for her work on our Public Safety Committee where we've discussed this. We agree that it's crucially important to crack down on criminal organizations, particularly those who recruit young people to subvert the justice system. Mr. Speaker, this is precisely why we restored the cuts made by the Conservatives to invest against gun and gang violence in this country, and I hope that we can work across party lines to continue with this investment.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member from Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. The Toronto Police are on the front lines of gun violence in Canada. One of their officers was recently shot by a repeat violent offender. And yet, shockingly, yesterday, the Liberal Prime Minister took some deranged victory lap on social media for his attack on licensed, trained, and police-vetted sports shooters. And let's remember that after 9 years of Liberals, gun violence in Canada is up 116%. Their approach has categorically failed, Mr. Speaker. When will they finally get tough on the criminals responsible for gun violence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's a shame to see once again Conservatives using the talking points of the gun lobby instead of standing up for victims of crime and standing up to get guns off our streets. Mr. Speaker, we also know that women are disproportionately affected by gun violence, and what do Conservatives do? They want more guns on our streets. They cut funds from CBSA to stop the import of illegal guns and then stand in this place acting as if they support victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame. We have committed to get guns off our street while Conservatives work for the gun lobby.
The Honourable Member from Kildonan and St. Paul.
In the words of the Toronto Police Association to this Liberal Prime Minister, quote, "Criminals did not get your message. Our communities are experiencing a 45% increase in shootings, a 62% increase in gun-related homicides compared to the last year. What difference does your handgun ban make when 85% of guns seized by our members can be sourced to the United States? Your statement is out of touch and offensive to victims of crime and police officers everywhere. Whatever you think you've done to improve community safety has not worked. When will the Liberals call an election so we can finally bring an end to the crime and chaos they created in our streets?"
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, once again, let's talk about Conservative logic. They think putting more guns on our street is going to somehow keep our communities safer. We know that that doesn't work. Their cut to allow the import of illegal guns is something that we have had to clean up. Conservatives care only about the gun lobby and not about Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have put in place
I'm actually going to. I've been having difficulty hearing the answer to this question, and I'm gonna, because it. So I'm going to ask honourable members, please, to allow us to hear the answer to this question. It was a lot, from the moment that this member stood up, a lot of heckling. I'm going to ask the honourable member to start a. The honourable member, honourable parliamentary secretary, can please start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that every time I stand in this place and call out Conservative hypocrisy around violence in our communities, they can't stand it. This is why they try to silence voices like mine who stand up for women in particular who are disproportionately affected by gun violence. Mr. Speaker, what Conservatives believe is more guns on our street will somehow help keep our communities safe. But we know what keeps communities safe is getting these guns off our streets, investing in CBSA to protect our borders, while Conservatives take their talking points from the gun lobby. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, for 9 years, this Liberal government has brought in policies that have caused a dramatic increase in crime, drug trafficking, arson, street gangs recruiting kids. Canadians and Quebecers are living in fear. But instead of helping Quebecers and doing something about this incompetence, the Bloc Québécois is continuing to support this bungling government. The government's inaction will definitely cause numbers of victims to surge over the next year. We need to bring back and trigger an election. Do they have the courage to do that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I can barely believe this Conservative hypocrisy. They voted against all of our measures to do something to freeze the handgun market throughout the country. They stand up in this House and they ask about gun violence. It makes no sense. We know that we need to take action, and we have taken concrete action. 1 year ago, we did something about the handgun market, and it's starting to bear fruit. We want all parties in this House to help ensure that our communities remain safe.
Honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this month, Medicare legislation came into force in Canada. 9 million women will be able to take informed decisions about contraceptives without having to worry about paying. Can the Minister of Tourism tell the House about how the Medicare program will guarantee that women have the reproductive autonomy that they deserve? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her activism on women's rights. This Medicare legislation is historic. This pharmacare legislation, rather, is historic and will allow people like my own daughter to be able to access contraceptive choices without having to worry about how to pay for it. Unlike the Conservatives, who want to take that choice away from women, we will always support women's autonomy when it comes to making choices about their bodies and their future.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, taxes are up, costs are up, corruption is up, and time is up. The Auditor General is finally investigating GC Strategies, who received $100 million from this government and $20 million for the Arrive scam scandal. But this is only one incident of Liberal insider corruption. The Green Slush Fund, McKinsey, Canada, Environment Canada. So just how much taxpayer money did the Prime Minister give fraudsters and scamsters?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives play with theatrics, committed to ensuring that our procurement system is something that Canadians have trust in. This is anybody who has operated without following the rules and the laws should be held accountable. We've said that from the beginning. This is precisely why CBSA has already number of measures and recommendations and are working with the Auditor General to ensure that there is trust in our procurement system, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 9 years of NTB Liberals, taxes are up, corruption is up, crime is up, time is up. Yesterday, the Auditor General announced that she will be investigating the $100 million in contracts awarded to GC Strategies by this Liberal government, a two-person IT company that did no IT work, but was paid $20 million for the Arrive scam app. It's been months since the Liberal minister promised to recover the money paid to GC Strategies. When will the Prime Minister get taxpayers their money back?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we welcome the opportunity to get to the bottom of the situation to ensure that our procurement system has trust in it. But let's also be clear with Canadians in the fact that it was the Conservative Party who first initiated contracts with this company. And so I really hope the Auditor General looks back and ensures that any wrongdoing is also looked at the beginning of contracts with this company, Mr. Speaker, because all Canadians deserve to know that there is trust in our procurement system. Oh, they got quiet all of a sudden.
It's not true.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, 2 million Canadians are lining up at food banks every month, but meanwhile, Liberal buddies are lining up to fill their own pockets. Do you remember GC Strategies? 2 guys in a basement who received a $20 million contract to develop ArriveCan, even though they had no IT expertise. And we've just heard that the AG has announced that she will be investigating the $100 million in contracts that GC Strategies got. GC Strategies took advantage of this Liberal largesse. Meanwhile, who paid the bill? Taxpayers. How many Liberal buddies have raked in the profits while emptying the pockets of Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague already very clearly stated, there is a question that we've never gotten the answer to. My colleague just talked about the fact that some children don't have enough to eat and that kids need to be able to have eaten a good breakfast before they go to school. So how is it that the Conservative Party doesn't want to help children have enough to eat when they go to school? After all, how can the Conservatives justify this attitude with their own constituents?
Le député de Mégantic-l'Érable a eu sa chance à poser une question.
The member has already had a chance to ask a question, so I would encourage him to continue this discussion outside the House.
Député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Access to contraceptives like the birth control pill improves equality and provides women with the ability to decide if or when they will start a family. We know that cost is the single most significant barrier for women and gender-diverse Canadians in accessing these medicines. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth please share with this House how the Pharmacare Act will impact Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Women, Gender Equality and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, access to contraception shouldn't be a luxury, but a fundamental right. And the Pharmacare Act provides women and gender-diverse people with the freedom to make their own choices about their bodies and not worry about the cost, Mr. Speaker. But Conservatives don't want Canadians to have free access to contraceptives or reproductive freedom. How do we know this? Because members opposite continue to introduce anti-choice petitions and bills. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will cut free contraceptives. On this side of the House, we will always stand for choice.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
The Conservatives created the low-wage temporary foreign worker stream, and the Liberals feel it to help rich CEOs. They restricted workers to one employer with closed work permits, subjected migrant workers to abuse, wage theft, and exploitation, and suppressed wages for Canadians. Chain CEOs are ramping up the exploitation and abuse. Workers like Rowell Palin said their boss, Canadian Tire, paid them less wages and threatened them if they told anyone. Will the Liberals stop caving to CEOs and end the abuse with open work permits?
The Honourable Minister for Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and as I've been very clear in this chamber and at committee, there's a new sheriff in town, and businesses need to be very careful and need to make sure that they are respecting workers from coast to coast to coast. Stay tuned later today, Mr. Speaker, for more changes to the temporary foreign worker program. We are serious about making sure that that program is a program of last resort. Jobs belong in the hands of Canadians, of youth, of newcomers, and of people who already live here. Mr. Speaker, we're going to make sure the temporary foreign program is cleaned up. That's what we promise the Canadians. It's exactly what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member from Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Bloc and Liberals joined together in committee to cover up the soccer drone scandal that took place during the Olympics. The Liberals refused to investigate how this happened and are happy to ignore the problem, which is apparently good enough for the Bloc, who shamefully joined them. Canadians deserve better. They deserve to know that this won't happen again. Why won't the government support accountability? Why won't they listen to the players, the soccer community, and fans who want to ensure that the focus is on the tremendous effort on the pitch and not on the actions of a few people and institutions that don't get it, that soccer, like any sport, should be about fair play and integrity?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the committee, of course, is free to determine its own business, but I can assure this House that upon learning of this scandal, this government took immediate action and suspended the funding to Soccer Canada for the coaches that were implicated. There's also been direct action taken by FIFA, by the Canadian Olympic Committee, by Soccer Canada itself, and I can assure you we're watching the situation closely.
Comme il est 15h20, conformément...
It being 3:20 p.m., pursuant to order adopted on October 21st, 2024, I invite all honourable members to stand to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the attack on Parliament Hill.
Being 3:20 p.m., pursuant to order... on a moment of silence to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the attack on Parliament Hill. Honourable members. The House will now proceed to statements. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to statements. I recognise the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 10 years ago today, Canada was in shock. Our capital, the centre of Canadian democracy, was the target of a cowardly and shameful terrorist attack aimed at both the National War Memorial and Parliament Hill. Corporal Nathan Cirillo, standing sentry at the tomb of the unknown soldier, was killed, and several others were injured. Ce n'était malheureusement...
It was unfortunately not the only tragic event that struck Canada that very week. 2 days before, Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent was killed in an attack in Saint-Jean-de-Richelieu in Quebec. Today, I ask my colleagues, members of this House and Canadians to join me when we honour these two devoted members of the Canadian Armed Forces and offer our condolences to their families, to their well-being, and to members of the armed forces.
Never forget this tragedy and the victims who were targeted because of their commitment to their country and to Canadians. It is a reminder of the sacrifices that members of the Canadian Armed Forces made and continue to make to keep all of us safe. Sacrifices that are, in fact, symbolized by the National War Memorial, whether during operations around the globe, while responding to natural disasters here at home, or even in our very capital. Service members put their lives at risk every single day so that we can all live in a peaceful, safe, and democratic society. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the paramedics, police officers, and those of the Parliamentary Protective Services who rushed towards danger to protect Canadians. I'm thinking of Constable Samuel Song, who was shot and injured while doing so, and who is with us today. I know that I'm not the only one who remains inspired by the incredible courage that Sam showed that day. When remembering these events, I also think of former Sergeant-at-Arms Kevin Vickers, who, by acting decisively, was then able to bring the attack to an end. I think all Canadians should be proud of their Parliamentary Protective Service. They should also be proud of the courage of their fellow Canadians, passers-by who, motivated by their compassion, acted to help and held Corporal Nathan Cirillo in their arms during his final moments. Cette solidarité
The solidarity shown by Canadians during this tragic event is also a reminder that those who seek to attack us will fail. Canada's response is always the same. We come out of it closer and stronger. We are even more devoted after any attack to the values of our country: freedom, peace, and openness. Canadians will always choose to reject hate, choose to reject violence.
Let us take the time to mourn Corporal Nathan Cirillo and Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent and remember who they were: proud, devoted, selfless, and brave patriots. As we approach Remembrance Day, let us think of all the sacrifices made by members of our Canadian Armed Forces, past and present, and let us take every opportunity to thank them for all that they do for each and every one of us. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
One of the real implications of being a vice president is obviously rifle safety. I think
Il y a 10 ans,
10 years ago, we witnessed an attack on democracy. The attack began on the 20th of October 2014 in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu with the murder of a courageous soldier, Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent. Mr. Vincent served his country. He donned the Canadian uniform. He had a family. He had friends who adored him, but who lost him on that day. 2 days later, there was another attack, here on Parliament Hill. But perhaps even worse, at the Cenotaph.
attack of October 22nd, 2014, took the life of a courageous Canadian, Corporal Nathan Cirillo, standing on guard for those who had fallen, standing on guard for our country. There he was at the tomb of the unknown, ambushed and shot, lying bleeding in the arms of a half a dozen courageous Ottawa residents who held him and told him, "You are so loved." Moments later, the life would drain out of his body. Some might have looked at him and said he was an ordinary Canadian. Certainly, when I saw the picture of him a few days later in the newspaper, his muscles bulging after a trip to the gym, I thought he could have been like any young Canadian. But he wasn't. He wasn't ordinary at all. He was extraordinary, as are every single one of the men and women who put on the uniform of our forces. The terrorist who then made his way to Parliament Hill in a carjacked vehicle, bursted through the front door. I remember being in the caucus meeting of the then Conservative government and hearing a large crunching sound, which turned out, I learned later, to be the repetitive echo of a single gunshot bouncing off the oval-shaped ceiling of the rotunda back down onto the marble floors. That was the first shot inside of Parliament, and it was a shot that bore a wound. but it could have been so much worse. You see, when this terrorist entered, he planned to cause maximum carnage, but there was someone waiting for him. One of our courageous guards, Samiran Sun, saw the gun, grabbed the assailant, pushed the gun downward, and took a bullet in the ankle, giving his compatriots enough warning time to draw their own weapons and take cover behind the large limestone pillars that hold Parliament up. Had he not done that, it is almost certain that the gunman would have taken more lives. We now, later, we didn't know about the story of Samiran Sun because he didn't tell anyone. Instead, he quietly hobbled out of the building and towards the then abandoned hijacked vehicle to see if there were any other terrorists. There may well have been other gunmen at that point taking aim at him, but he fearlessly continued his work. He didn't tell anyone what he did no interviews, and the only quote I can find of him from that day was, "I'll survive." He got into an ambulance and made his way to the hospital and quietly went back home to recover with his family. That is the calm, humble, courageous character that embodies the best of Canada. Samiran Sun is Canada's son. Through the Hall of Honor, I remember the sounds of those firecracker sounds going off. We didn't know at the time that those were gunshots fired by our security forces, thank God, bringing the terrorist to the ground and ultimately to his deserved fate. I want to thank each and every one of our security members who fought so hard to protect us while putting their lives at risk on that day. The first responders who arrived quickly on the scene to ensure that, to minimize the damage done and the lives lost. The military members, the RCMP, and countless others who protected us all and stood with us in that day. And I want to thank all parliamentarians who showed courage and camaraderie in coming together, responding to defend this institution of Parliament and to grieve the loss of those who had defended us. What we learned on that day, Mr. Speaker, is that if we can see over the horizon, it is because we stand on the shoulders of giants. Giants like Corporal Cirillo, like Patrice Vincent, like Samiran Sun, and like the countless other heroes that defended us on that day. May we remember today, every day, of the precious gift that is our parliamentary democracy and the even more precious gift that are those who defend it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolette Sorel. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago today, on Wednesday the 22nd of October 2014, Parliament experienced one of the darkest days in its long history. A day that would change life in the House of Commons forever. 10 years ago, a terrorist killed a man a stone's throw from Parliament before bursting into the centre block with deadly intentions towards the elected representatives of the people. 10 years ago, Nathan Cirillo lost his life in a senseless attack by a deranged jihadist sympathizer. The Bloc Québécois' first thoughts are with the loved ones of Corporal Cirillo, the life of whom should never have ended that day at the age of 24 because of a senseless act. As Quebecers, we can't help but remember that the Ottawa attack came barely 2 days after another traumatic experience in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. Barely 2 days after another radical Islamic sympathizer mowed down 2 soldiers in a parking lot, wounding one and taking the life of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent. Today, we also remember him. Our thoughts are still with his loved ones 10 years later. Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians of staff and even Canadians working in the area adjacent to the Hill will remember the 22nd of October 2014 for the rest of their lives. The day when the whole of downtown Ottawa wondered if we were safe, each and every one of us confined to our offices until later in the day. The day a crazed maniac killed a soldier, then stole a minister's car to get to... On a Wednesday, Caucus Day, when Parliament is at its most crowded compared to any other day of the week. The day when a man started with parliamentary security in the Hall of Honour right next to the library. The day when, in a heroic moment, Sergeant-at-Arms Kevin Vickers and the police fired and shot the gunman dead. History will forever remember the heroism of Mr. Vickers that day, as well as that of law enforcement officers in Parliament, in particular Corporal Curtis Barrett and Agent Sun. It was a historic and heroic moment, but one that did not mark the end of the crisis, as no one knew at the time that the gunman had acted alone. It was the end of the threat to Parliament, but the beginning of a long day for all MPs, all members of staff, and staff of the House who feared for their safety. Knew what was really going on. We were told to stay locked in our offices, to keep away from windows, and to close the curtains of our offices and rooms. We called our loved ones, our spouses, in an attempt to reassure them. This is a very unique ordeal, reassuring one's loved ones when in reality one doesn't know anything about the real situation, until finally we were informed that it was safe to leave and go home. Life in the House of Commons changed that day. Firstly, for the many people who suffered post-traumatic shock at the result of this disaster event, which continues to leave a mark 10 years on. Later, with the creation the following year of the Parliamentary Protection Service in its current form, and with the vast tightening of security measures around the Hill, which continues even this autumn. Above all, Parliament lost much of its innocence that day. Gone were the days when you would think that such things simply do not happen here, on this rather touristy and good-natured Parliament Hill. It's probably for the best, given the current climate of hostility and threats against elected representatives, but it will forever be deplorable and tragic that it took the loss of a young man in the prime of his life, Nathan Cirillo, at the hands of a... We remember him, and we remember Wednesday, the 22nd of October 2014. In closing, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to extend my warmest thanks to all the officers of the Parliamentary Protective Service who are here with us every day, and who, we are clearly reminded in light of this commemoration, put their safety on the line to ensure ours. that of our employees, and that of all the dedicated staff of the House. We thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Timmins Bay James.
Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, Corporal Nathan Cirillo. On behalf of the New Democratic Party in the Parliament of Canada, I pay tribute to these soldiers who gave their lives 10 years ago and to extend our deepest love and sympathy for their family and comrades who still grieve. Today we pause to remember a day of deep trauma and violence, but it was also a day of heroism and human decency. And when our Parliament was attacked, all of us were there, sharing the same load and the same determination, from the cooks in the cafeteria, to the cleaners, to our security, to the most important cabinet ministers on the front bench. All of us were there. I remember every minute of that day, at least I think I do. And it began when that gunshot rang out in the Hall of Honor, and that shot injured our parliamentary security hero, Samin Son, who, in taking that shot, bought valuable time. He represents the best of who we are as a nation. And I remember when the shot rang out in our caucus room, there was no way to lock the doors. We weren't prepared for something like this. And we were fearing, giving the shots, that we were facing multiple shooters and a hostage situation. And we were, all of us, trying to figure out what to do next. And Alan Gervais put up the doors to protect us. And there was a bullet lodged in that door. He represents the best of who we are as a nation, and I thank him. And I think of Joel LePage, the guard on the other side of the hall, and Jean-Benoit Guindon, who was at the library. They represent the best of our country, and I thank them because they continue to serve Parliament. And I thank all those who were there that day who are no longer here. And of course, Sergeant at Arms Kevin Vickers, who's always been larger than life, who put his life on the line and took the shooter out and never spoke about it. He just did what had to be done. There was a day of chaos, uncertainty. There were so many rumors that day. We thought there were multiple shooters. In the chaos of that, we didn't know what we were dealing with. But one thing was really clear, and this is what I want to stress today, was the incredible heroism of ordinary people. The frontline responders, the staff here, but the people of Ottawa. People who stood along the barricaded streets and shouted out encouragement as we were trying to get out of lockdown. People who came down to be with us. I didn't sleep much that night, and early the next morning I felt the need to go to the cenotaph in the darkness to be where Nathan Cirillo had been killed. And there were hundreds of people already there. They were there from all walks of life, and I've never forgotten that moment because I thought who we are as a nation. This is what we do in the face of violence. We don't return hate. We came together as a city, as a nation. That's what we have to remember from this day. And I mentioned this because there are heroes who've not been given their due. I think of Barbara Winters, who when the shots rang out, she didn't run away, she ran into the danger. She held Nathan Cirillo and told him over and over again, "You're loved." What a beautiful moment. This is who we are. This is the best of our nation. I praise Martin Magnan, who came forward to comfort Nathan Cirillo, and Margaret Lair there in the midst of the chaos. These people represent the best of us. And there is unfinished business in this Parliament of Canada because they have never been properly given their due. Sending people a certificate might be a nice idea, but you don't send a certificate to people who comfort and keep our warriors alive as long as possible. You recognize what they did, and you recognize the trauma that they carry to this day. And I ask my colleagues across all party lines to come together to find a way to recognize not just our parliamentary heroes, but the civilians who were there on the front line that day, because they represent the best of who we are as a nation, and we need to remember. I'd like to conclude by saying there's another reason that we do need to remember this day. We're watching around the world growing radicalization, disinformation, and hate. Words matter. They have an impact. When I see the rising threats against everyone from municipal councillors to people going to work in Parliament, words matter. It's incumbent upon all of us in this Parliament to call that out. Because that day, 2 brave people died. That day, people were traumatized by violence and disinformation and hate. Words, we cannot let that happen again, and we will only let that happen if we forget the lessons of October 14th. Because the real lesson that we have to remember is that day, despite the chaos, despite the uncertainty, brought out the best of who we are as a nation. It showed the world what Canada is. Canada stands up at times of hatred. Canada reaches out, and Canada was there for each other. That's the lesson we need to remember, and we need to remember that every day.
Lenahab, the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to all of my colleagues for your own memories. Il y a 10 ans, mais la tragédie a commencé comme mes collègues.
As my colleagues have already said, on October 20th,
to the words of our colleagues who remembered that day. I remember, as the leader of the official opposition was saying, what it was like inside the Conservative caucus room. For those of you who never served in Centre Block, it's almost incredible to believe that in the unlocked doors of the reading room was the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and the Conservative caucus. All those doors on 3 walls opened outwards. You couldn't block them. And across the hall in the Railway Committee room, which fortunately had double doors, was the NDP caucus. And as was just remembered by the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, Alain Javet, in the Protective Service, stood to guard those doors. Thank God it was a double door, because the bullet went through one door and lodged in the second one. So many individuals showed so much. The unbearable murder of young Corporal Nathan Cirillo will stay with us always. The courage of Samuel Sun, who, as I understand it from talking to people those days, actually had the barrel of the gun against his chest and pushed it downward to where it fired into his leg and his foot. He protected all of us. Unarmed, he protected all of us. But also I remember friends in the Conservative caucus who had histories in law enforcement. David Wilkes and Shelley Glover organized themselves within that room to protect their colleagues. There was heroism on all sides, bravery, courage, and many tears. But there was never an inquiry. I will add now that it's never too late to actually look with fresh eyes at what happened and learn those lessons. And in that, I want to again thank our former Sergeant at Arms, Kevin Vickers, and resonate to what he's recently said. Yes, there are still lessons to be learned. God bless Canada. God bless everyone who on that day showed such courage.
Honorables collègues, merci de vos...
Dear colleagues, thank you for the words you shared on this sad day. Many of us remember that day 10 years ago. Many of us can imagine it. And none of us is indifferent. We all grieve the death of Nathan Cirillo. We all remember his sacrifice and his service to Canada. Our hearts and our prayers are with his loved ones.
And honor the strength and courage of our Parliamentary Security Service personnel on duty that day, our heroes, who put their own lives at risk without hesitation to keep us all safe. We have colleagues serving today who bear the scars of that day. Out of respect to all members of the Parliamentary Protective Services and the RCMP, I will not individually name them, but on your behalf, I want them to know that we see them, that we recognize them, and we recognize their service and devotion to this place. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you all. If I may, I would also like to recognize 3 ordinary Canadians that the honourable member from Timmins James Bay directly brought to our attention. These incredible Canadians who in an extraordinary way stepped into a dangerous situation provide succor to Corporal Cirillo in his hour of need. Margaret Layer was a nurse who served to save Corporal Cirillo's life. Martin Magnan held the corporal's hand. Barbara Winters told Corporal Cirillo that he was loved in the final moments of his life. Nous nous souvenons également.
We also remember all those who helped our community in different ways, day and afterward. We thank them, like all those who rushed towards Corporal Cirillo and those who were with him during his last moments with love and compassion.
Ordinary people and others in uniform who found themselves living an impossibly dangerous moment and acted with bravery and humanity to do whatever they could do to help others. 10 years later, the healing continues. Some scars are seen, others are invisible, but all are lasting. We never deny them. We recognize them and try to come together as a community to find healing and peace. Le Parlement du Canada.
The Parliament of Canada is the seat of our democracy. And any attack within this place is an attack on all Canadians. The safety of each of us and of those who are visiting us is a constant priority for our parliamentary community. We must also commit to doing our share to contribute to a respectful workplace and one that takes care of its members and that leaves no one behind.
Recognize that the attack 10 years ago led to a loss. We cannot take it back, but we can move forward, knowing that we share a commitment to ensure that Parliament Hill, our workplace, is safe and secure for all of us who work here and for all Canadians who come here to see their democracy in action. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for your attention. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, privilège, reprise de l'étude.
Resuming study of the question of privilege on the production of documents having to do with Sustainable Development Technology Canada, resuming debate on the sub-amendment, standing in the name of Mr. Muse.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Lambton, Middlesex, Kent, Middlesex. She has, 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in her debate. Honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker.
it's not far-fetched at all to expect that once results are returned, we will once again uncover more Liberal corruption. Now, Speaker, let's not forget to return to the Green Slush Fund scandal, because there is still more to unpack here. In 2019, former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains began appointing executives to the board of SDTC who had severe conflicts of interest. Conflicts of interest were rampant from the beginning, but got worse with time, with members of the SDTC board voting on projects that they stood to gain from. Again, this was $390 million of taxpayer dollars wasted on a slush fund that doled out money for projects to enrich Liberal insiders that should have been ineligible to receive funding. This scandal highlights the reckless mismanagement of taxpayer dollars and the government's failure to uphold even the most basic standards of governance. While the Liberal government has been busy covering up scandals and protecting its insiders, Canadian families have been left to bear the brunt of its policies. Life under this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government has never been more expensive. Housing costs have doubled, grocery costs have soared, and inflation is eroding the value of every dollar that Canadians earn. So apart from scandal and corruption, we also have a government that is completely incompetent. A prime example of this is the NDP Liberal carbon tax, which has made life more expensive for every Canadian. The Parliamentary Budget Officer's report confirmed what many have suspected all along. Canadians are worse off under this tax. In Newfoundland and Labrador, households are paying an additional $652 a year because of the carbon tax. In Ontario, it's $903. Families in Saskatchewan are paying $894 more, and in Alberta, it's an extra $697 a year. These are real taxpayer dollars being taken out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians, all for a policy that has failed to achieve any of its environmental goals. The carbon tax has driven up the cost of everything from gas to groceries to home heating. And this year alone, families will be paying $700 more for food, while millions of Canadians are lining up at food banks. All the while, this government continues to waste and squander public money on failed policies and scandalous dealings. Speaker, the Liberals have even gone so far as to hide internal government numbers showing that the carbon tax will cost Canadians $30.5 billion by 2030. That's an extra $1,824 per family per year. In addition to taxing Canadians to the point that they can't even afford to drive, the government is wasting billions chasing an electric vehicle mandate that Canadian consumers just aren't interested in. Now, I've driven an EV, and even on a reasonable commute across the most developed area of Ontario, the infrastructure to support vehicles is just not available. Fast chargers are few and far between, and sometimes, and a lot of times, they're mysteriously broken. In some cases, the price to charge the car from empty is actually more than it would cost to fill a tank full of gasoline. So now let's consider the cost to even get one of these vehicles. Absolutely prohibitive to the vast majority of Canadians. And the government has slapped even further a luxury tax on a few of the EVs that have any form of functionality. It's a scam that gets worse when you consider the massive investments in factories that this government's making when they're not even going to fully employ Canadian labor. That's right, we've learned that after committing billions of dollars to build electric vehicles, the factories intend to employ foreign labor. While Canadians struggle to make ends meet, the government is either punishing or ignoring Canadians. Meanwhile, on the streets of our cities, we see they've become more dangerous. Violent crime has increased 39% since the Prime Minister took office. The justice system, once a source of pride in this country, has become a revolving door for repeat offenders. And instead of addressing these issues, the NDP Liberal government has weakened laws, making it easier for dangerous criminals to go free. Our communities are no longer safe, and families no longer feel secure in their own neighbourhoods. The government has failed to protect Canadians. Instead, they are taking on action To stop the rising tide of violence, they have chosen to focus on ideological crusades that have done nothing to make our streets safer. In fact, just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Toronto Police Association posted the following message on X in response to the Prime Minister boasting about banning handguns 2 years ago. And they say, I quote, "Criminals did not get your message. Our communities are experiencing a 45% increase in shootings and a 62% increase in gun-related homicides compared to this time last year. What difference does your handgun ban make when 85% of guns seized by our members can be sourced to the United States?" Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberal coalition is simply not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption that they bring. After 9 years, it's clear that they have failed to deliver on their promises. Instead, they've delivered higher taxes, higher costs, higher crime rates, and a government plagued by scandal after scandal. The only solution is a government that will put Canadians first, a government that will end the waste, the corruption, and the inflationary policies that are strangling families across this country. Only a common-sense Conservative government can restore accountability and trust in government. We will end the corruption, clean up the mess, and give Canadians the answers they deserve. We will ensure that taxpayer dollars are used for the benefit of Canadians, not for lining the pockets of Liberal insiders. We will axe the carbon tax that is making life more expensive, and we will get back to work on building homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime that is destroying our communities. The NDP Liberal government has had 9 years to show Canadians what they can do, and what they've shown Canadians is that they absolutely cannot be trusted. They have put their own interests ahead of Canada, hidden the truth rather than face accountability, and wasted taxpayer dollars on pipe dreams and vanity projects while Canadians struggle. It's time to bring an end to this corruption and restore integrity, transparency, and common sense to our government. Canadians deserve a government that will put them first, and it's time to bring home a common-sense Conservative government. We will axe the tax, restore trust, and rebuild our great country because Canada and Canadians deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to honourable member's speech with her comments on the cost on carbon pollution and her attacks on the electrical vehicle industries. Shows the Conservatives deny the climate change is actually happening. I would like to ask the member her comments. During the last 2 years, despite the attacks from Conservatives, we continue to invest in Canadians, and today we are seeing the results with the inflation down to 1.6%. Interest rates continue to fall for the 4th time tomorrow. Consumer confidence index rising to 30 months high. How is that all possible when the government action is resulting in what is good for Canadians and which is totally different from what she trying to paint the picture as?
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for the comment and I think question in there. Madam Speaker, what I hear from my constituents in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and actually across the country and places I've lived is they are actually worse off under this Liberal government. The Liberal government claims all of these policies and they have all these ideologies, but when in actual reality, Canadians are far worse off under this government. The carbon tax is just one example. If the member across the aisle were to come to a rural community, and I challenge you to come and shadow somebody in a rural community, even for a weekend, and see how people in the rural parts of this country live. It's much different from your little bubble in the big city of Toronto or Montreal or wherever it is. We actually have to commute places, and we don't have options for public transit. We only have the option to drive in different places. The cost of living under the carbon tax makes life way more expensive for those of us who live in rural areas of Canada.
To remind the members she's to address all questions and comments through the Speaker, not directly to the members. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The federal government launched just before the previous budget $250 million to specifically help the homelessness crisis in this country. And they promised us that in the coming years they would end this crisis. But there's still no agreements with Quebec. For example, we learned last week that the number of people who've died on the streets in Quebec tripled over the last 5 years. They've died from the cold or from an overdose. Now, for the last couple of weeks, we're stuck talking about something that everyone agrees with in this House except for the government. We agree that there should be more transparency and accountability. Does my colleague not think that it's time to move to a vote on this issue so that we can discuss issues like the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis in this country? The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Madam Speaker, I thank you to my colleague for his question. Honestly, Madam Speaker, I don't know what we could be, what is not more important than talking about this government, this NDP Liberal government, who does not want to be transparent with Canadians, who is refusing to provide unredacted documents to the RCMP so that they can be investigated for the misspending of taxpayer dollars. We want to talk about homelessness, we want to talk about unaffordability and the cost of living for Canadians. This government has taken hard-earned taxpayer dollars and wasted it and given it to their Liberal insider friends for projects that don't benefit Canadians. That money would have been better used to spend on seniors or to help people lift them out of poverty instead of putting them into poverty by wasting away taxpayer dollars and making life so unaffordable for Canadians that they're having a hard time making ends meet and are lining up at food banks in record numbers.
Well done, Leah. Comments? From Nunavut.
I wonder if the member agrees that the Conservatives are just as responsible for the state that we're in this House of Commons. Both the Liberals and the Conservatives are filibustering by having this endless debate rather than focusing on issues like maybe approving the Kivadlik Hydro Fiber Link project in Nunavut that would help fight climate change and to help Nunavut communities get off of diesel. And I wonder if she can comment on that.
The Honourable for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Well, Madam Speaker, that's quite a comment. That's a pretty rich comment coming from a member of the NDP who is no better than this Liberal government. In fact, they're the ones who've been propping up this government for the last 4 years. So if we want to talk about corruption, the NDP is just as guilty as the Liberals because they have been the accomplice in propping up this government while they continue to squander and waste taxpayer money. And now they're refusing to give unredacted documents to the RCMP so that this can be investigated further. We know that there's wrongdoing in there, and obviously they're hiding it. And if they didn't have anything to hide, why wouldn't they just give the documents?
That's right. Well done. Questions and comments? The Honourable for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to bring us back to what the topic of the day is the fact that over $400 million of taxpayer funds was stolen, essentially. The Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest where Liberal appointees, the Liberal chair and other boards of directors funneled $400 million of taxpayer dollars to their own companies. Now, through you, Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask this colleague the same as what I've asked other colleagues, because the Liberals would like this to get to committee so they can study it. But, Madam Speaker, through you, to our honourable colleague, when somebody steals from her, does she call a committee or does she call the RCMP?
Good question.
Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his great question. In fact, I actually have an email here from a constituent of mine. His name is John, and he says that same question. He asks, how can someone withhold evidence and not be in jail? I steal a chocolate bar and I go to jail, and yet politicians are stealing our money and nothing happens. Significant change in this country. We need people who will actually work for Canadians and not their pocketbooks. And my colleague is absolutely right, Madam Speaker. We would call the police if somebody were stealing from us. So in this instance, the government needs to hand over those unredacted documents and give them to the police. This is not a matter for a committee to look at. We're far beyond that at this point. We need the RCMP to look into this corruption, and 186 instances, Madam Speaker, of mismanagement and of irregularities here. Something's got to give, and the Liberals need to give their the unredacted documents to the RCMP.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Madam Speaker, nothing but false facts and misinformation. That's all we hear coming from the Conservative banks.
Always.
Just go to the last question. They said the Liberal appointment. We appointed a Liberal as the chair. That chair that the member's referring to was an advisor to Stephen Harper, to Brian Mulroney, both Conservatives. Jim Flaherty, another Conservative, contributes thousands and thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party. But it doesn't matter. The facts don't matter. For the Conservatives, it's nothing more than a political cheap game that they play at a great cost. Tens of thousands of dollars wasted because of this game. But it's not the only game. Here's another game, Madam Speaker. And I quote from iPolitics. Conservative leader blank is playing with Canadians by refusing to get top-level security clearance and receive classified briefings on foreign interference, according to one national security expert. Again, a national expert that advises both Liberal and Conservative governments. Nothing but games. Why would the leader of the Conservative Party not do the honourable thing and get the security clearance so they can at least be in tune with the foreign interference?
Great question.
Honourable Member Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know what's interesting? I'm going to read something here. We have a whistleblower, and you want to talk about facts. If my colleague across the way, Madam Speaker, wants to talk about facts, well, here's a fact. We have a whistleblower. The whistleblower said this to the Public Accounts Committee. Quote, just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization. End quote. So, Madam Speaker, I would say Conservatives trust the whistleblower, and that's why we need to turn these documents over to the RCMP for an investigation now.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, my question for my honourable colleague is very clear and very simple. And I know it's been asked already, but I just want an answer. Why won't her leader get a security clearance so that he can be briefed on the information about foreign interference in this country? Is it because he has something to hide? Is it because he's afraid that maybe he won't pass the clearance? He won't get that security clearance? Because we know that if he becomes Prime Minister, he doesn't need to get one, because by default, a Prime Minister can have one. Why won't he get one now?
Answer, the Honourable for Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would say, to the member opposite, Canadians are more concerned about being able to put the next meal on their table to feed their children. Canadians are more concerned about being able to pay that heating bill that's about to come in the mail as the weather turns colder. Canadians are concerned about being able to pay their mortgage right now. And every single policy out of this government in the last number of years is driving them deeper and deeper into debt, and they're having a harder time making ends meet, and that's the fault of the NDP Liberal government.
Resuming debate,
the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Fjord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I rise today to discuss the Speaker's decision concerning the production of documents ordered by the House concerning the scandal involving SDTC. The House ordered the production of documents relative to this scandal so that they could be sent to the law clerk and eventually to the relevant authorities for investigation. The process is simple. The House has powers superior to any other entity, and the Privy Council Office, which is directly accountable to the Prime Minister, has decided to get around this order by asking the department to censor the documents before transmitting them to Parliament. This is a breach of parliamentary privilege because the House order called for uncensored documents. This scandal raises serious concerns when it comes to how taxpayers' money is managed and how public funds are governed. Madam Speaker, we've just come back from a week in our ridings. My team and myself, over 3 days, held a passport clinic to help local constituents who haven't had the privilege of being able to travel, to help constituents who who have a hard time understanding the forms, to help them fill them up. Our goal was to make it easier for them to get a passport. For some of them, issues like getting a picture and doing photocopies had to be dealt with, but it was also an opportunity to meet with constituents. We met with over 500 people over 3 days during this clinic, and there's one thing that came out of that was very clear. Our constituents are fed up with this Liberal government. This government is at the end of its life. It's disconnected from the lives of people living in Quebec's regions and rural areas. A 10-year passport costs $160, and it's $120 for a 5-year passport. That some of my constituents chose not to get a 10-year passport because they couldn't afford to pay an extra $50. And these are people who watch the news. They see what's happening. They watched the CEO of CBC charge $1,000 a night for a hotel in Paris during the Olympics, during her vacation. We as elected officials, we need to set an example. What we've been seeing in the example I just gave is a symptom of the climate that's been put in place by the Liberals. Nobody is accountable. There's a lack of ethics, a laissez-faire attitude, and a lack of judgment shown by people throughout government, and that's what we've seen with this Green Fund. Over the 3-day clinic, a number of my constituents said, listen, Mr. Martel, what's up with this Green Fund scandal? It appears to us that it's worse than the sponsorship scandal. But let's put things in perspective. 20 years ago, in 2002, the Auditor General of Canada, Sheila Fraser, began an investigation into what was to become the sponsorship scandal. Ms. Fraser produced a damning report on the Liberal government of the day in 2003. The government prorogued Parliament at that time to delay the tabling of that report, which was only made public in February of 2004. Ms. Fraser estimated that $100 million of the $250 million allocated to the sponsorship fund had been misused. Now, let's look at the scandal that we're facing right now at Sustainable Development and Technology Canada, and you'll see it's clear history is repeating itself. In November of 2022, whistleblowers raised concerns to the Auditor General relative to unethical practices inside SDTC. In September 2023, whistleblowers made their allegations public, and the Minister of Innovation accepted that it was necessary to suspend funding to SDTC. In November 2023, the Auditor General announced that she would be auditing the organization. In June of 2024, the Auditor General's report was published, and it showed that there were major failings within the governance of SDTC. The Auditor General noted that SDTC had given $58 million to 10 projects that were not eligible, and in certain cases, these projects did not show any advantage to the environment or the development of any green technology. $334 million in 186 cases was given to projects where members of the board of directors of SDTC were in a position of conflict of interest.
$58 million for projects that did not meet the conditions. On the 10th of June, the House adopted a motion. This motion sought that a number of documents be shared with the RCMP for their study. On the 26th of September, the Speaker rendered a decision upon the question of privilege raised and deemed that the privileges had indeed been flouted. Today, the Prime Minister must work hard to stay in power, and so he's not working for Canadians. A shadow of prorogation is above Parliament. It's not just a question of numbers. It's not just a question of the wasting of public funds. It's a question of trust, of justice, and accountability. Canadians deserve a government that respects them, that does not hide behind bureaucratic excuses. Instead of responding with actions, the government redacted documents, as it often does, blocking inquiries, punishing whistleblowers. The Auditor General revealed that the government did not even seek to find criminal intent. How can we trust a government that covers its own failures? Madam Speaker, this week we celebrate small and medium-sized business owners. The SDTC scandal shows us, once again, that this Liberal government chooses who are the winners and who are the losers. What is more frustrating to business owners who sacrifice time and effort for their company than to see in the evening news a number of business owners having privileged access with easy access to subsidies. I go and visit the SMEs of my riding, and I talk about their situation. I take an interest in their lives. Customers no longer have any money. Sales are down, and what people buy are often items that have the smallest profit margin. And they're increasing even more rapidly than inflation. What they see and what they hear is a government that dilapidates their funds, blamed by the Auditor General. Canadian entrepreneurs are shocked by this government, and I understand them. I understand the impact that this could have on their mental health. One of them was telling me that they couldn't sleep at night anymore. He had invested everything. He had done everything in his power, but he simply had no more liquidity to continue. He also would tell me that he couldn't say that he didn't know the right people or that he wasn't in the right riding. When he thinks about SDTC or huge sums invested in Tiger Motors, this business owner thinks he simply was in the wrong place. We need a level playing field with winning conditions for everyone, with justice and equity for all. Trust needs to be brought back, and hope in the future as well. Madam Speaker, the Green Fund and the Tiger Motor failure are not the only federal investments that are of concern, that are a concern to the people of my riding, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord. The government also invested huge amounts in helices technology. And a number of my constituents say that the government could have done better with regards to governance and with regards to oversight, so that the funds would be used in their best interest, the best interest of Canadians. For example, I was told that the Department for Innovation, Science and Industry could have compelled the government to evaluate the project so that there would be a better strategic orientation. Such huge investments need huge prudence. But with the Liberals, economic prudence does not exist. We see this with the racked up debts and deficits that keep going up and keep being higher than predictions. The government is living on borrowed time with the complicity of the Bloc Québécois. They are trying to deliver some final battles, ideological battles, at the end of the day, which is what they've done with a decree on forestry. This government that claims to be environmentally friendly grants fund for sustainable development without obligations to obtain results, without thinking of Quebec in protecting our biodiversity. Workers, entrepreneurs, and forest communities are those who have to foot the bill for this battle. But with the Liberals, workers and entrepreneurs and forestry communities will not benefit from these funds. We can be sure of that. There aren't many Liberal sympathisers in Quebec's regions. The government has allowed this sector to wilt. There are entities that are eating into our markets. The funds dilapidated in the Green Fund could have been used for other things. Funds that could have served to better manage our forests, to be more resilient, and to better adapt to climate change. Funds that could have improved our work to add new value to forestry products, funds to develop new products or new markets with new species of wood that will better prosper with climate change. Madam Speaker, Canadian families fight every day to eat and to be housed and to heat themselves. Yet hundreds of millions of dollars are being diverted to enrich the friends of the government. This is unacceptable, and it's simply not tolerable. We have a right to see hidden documents, no? We have the right to understand why this money, our money, is being used to fund companies that are close to the people in power, whereas we, simple Canadians, are fighting simply to live a decent life in a country where everything is now out of reach. This country isn't a family business for the company, a family business for the Liberals. Canada belongs to Canadians. Every dollar that we pay in tax must be used to improve the lives of all and shouldn't just put money in the pockets of a few privileged people. We need to make sure that these documents be shared, that light be cast, that the RCMP be given the opportunity to investigate without obstruction. It's a question of justice for us all. The Auditor General noted that a very high percentage of SDTC transactions over a period of 5 years were tainted by a conflict of interests. This represents $330 million of public money granted to companies, the members of the board of directors of which had a direct interest or indirect interest. The people's trust, we've talked about it, and the trust of investors in initiatives funded through entities like SDTC is essential to make sure that there's a sustainable and transparent green transition. If SDTC's practices continue to tarnish this trust and confidence, this could hamper essential projects for our common future. We must think about what this truly means. If Canadians lose trust in their government and in their institutions, at risk and in jeopardy will be our democracy. How can we build a solid and strong and sustainable future if we live in a climate of cynicism and distrust? It is essential that all light be cast upon these practices in order to guarantee that investments be made in strategic sectors like green technology, and that these investments be made in an equitable and transparent way. This scandal affects not only the credibility of how public money is spent nationally, but also has direct repercussions on the future of all Canadians. We must not allow this government to continue to steal our future. We must say enough. And that is the reason for which we are asking for full and absolute transparency. Canadians have a right to hear the truth. They have a right to know where their money goes and demand a government that respects them, a government that will put an end to corruption. Only common sense Conservatives will be able to do this. We've seen too many scandals, too much wastage, too much opacity. We want to put an end to corruption and want to put power back into the hands of Canadians. The honourable member, I was trying to send him the message. The time is over, but I'm sure that during questions and comments he will be able to share a bit more information. It's already been 20 minutes. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the honourable member mentioned about the deficits. During the last 2 years, when the global inflation affected Canadians and resulted in the cost of living increases, we continue to invest in Canadians. We continue to take measures, introduce programs to help Canadians who are getting deeply affected. The investments we have made today, it is all yielding fruits. Inflation is down to 1.6%. Interest rates are coming down. In fact, tomorrow probably it's going to come down for the 4th time. Consumer confidence index has been the highest in the last 30 months. I want to ask the member whether he recognizes that the constant attack the Conservatives were doing when we are rolling out the programs, but today they are yielding results, what his reaction is.
The honourable member for Chicout-du-Milieu-Fjord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. It's surprising to hear my colleague say all those things when Canada is doing terribly and has been doing terribly since this government came into power. This government, when the economy was going really well, continued to invest in infrastructure, where contractors or companies were saying, we don't need this money. We can't even do our job anymore. What are they doing here? The economy is doing great. This is not common sense to be wasting so much money. Criminality, it has gone up very rapidly since this government came into place. The cost of living and inflation. Just another few examples. We're footing the bill. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague that this government has shown a lack of transparency. It's rather evident. But there's something that I noted even more in his speech when he talked about the fact that the Bloc Québécois was only powered by ideology. I would like him to understand, let us know how protecting supply management and increasing the purchasing power of seniors is pure ideology. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague. Say is that today, and I appreciate her question today, that's not what we're talking about. No. Today's subject is that the government redacted documents, as it loves to do. It's blocked investigations, it's protected people that need to be pursued. We have the right to these documents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Conservatives, through the course of this debate, through this filibustering, are showing the extent that they are willing to play games in this House. But they're not the only ones. The Liberals and the Conservatives both are using procedures that are resulting in this stalemate. So I'd like to ask the member if he cares truly about his constituents, if he's willing to advise his leadership that what is best for all of our constituents in this House is to move this debate to committee so that we can start debating other important matters, for example, funding the Kivalliq Hydro Fiber Link project in Nunavut.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you. Thank you to my colleague. I believe that it's my colleague who's not thinking about her constituents because she's the one who was part of the agreement with the Liberals, protecting the Liberals at every turn, protecting their inflationist spending. On top of that, with Canada as it is now, I believe that just the fact that they approved all the government did isn't being honest with Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague and commend him for his speech. Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord has a real MP who works very hard for its constituents. In his speech, he brought my attention to something, the decree for the forest caribou. He often said that 1,500 jobs would be lost because of a Liberal government decree. Could the government have invested in caribou genetics rather than having to close an entire region with the job losses that come with it? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I'd like to thank my colleague. Forestry workers are very concerned. I believe that the government did very little for the forest. With all the waste, all the scandals, I believe that the government, without all these scandals, would have had enough money to work with our forestry sector and help our forestry sector. I believe that Canadians need to know the truth. We want to see the documents. Thank you.
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Perhaps more of a comment than a question, Madam Speaker. I listened to the intervention from my NDP colleague a moment ago, and I would humbly suggest to the NDP that there is another way to get through this, and that is by meeting with the government, like they used to in the supply and confidence agreement that we had, in order to get through this charade. So, to my NDP colleague, who is now blaming not just the Conservatives but the Liberals as well for playing games, I would suggest that perhaps the NDP might be playing a little bit of a game, because if they wanted to, they could help us get through this motion that we've now been, I believe, debating for 15 days. And
days.
If I want my NDP colleagues to know that the door is always open if they want to have that discussion.
Je crois que la question est pas.
Well, that wasn't really a question directed to the honourable member. However, if he does wish to answer, please go ahead. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his comment. I'd like to know if he still has confidence in his own Prime Minister. The honourable member can't really direct a question back like that. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, I think my colleague for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord has a fairly flexible way of analyzing whether questions are relevant or not. Some were relevant, others weren't. However, in his speech, he talked about the sponsorship scandal. He often seems to have questions about the role of the Bloc. And I would like to point out that without the Bloc Québécois' way of addressing the sponsorship scandal, perhaps nothing would have happened. This House didn't seem to care about it because, after all, Stéphane Dion's plan B was to try to promote a sense of belonging to Canada. And so there wouldn't have been a Montgomery Commission without the Bloc Québécois. We would never have cast light on the scandal. Can my colleague at least recognize that? The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. That's a good question, Madam Speaker. And that's exactly why we're wondering why now the Bloc Québécois is keeping this government in power. We struggle with this. It would be very easy to trigger an election if we would occasionally get support from the Bloc Québécois. Thank you. One more brief question.
The honourable member Cypress Hills Grassland.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I'm just wondering if he could comment briefly on the courage to start at the very top of the Liberal Party, and it's been permeated its way all the way down through, beginning with the Prime Minister. I'm just wondering if my colleague has any thoughts or comments about that.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I'd like to thank my colleague. We know that Canadians are increasingly frustrated with the lack of accountability of this government. Every day they tell me that they do not have confidence in this government. And I think that for the good of this chamber, elections as soon as possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford is rising on the point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We have consulted with the other parties, and I hope if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion. That the House, 1, recognizes the RCMP statement from October 14, 2024 on violent criminal activity occurring in Canada. 2, calls for all leaders to take necessary actions to protect Canadians from foreign interference. And 3, calls for all federal party leaders to get the appropriate security clearance in the next 30 days.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No. Well, we don't have unanimous consent. I have a point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you explain why Conservatives said no to this common sense motion?
I'm sorry, that's not a point of order on this particular issue. Another point of order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
I just want to make sure, Madam Speaker, that when we heard that no, it was literally a member running out
getting some clarification. There's not a point of order on this here either. Order à l'ordre. L'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, It is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised at the time of adjournment.
Housing, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Government Accountability, and the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, Taxation. Another point of order, the honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, this is a genuine point of order, and I would like you to consider this. It is a rule of this House that in order to vote on a motion, you have to have heard the motion and been in the House for the motion. The member who yelled no to that unanimous consent motion was not in the House when the motion was read out. And I would like...
I'm sorry, the honourable member... as soon as we hear no, it doesn't matter if you hear the whole motion or not. As soon as we hear no, then the motion is not accepted. I would just ask members that if they want unanimous consent, that they should make sure that all parties are in agreement in able to do so, and maybe give me a little bit of a heads up and I'll know for sure. But in the meantime, I would just say that no, there was no unanimous consent on that motion. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then just from that point of order that was brought up earlier on, I also did say nay, and I was sitting in my position. So, Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to speak on behalf of the people of Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Sorry, does the honourable member Durham have a point of order?
I'd like to ask for unanimous consent that the House call upon the Prime Minister to release the names of the members of Parliament that have knowingly or wittingly collaborated with foreign interference.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent
All of those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
Not
have unanimous consent.
Another point of order, the honourable member for sorry, are you in the right spot? Yeah, I'm sorry, the honourable member, unless the honourable member, did he change seats since the last week? Then I would just say that he's not recognized at this point. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, resuming debate, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will say this again. It is a privilege.
Sorry, I'm going to get the honourable member to start over. The honourable member of South Shore St. Margaret's has a habit of interrupting the House when others have the floor. I would ask him that if he wants to do so, then he should if he wants to have conversations with other members, he should do so by stepping out of the chamber or wait till the appropriate time for him to be able to take the floor. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Madam Speaker, I think I've cut off a minute of my speech already here. So
start.
No. I'm
completely. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's just been so much fun since I've been away for over a week here, and it truly is a privilege to speak on behalf of the people of Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, and to be back in this House. I recognize that the people of Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan are very compassionate, caring, honest, and hardworking people, and they have reached out to me recently in my time of loss. And if you don't mind, Madam Speaker, this is the first opportunity since the passing of my mother that I've had a chance to speak in Parliament. And I want to recognize not just my fellow party members, but those who have reached from across the floor, my colleagues across party boundaries, for their kind words to my daughters Saoirse, Ailey, and I, who have buried and mourned the loss of their Scottish grandmother, my mother Caroline Tolmie. She moved to Canada in the early 60s when Prime Minister Diefenbaker was in office, and I am sure that the fact of me representing what was once part of his riding brings a smile to both my father's face, who immigrated to Canada from Bonnie, Scotland, when he was Prime Minister of our great nation. Thank you. She believed in strong principles, and she passed those principles down to me, and I am doing my best to preserve and carry those out for a strong foundation for cornerstones in my life. And I am here representing the people of Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan with some of the skill sets and Scottish feistiness that has been passed on to me from my family. I wish I was speaking on another issue today. Another issue that wasn't marred in controversy or had so much hair on it. We could be talking about the cost of living crisis, a crisis that is impacting Canadians' lives daily and causing stress and duress for people who are just trying to get by. Or we could be talking about the ongoing wars. Canada's military is prepared or not. Are they prepared for the instability that the world is experiencing right now? Do we have the right leadership in charge to stabilize our country and to be a positive influence in the turmoil and global affairs that we're experiencing right now? We could be debating any number of issues that the committee I sit on, Veterans Affairs, has been studying. From the recognition of wartime service to the transition to civilian life. Or why hasn't the government recognized that the first Gulf War, the one that Canada participated in the liberation of Kuwait, why are our veterans not being recognized for wartime service? More importantly, Madam Speaker, we could be debating one of the main issues I've been hearing in my riding since I was elected, axing the carbon tax. But instead, we are once again talking about a massive Liberal scandal. Let's be clear, not just a massive Liberal scandal, but a massive Liberal scandal. I've only been an MP for a few years, but it seems like we are constantly in the middle of stories like this with a tired, scandal-plagued government. Madam Speaker, to be honest with you, this is wearing our country down. And even the Liberals are standing up and saying that their Prime Minister has no credibility in their ridings and that their one-time supporters are drowning the Prime Minister's voice out. On many occasions, I wish I could do the same. After 9 long years, this is yet more proof Liberals are just not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. The Speaker ruled that the Liberals violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into this $400 million scandal. Instead of simply abiding by this House order, what has happened? The Liberals have decided to paralyze the House for 4 weeks. It really makes you wonder what could possibly be in those documents that they are so scared of. Is fear the reason why we are here? The Auditor General of Canada found that the Prime Minister has turned the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. This was further corroborated by a recording of a senior civil servant who slammed the outright incompetence of the Trudeau government, which gave $390 million, worth of contracts inappropriately.
Yeah, the honourable member just realised that he used the Prime Minister's name, and so he has recognized it. I just want to remind members as well, just to make sure that when they write their speech, or whoever writes their speech for them, that they don't put the name of individuals, of parliamentarians in the House of Commons. The honourable for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Censorship is alive and well, Madam Speaker, and I hear that from my colleagues across the aisle. And so I understand what their caucus meeting is going to be like tomorrow. I wish we could join them and see how things go. I'd bring the popcorn.
Having a point of debate, the honourable member knows full well that it's not about censorship, it's about respect for the House, and that the rules of the House is that you're not to name parliamentarians that are in the House by their names. You name them by their positions or their writings. The honourable member Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your correction. I do recognize that your position, and thank you. It's not always an easy position that you're in. Well, Madam Speaker, a senior civil servant was screaming from the rooftops about Liberal incompetence and corruption. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General found that the SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. Wow. 334 to projects, over 186 projects, in which board members held conflict of interest. 58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met. Now, Madam Speaker, here is what really makes my blood boil when I hear of something like this. Communities across Canada are struggling with aging infrastructure. They are begging for a fair and predictable funding model that will help them tackle the backlog of issues that they are dealing with. When they hear of this green slush fund and the challenges that they have to get in order to get funding and financing for aging infrastructure projects, municipalities get upset. Mayors and councillors get upset. Taxpayers get upset. And Madam Speaker, I'm upset. Instead, this Liberal government is doling our much-needed funds that could be used in communities for important projects essential to that community's operation and survival, such as new water treatment plants, replacing old aging water lines, replacing old aging bridges, or roads that are needing upgrading, or recreational facilities where kids, families, and the elderly can get together. Instead, Liberal insiders get the payouts for projects they cannot demonstrate environmental benefit or development of green technology. The Auditor General made that the blame for this scandal falls on the Prime Minister's industry minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. Now, why would he? The SDTC mandate was supposed to be a federally funded nonprofit that approves and disperses over $100 million in funds annually to clean technology companies. From the report, this mandate has obviously changed and not for the best interests of the Canadian taxpayer. Sustainable Development Technology Canada was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies that promote sustainable development. From everything I'm reading, it is not doing what it is supposed to do. And the people of Canada are asking for accountability. And they want to know why Liberal insiders are getting their pockets filled. The question I ask is why an arm's length, non-for-profit organization that was created to support projects that develop and demonstrate new technologies that address issues related to climate change, air quality, clean water, clean soil, are being used to line the pockets of friends. I just used the term arm's length. It's more like hand in pocket. The problems are rampant. The problems are rampant with this government, and they've been going on for far too long. SDT executives awarded projects in which they held conflicts for over $330 million worth of taxpayers' funds. Why did the executives not do their due diligence? Well, it starts from the top. In 2019, the former Liberal industry minister began appointing conflicted executives to the board of SDTC. Further, the Prime Minister's newly appointed board begins voting companies in which executives hold active conflicts of interest for SDTC funding. The governance standards at the fund deteriorate rapidly under the new leadership of the new chair. It's all starting from the top. How did this come to light? The Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner initiated separate investigations after whistleblowers came forward with allegations of financial mismanagement at the fund. The Achilles heel of the Liberal government, financial management. And what did the Auditor General say? The Auditor General investigation finds severe lapses in the governance standards and uncovers that $390 million in SDTC funding was awarded to projects that either should have been ineligible to receiving funding, what? Or be awarded to projects in which board members were conflicted during their 5-year audit report. Madam Speaker, there is a clear timeline which tells the story, a horror story, if you may, of what has transpired and why we are here today. In late 2018, the former Liberal industry minister expresses concern regarding the Harper-era chair of SDTC, Mr. Jim Balseal, given his public criticism of government privacy legislation. The minister's office expresses its discomfort about Mr. Balseal's comments with the CEO of SDTC and requests the chair stop criticizing government legislation. I did mention earlier on, no censorship happening here, thank you. Let's look away. The minister proposes 2 alternative chairs to the CEO of SDTC as replacements in a phone call. One of the candidates proposed is Ms. Bird, an entrepreneur who is receiving STC funding through one of her companies. What happens next? The minister, the PMO, and PCO are warned of the risks associated with appointing a conflicted chair and are told that up until this point, the fund has never had a chair with interests in companies receiving funding from SDTC. A very clear warning, and I might add, very, very good advice. In 2019, June of 2019, the minister decides to proceed with the appointment, and despite repeated warnings, expressed to his office of not doing so, the former minister says, "You know what? I got this. I don't need your advice." The new chair goes on to create an environment where conflict of interests are tolerated and managed by board members. Why not? It's allowed from the top level. We can do it too. Board members go on to award SDTC funding to companies in which board members hold stock or positions within the company receiving funding. People, your investments are going to be funded by the taxpayers of Canada. How tragic. But wait, we aren't done yet. The minister goes on to appoint 2 other controversial board members who engaged in unethical behavior in breach of conflict interest acts by approving funding to companies in which they hold ownership stakes. The cycle continues. Let's pad the pockets of our friends more. Madam Speaker, do you mind if I ask how much time I have left? 2 minutes. Okay. ISD officials witness 186 conflicts at the board, but do not intervene. And on January 21st, the new Minister of Industry is appointed. But does he clean up the mess? Answer, no. In November of 2022, whistleblowers raised internal concerns with the Auditor General about unethical practices at SDTC. The Privy Council is briefed by the whistleblowers about the allegations shortly after and commissions 2 independent reports. Not far behind, the whistleblowers take the allegations public, and the new minister is forced to agree and then suspend funding to the SDTC. Just last year, in November 2023, the Auditor General announces an audit of SDTC, which reveals and confirms the horror story that I have just shared. In June of 2024, the Auditor General report is released finding severe governance failures at SDTC. Madam Speaker, only common sense Conservatives will end the corruption and get answers for Canadians. I say this because it is true and it is worth repeating. Madam Speaker, Conservatives recognize that there is only one taxpayer. And I'm not sure if I've said this before, and I don't like repeating myself, but I will say it again. Madam Speaker, Conservatives recognize that there is only one taxpayer. Again, this House could be debating any number of topics: the doubling of housing costs, Liberal food inflation, or crime and chaos exploding across Canada. Why are people paying more in taxes than in essentials? They need to keep their families going. But no, this tired, corrupt government has instead decided to paralyze the work of this House. It is worth pointing out that this is not just one instance of corruption and spending practices. It is an ongoing. This is instead Liberal appointees who have over $400 million in tax dollars to their own companies, involving 186 separate conflicts of interest. Madam Speaker, this must stop. Hand over the papers.
Yeah, well done. Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to go back to the very beginning of this member's speech 20 minutes ago, where he said, and he admitted, that he was one of the people who said no to the unanimous consent motion that the NDP had put forward. That unanimous consent motion was, most importantly to me, was that every leader of a political party get a security clearance within 30 days. Now, he said that he said no to that. That's how he started off his speech. I'm wondering if he can inform the House as to why he said no to that. Why does he not believe that the leader of the opposition, the leader of his Conservative Party, should not have a security clearance?
Wow. So, point of order, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
We're debating the sub-amendment to the privilege motion. of the government's refusal to release the documents on the corrupt Liberals. It has nothing to do with the subject of that question.
Another point of order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
On that point of order, Madam Speaker, I am referencing what that member said in his speech. At the beginning of his speech, I am asking a question about what he said during his speech.
The Honourable did put it in his speech, has risen to answer the question. I will allow him to answer the question. I do want to remind members that they should keep their speeches and their questions and comments about the relevancy of the debate. That's before the House. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just shortly before our party brought forward a motion that the House call upon the Prime Minister to release the names of the members of Parliament that have knowingly or wittingly collaborated with the foreign interference. And my colleague said no to that. So I'm very, very comfortable with my saying my no. Thank you.
Other point of order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
That's not true. I was not in the room. I wasn't even in the room when that was brought forward.
Again, this is now becoming other points of debates. We're going to move forward. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, the Conservatives have been talking about all kinds of stuff during their 20 minutes, but when we ask them questions, they say, "Oh no, that's not the subject. It's it's completely off subject." You know, it's a little bit ridiculous. But my question to my colleague is, listen, I'm wondering if they haven't had a mandate to slow down their speeches because they've been so slow and, they can almost put you to sleep, the speeches that we've heard today. And, outside of the House right now, there are all kinds of crises underway, a language crisis, a climate crisis. So I wonder if my colleague seriously thinks that right now we should be wasting time on this when all the House is in agreement that we should be voting on this. Does this really serve Canadian democracy?
The Honourable for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether I should give you a slow answer to that, and if my colleague will still be awake at the end of my response. Madam Speaker, the integrity of this government is online. The people of Canada are questioning why their money is going to others when they should be coming back to them, and that's not being answered, Madam Speaker. That is something that's worth debating, and that's what we're here to do.
Comments? The Honourable for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talked about one taxpayer, and certainly the NDP believes whether it's a Liberal scandal or a Conservative scandal, we need to get at the bottom of things. That's why we're supporting the motion. But I recall during the multitude of Conservative scandals the Conservatives blocked for any transparency at all. Parliamentarians were not able to get to the bottom of the ETS scandal, $400 million, the G8 scandal, $1 billion, the Phoenix Pay scandal, $2.2 billion, the anti-terrorism funding, $3.1 billion. Conservatives blocked all transparency. The Conservative corruption in terms of dollars was even worse than the Liberals, and yet Conservatives blocked them every single time. So I'm going to ask the member a very clear question I know his constituents are asking. Gary Greywall, a Conservative Saskatchewan MLA, was just indicted by the Ethics Commissioner in Saskatchewan for having stolen $750,000 in government contracts. Will the members stand up in this House and condemn Gary Greywall and the Saskatchewan Conservative Party for having done that, for having fleeced taxpayers?
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, order. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to stick to things that are relevant to the speech that I brought forward. So I will circle back with the one taxpayer. Madam Speaker, we're seeing that carbon tax is not only affecting the taxpayer, it's being downloaded to different levels of government, such as the provincial government, where school boards taxes are going up, hospitals where taxes are going up. What could $1 million do for a new school? What could $1 million do for a hospital? And those taxes are being downloaded onto municipalities, Madam.
Sorry, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby had an opportunity to ask a question, and I'm having a hard time hearing what the Honourable Member is trying to respond to. So I would ask the Honourable Member if he has other questions or comments, he should wait until the appropriate time. The Another point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
I asked him a specific question. He has to answer it.
Now it's becoming a point of debate. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands has a point of order as well.
Yeah, I do. The member over here knows that what the question that he tried to ask wasn't even relevant to the debate or even the business.
They're not points of orders. They're parts of the debate. And the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland also interjected at one point, and I had to call order. So I would just ask members to please hold on to their thoughts and comments until the appropriate time to do so. The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I was saying, there is one taxpayer, and the impacts of carbon tax, which my colleague seems to be on board with and supporting the Liberal government and supporting their corruption, fails to recognize that carbon tax is being downloaded onto provincial levels of government, such as the school board.
Again, I want to remind the Honourable New Westminster Burnaby, if he wants to continue participating in the debate, he needs to wait till the appropriate time. The Honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan, if he can just wrap it up so I can get to another question.
Speaker, I was having so much fun. I could be here all day. I don't mind. But anyways, as I was saying, municipalities are being impacted. Municipalities, universities, schools, hospitals, Madam Speaker, they're not getting the refunds. People are paying more for this carbon tax. They're out of pocket, and it's a scam. It's another scandal. We need a new government.
Bull River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague, I appreciate his speech that he made today, and I know he's very, very concerned about his community and some of the things that money could be going to be innovative and creative. But in this particular case, we need to follow the money, and I think that's what he was getting at. You have to follow the money so it gets to the right place. So would he like to comment how critical it is to follow the money so we get it to the right place?
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Absolutely. When we're in a position of servitude like we are, we need to be accountable to those that have put us here. Every taxpayer should know where their money is going. And right now, we are not seeing that. It's a shell game. It's being moved around. Other people are getting it, and it's not going to the right places. It's being taken from the wrong people and given to the wrong people. It needs to go back to the taxpayer, and we need to get a new government in power. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. This is how it actually rolled out based on the member entering into the House and then making a comment that he himself said no to the NDP request to have all leaders of the House of Commons get the security clearance. He was very proud to say he said no. Then in his answer to the question of my colleague, he said, well, you said no first. Nah, he didn't. No, that's not the way it worked out. What we heard after the member said no to the NDP was another motion brought forward by his own political party saying or we should release the names. Now, there's a short answer to this, Madam Speaker. If the leader gets the security clearance that every other leader has here in the House of Commons, then he can actually get the names. But he has chosen not to do that, Madam Speaker. The question is, what is it that Canadians don't know about the history or the background of the leader of the Conservative Party that's causing him not to get the clearance? Did he do something illegal? Is that the reason why he's not?
Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Speaker, I rose today, and I'm rise today, and I'm very proud. I'm not very proud of what the member from Winnipeg North have said. Le point d'ordre.
Can you please tell me what the order?
Chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, who has been here for 20 years and who is a Minister of the Crown. He has no lesson to take from anyone when it comes to ethics, and particularly when it questions of his judgments, Madam Speaker. He suggested that there was maybe something to hide in his past. That's not the case. Shame. Those are all points of debate. So I will ask the Honourable parliamentary secretary to end his question so that I can get an answer from the honourable member who made the speech.
Yes, Madam Speaker, illegal. But I do believe that Canadians have a right to know why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party today is not getting that security clearance. There has to be some real justification. Can the member indicate, does he believe that the leader of the Conservative Party should be doing what the RCMP and so many others are recommending?
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague started off by saying short answer. Here's a short answer. Release the names. Or another short answer, call an election. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member in his speech was talking about people at the top knowing what was going on, and so I'm wondering if he can just expand on that a little bit. We know that the previous minister was involved in appointing the board chair. We know that other board members were appointed. There was the existing minister. They've done nothing. We know there were senior officials that actually sat in on board meetings that were privy to the actions being taken by the board. And so I'm wondering if the member can maybe just speak to the seriousness of this, how tone from the top, saw what was going on, and they did nothing, and we have massive amounts of conflict of interest and corruption.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, and I thank my colleague for that question, because I'm so out of the water when I hear of a culture of dishonor. You know, as Canadians, we always want to strive and be part of something better and a culture of honor, whether it's watching sports teams, whether hockey teams or football teams, whether it's our politics. We should be striving for honor, and we're not seeing that. What we're seeing is this is acceptable, I can get away with it, there'll be no recourse, and while they're at it, they're filling their bags and pockets full of money. It's disappointing. Canadians are unhappy.
Thank you. Before I go to debate, I just, because of what just transpired not too long ago, I just want to remind members to please be careful and be judicial on the words that they use, especially to describe specific members in the House of Commons, because it does cause disorder, and then it causes points of orders to be raised. I think that every member in this House are honourable members. That's how they got to be here. And so, you know, there are words that are being used, adjectives that causes disorder, and I would hope that members will prevent that from happening, and they can choose a better way to do their debates. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd be remiss.
Conversation going on both sides again, and I just want to say that this isn't particular to anybody in particular, because this happens with many members in the House on all sides. And again, I want members to be respectful of each other. Debate can happen. We can have healthy debates without having to do personal attacks or using words that causes disorder. Again, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. I would be remiss before I begin if I didn't take a moment to congratulate my province's Premier Designate, Susan Holt, who was elected Monday night. Ms. Holt has the distinction, which is important to note, of being New Brunswick's first woman Premier. Although we must acknowledge, voters didn't elect her because she's a woman. She's a person of some achievement who I hope will keep my province moving forward. Ms. Holt is inheriting a province on a strong economic and fiscal foundation, and provided she governs as the centrist she campaigned as, she could be formidable by building on New Brunswick's recent achievements. Already she has demonstrated some skill by opposing the federal carbon tax, and more skillfully, downplaying any association with the federal Liberals. It was as if the Prime Minister didn't exist for the last 32 days in New Brunswick. It was a wise move, given that voters, as well as Liberal members of Parliament, are set to skewer their very disliked federal leaders. I too would like to thank Premier Blaine Higgs and the MLAs who served under his leadership since 2018. I can say without a doubt that New Brunswick today has never been in a stronger position in my lifetime, both in terms of quality of life as well as opportunity compared to the rest of Canada. It's a great place to call home. Our economy is growing, work is available without going west, and today other Canadians recognize our advantages by moving down east in record numbers. Not bad at all. Ms. Holt is now the steward of this prosperity and advantage, and I hope New Brunswick remains a successful province, and I'm ready to work with the new provincial government on shared priorities so my province is always heard in Parliament and within the federal government by its decision makers. Moving now to the matter at hand. Here is why there has been gridlock in Parliament. The Liberals have paralyzed the House of Commons. The Prime Minister and Cabinet have chosen to ignore a lawful order from Parliament to table documents requested by the House of Commons. This, briefly, is the chronicle of events. The Prime Minister and Cabinet chose a group of well-connected elites to dish out $1 billion of taxpayer money through the Strategic Development Technology Canada program. These chosen elites then gave the money to companies they either owned or had a financial interest in. When these acts of blatant conflict and corruption were reported to Cabinet, the Liberals tried to cover it up. Mandarins and ministers were aware of taxpayer funds being misappropriated through SDTC, but instead of stopping this scam, the program administrators somehow funneled even more taxpayer fund projects from other federal departments. It was all approved by different ministers appointed by the Prime Minister. Thankfully, Canada's Auditor General examined the program and exposed the conflicts, cover-ups, and Liberal corruption. My colleague, the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret, initiated a parliamentary investigation into the corruption. That resulted in an order from the House of Commons that the government hand over all documents unredacted. Unfortunately, this Liberal government won't follow the law by providing those documents to Parliament. It's a long-established right, which is entrenched in our Constitution, bestowing members of this House to send for and receive documents it deems necessary. Parliament's law clerk has confirmed and reinforced this fact to the committee I chair, Public Accounts. He did so this week. The Liberal government's disregard of Parliament's order strikes at the very heart of our democratic institutions. This is about integrity, transparency, and of a government that supposedly serves Canadians. These values, which are fundamental to any functioning democracy, have been badly eroded over the course of the past 9 years by this Prime Minister and Liberal cabinet. This is not a matter of partisanship. It is a matter of principle. It is a matter of trust. Trust that Canadians placed in this now tired government in 2015, 9 long years ago, when voters were promised an era of transparency and openness. Remember the lofty rhetoric that dissolved almost overnight? I want to remind everyone here, especially those in the benches opposite me, that in 2015, the Liberals presented Canadians with a platform of change. They campaigned on the promise to be the most transparent and accountable government in Canadian history. We are faced with a reality that is entirely different, that is far removed from that province, and has manifested itself into a taxpayer's nightmare. What we have seen time and time again is a government that has failed to live up to its own promises. We've seen a government that has been mired in scandal after scandal after scandal. A government that has betrayed the trust of all Canadians. The Green Slush Fund otherwise known as the SDTC scandal, is just the most egregious example of this betrayal. According to the Auditor General's report, SDTC was responsible for awarding nearly $390 million in taxpayers' money on projects where board members had direct financial interest. These 9 board members, approved by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, were involved in 186 conflicts of interest. This was not accidental mismanagement. It was systematic corruption orchestrated by those in positions of power to benefit themselves and their associates. One egregious example is that of André-Lise Méthode, who was appointed to the SDTC board in 2016. Méthode runs a venture capital firm, Cycle Capital, which received $114 million in grants from SDTC during her tenure on the board, funds that directly benefit her personal investments. The value of Cycle Capital tripled during this period, thanks in no small part to the tax dollars funded through the SDTC program. How convenient it must be to sit on government-appointed boards and approve millions of dollars to one's own company. This blatant self-dealing is emblematic of a broader culture of cronyism that has infected this tired Liberal government. Instead of focusing on innovation, the Green Slush Fund became a piggy bank for well-connected Liberal insiders who used their influence to enrich themselves at the expense of hard-working Canadian taxpayers. The corruption did not stop with Méthode. Another board member, Stephen Kukucha, was also involved in conflicts of interest. A former political staffer to a Liberal Environment Minister, Kukucha used his position on the SDTC board to funnel $5 million to companies in which he had financial interests. Like Méthode, Kukucha saw nothing wrong with enriching himself through his government connections. When questioned, he actually dismissed the $5 million payout as, quote, a small amount of money, end quote. That small amount of money is a staggering sum for Canadian families who have seen their federal taxes rise to pay for government largesse. It represents the taxes paid by countless families struggling to make ends meet. For these Liberal insiders, it is just another example of how the system has been rigged in their favour and against everyday Canadians. This scandal demonstrates a government that has completely lost its way, a government that has become more interested in serving the interest of a select few than in serving the people of Canada. But this scandal is about more than just the misuse of dollars. It is about the erosion of trust. It is about the erosion of the very principles of good governance that we're all elected here to uphold and to hold accountable. The scandals that have plagued this government, from the SNC-Lavalin affair to the We Charity scandal, from the misuse of public funds in green energy projects to the Prime Minister's own ethical violations, have revealed to Canadians a Prime Minister who is no longer capable of acting honestly for our country. The Green Slush Fund scandal is one of the most troubling examples of this government's failure to live up to its promise. Because not only is it about money, hundreds of millions of dollars in misspent money, misallocated money, but is now about a government that is not prepared to follow an order of this House. SDTC was established with the goal of fostering innovation in the Canadian economy. For many years before these Liberals, it was well managed. It was a program where projects would be funded on merit. What was a lifeline for innovators became a Liberal vehicle of corruption and cronyism. According to the Auditor General's report, a staggering $390 million in tax dollars were allocated to projects in which board members were in a direct conflict of interest. Let me repeat that. $390 million of hard-earned taxpayer money went to projects where decision-makers stood to benefit personally. This is not just a failure of oversight. This is a violation of trust. It is a betrayal of the very principles of transparency and accountability to taxpayers. But this scandal sadly, is not an isolated incident for this government. I allude to a broader pattern of corruption and ethical lapses that have plagued this government since it took office. We all remember the SNC-Lavalin affair, where the Prime Minister himself was found to have violated ethic laws by attempting to interfere in a criminal case to benefit a well-connected corporation to Liberals. We all remember the We Charity scandal, where millions of tax dollars were funneled to an organization with close to his family. And who could forget the numerous ethical breaches involved in the firing of Vice Admiral Mark Norman? These scandals are not just the result of poor decision-making or bad management. They are the result of a culture of corruption that has taken root within this government, a culture where well-connected insiders are rewarded, while ordinary, everyday Canadians are left behind to pick up the bill. A culture where rules that apply to everyone else, but not to those in positions of power and authority. And what is even more troubling is the government's response to these scandals. Instead of taking responsibility, instead of acknowledging their mistake to fix them, which should be the honourable route, this government has chosen to obfuscate, deny, and hide the truth. When Parliament ordered the production of documents related to this green slush fund scandal, the government responded by heavily redacting those documents, making it impossible for Parliament to fulfill its duty of holding the government accountable. There is no other reason for us to be here than to approve funds the government requests and then to hold the government accountable for the spending of those dollars. What we are seeing from the Liberals is not the behaviour of a government that values transparency. This is a behaviour of a government that has something to hide. The cost of this corruption is not just financial. The true cost of this scandal goes far beyond tax dollars. Canadians have lost faith in this government. And who can blame them? When they see their hard-earned tax dollars being misused and mismanaged, when they see a government that refuses to admit wrongdoing, it sets a precedent that breeds further corruption and incompetence throughout the bureaucracy. At a time when millions of Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, when food bank usage has reached a point where we no longer afford to eat without donations or assistance, when seniors are being forced to make difficult choices just to keep food on the table, this government has been handing out hundreds of millions of dollars to its well-connected friends. It is an insult to every Canadian who works hard, pays his or her taxes, plays by the rules, and expects in return for those in power, the government that is, to be honest. Instead, tax money went to projects that were tainted by conflicts of interest, projects that did not qualify for funding without underhanded tactics to give connected Liberals an edge over others. This is the true cost of their corruption. It is the cost borne by the Canadian taxpayers who are being asked to shoulder the burden of higher federal taxes each and every day because this government has lost its way, lost its ability to manage, and it's lost its ability to be straight with Canadians. As a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition, I have a duty, and all members on this side of the House have a duty, a solemn duty, to hold this government to account. Our system of government is based on the principle of responsible government, where the executive is answerable to the legislature, Parliament that is, and by extension, through members of Parliament, to the people of Canada. This is not just a theoretical concept, it is a fundamental principle of our democracy, and it is a principle that we must defend at all cost. Yet time and time again, this government has shown contempt for Parliament and for the democratic process that we are supposed to keep in check. The refusal to provide unredacted documents to this House, the Liberals' repeated attempts to cover up the truth by protecting former officials and former staff members are all a pattern of behaviour that is deeply concerning. When the Speaker of this House rules that documents must be provided, it is not a suggestion. It is an order. It is the will of this House. It must be respected. The government's decision to redact those documents is a clear violation of our collective parliamentary privileges, and it is an affront to the democratic principles that underpin our system of government. Now, the question we must ask ourselves is this: what is the government trying to hide? Why are they so determined to keep these documents out of the hands of Parliament and parliamentarians? If there's nothing to hide, then why not provide the documents in full and allow the truth come to light? Sunshine, of course, is the best disinfectant. In the years since this scandal was first exposed, I suspect two things have happened. First, an army of bureaucrats and government staff members have combed through thousands of documents that we're looking. Second, they have collectively agreed amongst themselves that the true cost of the scandal is not $300 million, but a much larger figure that they want to keep to themselves at all costs. As well, this is a political nightmare for the Liberals because it could well mean the annihilation of members of Parliament on the government at election time. Because I'll quote a government deputy minister who said, "This scandal is worse than the Chrétien Martin sponsorship scandal," end quote. And we all know how that scandal, the ad scam scandal, ended the Martin Chrétien governments. SDTC is so devastating that it would do great harm to the Prime Minister, Cabinet, and the Liberal Party if the books are open and revealed to the public. Now, the Green Slush Fund scandal is not just about the misuse of tax dollars, as I've said before. It is about the principle that no one, not even the Prime Minister, is above the law. It is about the principle of those who are entrusted with the stewardship of public funds must be held to the highest standards of accountability and transparency. The refusal of this government to provide the documents requested by Parliament is a clear violation. It is an attempt to subvert Parliament to shield those responsible for this corruption from accountability. But let me be clear, Parliament must not allow this to happen. When you have all three main opposition parties in agreement, that is a signal that trust has been broken across the country. In the upcoming election, Canadians will have the opportunity to choose a different path. I stand before you today to say that Conservatives will bring forward a government that Canadians can trust, a government that will be responsible steward of their tax dollars, a government that will always act in the best interest of the people that elected us to serve them if we're given that opportunity. We will ensure that those in positions of power are held accountable for their actions. This means real consequences for ethical violation and conflicts of interest. We will also ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent wisely and responsibly. This means ending the culture of cronyism that has taken hold in the Liberal bench. It means ensuring that public contracts and grants are awarded based on merit, and it means a better day in turning the page on this corrupt government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I'm concerned about speech after speech. We hear a great deal of misinformation being spread. And let me give an example. The member said that the government has actually paralyzed the House of Commons. The motion itself says that we should take the issue and pass it to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. Every member that has spoken knows that, Madam Speaker. And the only reason why that we're still debating it today is because Conservative after Conservative after Conservative chooses to stand up, even though it's their motion. It's a Conservative motion that it goes to committee. Yet, they feel that it should continue to be debated endlessly. As a result, we are not being able to debate government agenda items that deal with citizenship, victims of sexual assault, online harms, and so much more. Why or how can members opposite try to justify their actions when they're filibustering their very own motion?
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All the government has to do to get on with its business that it claims is so important is to release the documents as Parliament ordered, unredacted, as per the law clerk who said you're obliged to do. That will end this, and that will ensure the government is able to get ahead of its priorities. But they're not willing to do that, and that is why we are debating this, to ensure the rights of parliamentarians are upheld and the government does exactly what it is required to do by producing the documents unredacted.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that the member for New Brunswick Southwest has done a great job as chair of the Public Accounts Committee on these hearings and is more knowledgeable about the situation, I think, than most members in this place. But I'd like to ask him, because I think the members had an update that I believe it's 9 government departments have provided unredacted documents and 19 have redacted and 2 have refused. Now, if it's okay for 9 government departments to produce unredacted documents, why is it not okay for the government to produce the other 19 unredacted? Is it because of what's in it, or is it just because the hypocrisy of this government knows no ends?
Honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. I think the minister, or the soon-to-be minister, the member has answered his own question. In some cases, we have unredacted documents. These departments have followed through the order from Parliament, which is here to hold the government accountable. But in many other departments, the documents have come back redacted, indicating there is something to hide, something that must be so explosive. Because for the member, the Auditor General just delivered a letter to Public Accounts Committee yesterday indicating that the study she did into SDTC, while it was narrow in scope, she believed the findings can be mirrored elsewhere throughout that program, meaning the waste and the corruption is greater and deeper than we first realized.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member has acknowledged that, yes, they are filibustering it, not because, because they want the government to produce unredacted documents. We have provided thousands and thousands of sheets of paper, and yes, it's to go, what they're talking about is to take those papers, get them unredacted, and hand them over to the RCMP. Now, Madam Speaker, the RCMP have said no, they do not support this action. The Auditor General of Canada has said no, they don't support this action. The former Deputy Law Clerk has said no, they don't support this tactic. The Conservative Party is playing a game, nothing, it's as simple as that, and the member knows that. Why should the Liberal government take the Conservative side over what the RCMP, the Auditor General, and the former law clerk are saying? Why would we believe the Conservative Party and play their silly game, Madam Speaker?
Order! The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Why have an order from Parliament to produce those documents? That is a Parliament. Through you, Madam Speaker, the government has an order from this Parliament passed by a majority of members in this House, not just Conservatives, for this government to produce these papers. Time and time again, whether it's the Winnipeg Lab documents, this case, this is a government that's more interested in covering up in secrets than coming clean with Canadians. And the filibuster here is on the government side. Release the papers unredacted, as this Parliament has demanded you do.
I can't release anything. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunavik. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I agree that the government has not been handing over the documents, but we should also remember that under the Harper government between 2006 and 2015, we should recall very clearly that there were lobbying incidents, certain accusations were made against members of the government. There was also a case before the Ethics Committee, and the Conservative government was criticized for its management of regulation. And the Ethics Commissioner at the time studied a variety of cases having to do with the Conservative government. showing that many of them had violated the rules according to these reports. So, can my colleague really tell me that the Conservative government would do better than the Liberal one? The Honourable Member from New Brunswick Southwest. Thank you. That's a very good question. Yes, when we were government, when we formed government, sometimes issues were raised, but our government worked with Parliament to produce documents. For example, documents on Afghanistan, where there was a brouhaha, but at the end of the day, we found a way forward for the various parties to look at the documents, but this government is not ready to do the same thing. That's why we're here today. Thank you.
Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my speech from a colleague today who has been in the House for many years. One of the things that he mentioned first in his speech was the Admiral Norman controversy, and just right out of the gate, when the Liberals were elected, they created the first controversy right out of their first meeting. But the important part of this is the money. And following the money is really a critical importance to this, so that people believe that there's transparency and responsibility for their money. So to my longtime colleague in the House and his experience, I would like to ask through the Speaker what his response is to how important it is to follow the money.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. I think this is why this issue is seized the House. Not only is it a question of hundreds of millions of dollars being misspent, of hundreds of ethical violations, conflicts of interest, and now a cover-up, but on top of that, and that's bad enough, that's a steaming mess, on top of that, today we have a government that is not even willing to submit itself to this Parliament, which it is required to do. We authorize members of Parliament in this House the spending of money, but we also exert our authority to see how those dollars have been spent and ensure value for taxpayers. This government wants to hide that. They are in breach of an order of Parliament, and we are going to...
Le commentaire, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I have a quick question for my colleague. What's more serious? What's worse here? Getting the information on SDTC sent to the RCMP, or the fact that this government is not responding to the will of Parliament? I think that's actually worse. I think the fact that the government is not listening to Parliament is something that's really in contempt of democracy. I'm sorry, I'm just so agitated. How can we be credible if an order given to the government by the House is not respected? Is it the content here, or is it really the affront to democracy? Which is worse?
A very, very brief answer from the Honourable Member from New Brunswick.
I completely agree. This is a matter of holding the government accountable for its decisions. And once again, I would note here that it's not just the Conservatives, it's also the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, all forming a common front on this issue, that the government needs to be accountable to Parliament and produce the documents.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I am happy on behalf of the people of Lakeland to join the debate started by common sense Conservatives because of the Liberals' repeated pattern of entitled and immoral abuse of Canadian tax dollars under the guise of programs ostensibly about issues that all Canadians care about. After 9 years, this government's corruption is just not worth the cost. The entire House of Commons asked for the Liberals to release documents about their own major scandal, but like always, the Liberals cover it up. The Liberals presented the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, known accurately now as their personal green slush fund, as vital for investments to address climate change, but it lacks transparency, fails to produce any results, and, as always with these guys, serves the interests of Liberal insiders instead of Canadians. That's their clear pattern. Funnel other people's money into their friends' companies and pockets, sometimes get caught, then evade, delay, and obfuscate, and then finally use every tool that they have, all of their power, to cover it all up and blame everyone else. People might be inclined to dismiss this topic as just the way things are, or it's politics, or that they're all the same, or that this is some political process, navel-gazing exercise where politicians talk to hear themselves speak, or about some obscure, out-of-touch process or parliamentary issue that doesn't really matter to everyday Canadians. But that just isn't true. It's in fact the uniquely Liberal pattern of mismanagement, wasteful spending, and obvious ethical breaches, apparently endorsed by their coalition partners in the NDP and Bloc, since they do keep voting to prop them up and keep them in power, even though those so-called opposition parties do have the ability to stop it. The government must release the $400 million slush fund scheme records that show Liberal appointees funneled Canadian tax dollars into their own and their cronies' companies. The scale is simultaneously shocking and horrifyingly not surprising. Nearly half of the $1 billion slush fund in misused tax money, with 186 conflicts of interest. That's right. Really listen to that. 186 conflicts of interest. But what's wild here is that despite warnings about the conflicts of interest of the head of the slush fund, the Liberals put her in that key role anyway. Another board member was the founder and CEO of a company called Cycle Capital. Now, it happens that the Environment Minister has personal shares in Cycle Capital and worked as a strategic advisor for over a decade. During that CEO's time in the slush fund, companies in which Cycle Capital invests received more than 100 million Canadian tax dollars from the scheme. The Liberals took the head of Cycle Capital from the slush fund to the Liberals Canada Infrastructure Bank, where she voted to give $170 million to her own company. Talk about conflict of interest. This is just one of many examples. You know, in my neck of the woods, and out in my colleague from South Margaret's, South Shore. Thank you, South Shore St. Margaret's. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all say if something walks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, well, you know, I'm confident Canadians can see what's happening here for themselves. Conservatives say if the Liberals have nothing to hide, then there is no reason not to release the documents. But since the Liberals are willing to stop all of the work of the House of Commons, the people's place here, to refuse to disclose the slush fund records, then they should just call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide. Canadians deserve transparency and accountability. None of the government's money belongs to politicians, bureaucracies, and government appointees. It belongs to Canadians. These are the kinds of things that people get fired for in the private sector. And in governments that actually care about ethics and fiscal responsibility, elected people would resign or be fired for it. But it would be hard for the ethical offender-in-chief, the Prime Minister, to have the credibility to mete out consequences with his own cabinet caucus and officials, because this behaviour is always role-modelled at the top. But complicit participation is just as wrong. Canadians deserve to know how billions of their dollars have been misused over 9 years, who benefits from the cover-ups, and how it will be made right. This pattern is also clear in the Liberals' claims about $120 billion for environmental programs, too. The intended outcomes often never materialize. For example, Lion Electric received millions from government, later declared bankruptcy, and left nothing to show for the government of Canadians' money except failure and loss and broken promises. And more than $40 billion of Canadians' money allocated for EV subsidies, for example, yet infrastructure to make them actually affordable and suitable for Canadian of this country lag far, far behind. Everything the Liberals claimed about the Stellantis subsidy has been proven false. It's billions of dollars over budget and years behind schedule before shovels are even in the ground. The Liberals said it was supposed to create jobs for Canadians, but at least 1,500, the majority of the jobs, will be filled by temporary foreign workers. Now, while the Liberals claim these programs serve Canadians over and over again, the funds instead benefit companies or cronies with Liberal connections. The Liberals' fast and loose approach to tax dollars, feathering the nests of their fellow elites in either full complicity or a lack of action on ethical violations, is the Liberal jam, isn't it? Now, they used to wax eloquent about the disinfecting nature of sunshine and sunny ways, but after 9 years, what they deliver is costly collusion and cover-up after cover-up. The Auditor General repeatedly points out the lack of clear goals and oversight. Programs are launched without plans, or for many of their so-called environmental initiatives, without any way to measure impacts or even emissions reductions. By omission or by design, the Liberals make it near impossible to assess progress or ensure responsible use and oversight of tax dollars. The Liberals obstruct efforts to hold the government accountable with vague responses, if a response is provided at all, and they withhold documents so Canadians can't know whether their own public money is being wasted. Just last year, I submitted an access to information request about the costs of that the federal government cites related to Canada's environmental targets. Documents show the government held back information and deliberately strategized to deny the answers to me, and therefore to all Canadians, with vague language and redirection to publicly available government and external non-government sources. In both instances, the replies did not include a single specific figure that was explicitly requested. Unfortunately, it's a fact that this reflects a pattern overall, which is the opposite, of course, of openness, transparency, and accountability. While the government claims to spend tax dollars on green projects, there's often actually no way to know if these projects even exist, never mind assess outcomes or results that all Canadians would care about. One of the most striking scandals involves government contracts to McKinsey and Company. After 9 years, the Liberals gave them $200 million of Canadian money. The Auditor General uncovered, quote, frequent disregard for procurement rules, including the failure, as my colleague just mentioned, to justify sole source contracts for 18 out of 19 awards to the firm. The Liberals bypassed their own government's required procurement policy to do it. It's a long, flagrant disregard for ethical and fiscal decision-making and a pattern of non-compliance. No wonder Canadians lose faith in governments and politicians and bureaucracy when the government refuses to actually show value for Canadian money that it spends. Government departments frequently fail to estimate the cost of McKinsey's services beforehand. Out of 33 contracts reviewed, cost estimates were only provided in 3 cases. Wow. 3. Only that. Given to McKinsey that actually included cost estimates to protect Canadians' money. The truth is, after 9 years, these Liberals aren't just the masters of a flawed procurement process. They actually actively ignore and choose not to fix it to benefit themselves and their buddies. Of course, the firm's former global director enjoys a close relationship with the Prime Minister and advised senior officials on economic policy, so it's obvious that McKinsey's influence on public policy was part of a broader network of favoritism. And the Auditor General noted the rapid growth in McKinsey's contracts with the Liberals after 9 years. Canadians can be forgiven for seeing this exactly as it is: elite, political, insider favoritism with Canadians' money. One $33 million government contract to McKinsey for the government-caused, beleaguered and delayed Trans Mountain expansion was issued non-competitively and without a justification clearly linked to one of the competitive procurement policy exceptions. Another example, of course, is the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which oversees more than $30 billion in public-private infrastructure spending. More than half its board members have ties to the Liberal Party, former Liberal candidates and donors and staff and board members. Common sense Conservatives warned repeatedly about this boondoggle of mismanagement and no accountability, but the Liberals initially gave it $35 billion tax dollars, and after 9 years it has produced very little to show for all that money spent. Despite grand promises of transformational infrastructure projects, most remain in early planning stages, stalled, or don't exist at all. It's not just about missed deadlines. It really shows systemic inefficiencies and abysmal project management, with Liberal insiders appointed to high-level positions. These are choices over and over. These are staggering numbers for most of us to even begin to comprehend. No wonder Canadians question the Liberal and their banks and their boards and their panels' impartiality and governance. The government claims billions are earmarked for infrastructure, but so much is all tied up with insiders. The Liberals sent $500 million to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Its former head of global communications told the parliamentary committee that Canada has not received a single thing of tangible value, with $250 million tax dollars, and that he is unaware of the Liberals' demand of a return of that money. This is, unfortunately, reflective of most of the government's apparent environmental initiatives, too. But all of this is really about a larger problem. This Liberal government spending decisions are driven more by ideology and political optics than by the best interests of Canadians or actual environmental impact for many of these examples. By focusing on headline grabbing, ribbon cutting, rather than practical solutions and outcomes, the government has wasted billions of other people's money. Their own endless tax and spend rat trap cycle have made all the essentials too expensive for everyone, hollowed out the middle class, and particularly harmed low-income and working poor Canadians. Really, it's disgusting. Actually, it's a gross, gross Liberal pattern. The Liberals' We Charity scandal is one of the most infamous, with a $900 million contract ostensibly for a student grant program. Of course, Liberal family members of the Prime Minister had long been paid to appear at events, and both the relatives of the Finance Minister and senior government officials had close connections with We. All of that benefited the Liberals and the charity. The Ethics Commissioner ruled the Finance Minister acted unethically and breached the Conflict of Interest Act when he failed to recuse himself from the decision. But after Conservatives pushed the government relentlessly to release those documents, it ultimately cancelled the contract, but not before they hid the details and ultimately shut down Parliament to avoid accountability and leave Canadians in the dark. The Liberals tried yet another cover-up about the Winnipeg lab leak in 2021 after reports that the RCMP had to intervene at that one-of-a-kind top medical and virus lab due to a security breach and speculation of espionage by China's communist dictatorship at that Canadian lab. The Prime Minister fought tooth to prevent any of the documents from coming up and, like now, defied a motion passed by elected MPs. All parties that had seen the documents, including a Liberal MP, said it was to cover up embarrassment, not to protect national security. Time and time again, the Liberals repeatedly prioritize political interests over genuine public benefit. Withholding information from MPs who are here because of and to serve the people, and all of these scandals, there are many more, show without a doubt the Liberals' total disregard for ethical governance that undermines public trust, and these ongoing issues of favoritism, lack of transparency, and poor governance. Canadians clearly can't afford or trust this Liberal government and their coalition partners. That's the serious consequence when public money is funneled by the Liberals to politically connected corporations and insiders, lack any accountability and transparency, and leave Canadians wondering where all their money's gone. Consider the scale and what this actually means. The nearly $400 million blown by the Liberal slush fund alone would require the equivalent of 22,000 Canadian families to work an entire year just to cover the amount through their federal taxes. Because after 9 years of these Liberals, costs are up and taxes are up, all those Canadian families are already working their butts off and can't get ahead. This conduct is not acceptable at any time. But when that same government spending and their carbon taxes cause inflation and a historic cost of living crisis because they drive up the prices of groceries, fuel, housing and heating, essentials, not luxuries in Canada, especially with winter coming, better accountability and oversight of tax money is the very least that Canadians deserve. A recurring theme is this government's absolute failure to deliver on promises of job creation and economic growth. It frequently promotes its green programs and infrastructure projects as job creators, but many of the jobs that are created are temporary or disappear once construction phases end. This has been especially problematic in growing sectors like renewable energy, where employment opportunities promised during government announcements at project launches never materialize. And who can forget their tree planting failure? In 2019, the Liberals promised to plant 2 billion trees. But as of last year, there are deals to plant only 374 million trees by 2031, which is less than 19% of their stated goal. NRCan reports that only 56 million trees have been planted to date. That's not even 3% of the Liberals' promise. Meanwhile, traditional sectors like oil and gas, where hundreds of thousands of Canadians work and which remain vital to Canada's economy, have been subjected to uncertainty, extra heavy regulation, prohibitions, unfair treatment, and carbon taxes, which has cost Canada hundreds of thousands of job losses because the costly coalition wages ideological war on energy workers. The Liberals' scandals and mismanagement are not isolated incidents. It's their long-established grift. From the mishandling of programs to insider deals, it's clear public resources are being misused and Canadians are being shortchanged. And after 9 years of NDP Liberals' anti-energy, anti-private sector policies, more than $5.6 trillion of investment, jobs, businesses, projects, talent, and technology has gone from Canada to the U.S., a unique reversal since the Liberals were in 2015 that has gotten worse every year. There's no doubt these Liberals, backed by the Coalition, are the most ethically compromised government in Canadian history. The PM has been convicted of 2 ethics violations, and so have 4 senior Liberal MPs, the most of any government in Canadian history. At the same time, these guys have made it so 2/3 of lower-income families struggle to eat, heat, and house themselves due to the government-caused cost of living crisis. It's just unacceptable that tax dollars are wasted, period. And especially now, Canadians deserve a government that puts their interests first, manages their tax dollars responsibly, and delivers real results. The Liberals' actions here, willing to stop everything to cover up, are obviously a deliberate attempt to shield their own corruption from public scrutiny. The Auditor General already uncovered instances where slush fund officials directed the tax money to their own companies. The Ethics Commissioner ruled that the fund's chair, personally appointed by the Prime Minister, broke the law. It's not just common sense Conservatives saying that, but it is common sense. Elected leadership must prioritize ethics, transparency, accountability, and effective governance. Environmental policy should be about stewardship, conservation, mitigation, adaptation, and should benefit all Canadians, not just the well-connected few in certain regions. Enough is enough. Parliament must do its job, since the Prime Minister and these Liberals will not. These Liberals must comply with Parliament's demand and release the Green Slush Fund documents, because that demand comes from the representatives of the majority of Canadians. That's who we are here to represent. That's who we work for. That's who we are to serve. So when the majority of members of Parliament in this House of Commons make a demand, those are the people for whom they are making that request. But after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up. And you know, I think Canadians think time's up for this Liberal government. If the Liberals have nothing to hide, they should call a carbon tax election to let Canadians decide to end wasteful spending, restore accountability, and bring home transparency, so that common sense Conservatives can axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. It's time.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, and there was a speaker, one of the Conservatives yesterday said, you know, it's about behaviour from the past. And I'm listening to the member talk about a list of issues that many other Conservatives have actually been raising time and time again. But having said that, Madam Speaker, you know, I had a publication of 70 abuses of power and corruption and all these negative words about Stephen Harper. And in fact, Madam Speaker, he's the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada that's been held in contempt of Parliament. Now, who was the great defender? The current leader of the Conservative Party. In fact, he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister when he was held in contempt. Now we have that individual, the leader of the Conservative Party, that refuses to be able to get security clearance so that he can see the 11 names, Madam Speaker. The question that I have for the member opposite is, when will the Conservative Party stop with the games and start dealing with the issues that Canadians want us to be dealing with and allow their motion to pass by stop talking about it and actually having a vote on their motion?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
First of all, you know, I have no idea when these Liberals are actually going to get into 2024, but we'll all keep waiting, I guess, because they keep talking. 15 years ago, the majority of Conservatives actually on this side have been elected since 2015, so I guess he can keep yelling about whatever he's talking about over there. But you know what? we ourselves, in terms of the names that he mentioned about MPs involved in foreign interference, Conservatives ourselves have put forward a motion that said call upon the Prime Minister to release the names of the members of Parliament that have knowingly or wittingly collaborated with foreign interference. We understand there are 11 MPs. So here's some solutions for the government. Release those names on this issue and release these slush fund documents so that we can all get on with our jobs here.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't believe it. It would be, ask the Honourable Member to wait just a second so the other Honourable Member can put in her earpiece. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, if it wasn't so sad, we'd be laughing. I'll go back to something the colleague mentioned in her speech. She said that the government has failed to meet promises on the environment. For example, promising to plant 2 billion trees. They've maybe planted 2 or 3% of that. But she also said at the same time the oil and gas sector had been neglected and was facing uncertainty. How can she say something like that in this House? According to a study in 2022, Canada gave direct and indirect subsidies worth $50 billion to the oil and gas sector. The government across the way has failed on the environment for 9 years, and in my riding, I can tell you that people are terrified of the idea that the Conservatives could take power, particularly those who are worried about the environment.
Member for Lakeland.
Well, I completely 100% agree with the member's comments that this government absolutely made a promise that it is completely failing to meet with regard to tree planting. It might be an interesting point of fact that of all the private sectors in the Canadian economy, the sector that plants the most trees without government funding or initiative actually is the oil and gas sector right across Canada. People who live in around and work around this development would be aware of many of these things. But, you know, this goes to the government's environmental issues. It's the same thing with their justification of a carbon tax, which is a tax plan, not an environmental plan. Because the truth is they don't even measure emissions reductions. They're not even able to do that. But my question is, like, if they actually are going to function as an opposition party, why in this debate would he be standing up there talking about these issues instead of the motion that's on the floor of the House of Commons, which is demanding the Liberals to release the documents or call a carbon tax election?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We condemn Liberal scandals. That's why we're supporting the motion. We want to get the information that is so vital for STDC. And as you know, Madam Speaker, in the We Charity scandal, the SNC-Lavalin scandal, NDP MPs played a key role in getting to the bottom of that. We condemn those scandals, but we also condemn the incredible corruption of the Harper years. And the Conservatives, when they were in power, when you look at the size and scope of their scandals, it was even worse than the Liberals. Just to mention a few, Madam Speaker, the ETS scandal, $400 million. The G8 scandal, $1 billion. The Phoenix Pay scandal, $2.2 billion. Anti-terrorism funding scandal, $3.1 billion. Massive amounts. Unacceptable use of taxpayers' money, never condemned by Conservatives, ever. In fact, they covered it up. During their majority government, refused to have parliamentarians look into each of these various scandals. Now, another one's broken today in Saskatchewan with the Conservative Saskatchewan Party. Gary Greywald stole $750,000, rendered guilty by the Saskatchewan Ethics Commissioner. And I've been asking Conservative MPs simply to stand up and condemn that theft. Will the member stand up and condemn the theft of $750,000, a Conservative Party MLA in Saskatchewan?
Good question. Member for Lakeland.
Well, once again, these progressives are just so regressive and stuck in their angry past, aren't they? The question that I have for that member is if he actually wants to be an opposition party member, and if he actually wants to do more than just wax on and on about how he's actually concerned about all these issues or these corruptions or these scandals or the things they advocate on every single day, then why on earth do they keep voting for the Liberals over and over and over to prop them up and keep in power? That's the real question here, isn't it, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe we're on day 11 of this debate now on this motion that could be moved to committee and voted on. The only thing holding that up is more Conservative speakers to the same motion. The last time I spoke to the motion, I shared how much money we're spending with one speaker after another. I've got an update on those numbers if you're curious. As of yesterday, Madam Speaker, we've had 66 Conservative members speaking to this motion. If you only account for the cost of operating this House of Commons for just those 66 members alone, that's 33 hours of speeches. It's over $2.3 million. Now, as of yesterday, there's opportunities for 53 more Conservatives to continue wasting money speaking about continuing this motion going. My question is, how much more money do Conservatives want to spend continuing to speak about the same motion when we could vote on it right now if they just stopped speaking?
Member for Lakeland.
Conservatives want to see the documents, and they want the $400 million that these Liberals wasted in their insider circle jerk slush fund scheme, that they wasted of Canadian monies. That's what Conservatives want. But what that member is actually saying is that he's perfectly fine with this corruption. He's perfectly fine with this scandal. And he also wants to raise all these other issues instead of focus on the topic at hand. So he, in his answer, is actually very clear that he's perfectly fine with this corruption scandal. He's not going to do anything about it. Well, you know what? People deserve better representation than that, Madam Speaker.
And Commons, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking of corruption, I'm wondering if the member can indicate why it is that the Conservative leader continues to refuse to get the security clearance when she makes reference to the 11 MPs. All the leader needs to do is exactly what the leader of the New Democratic Party and the Bloc Party and the Green Party and the Prime Minister have done. They've gotten the clearance. There's others that are suggesting that the leader needs to get the clearance. Why not?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, actually, the Prime Minister and the Liberals have complete control over this. They can release the names.
Yeah. Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very interested in my colleague's speech, particularly about the fact that the Auditor General has only sampled about half of the transactions and found 82% were conflicted by corrupt Liberals. So the question I have for this member is, how bad could the 10,000 pages that the government has redacted be that they're hiding of how much more corruption there is beyond that $400 million?
Brief answer from the Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Thank you to that colleague also for all of his work and all of the other Conservatives who have done yeoman's work on this issue, fighting for transparency for Canadians. But that's really the scary, scary question, isn't it? And it's shown in the lengths that these Liberals are willing to go to hide exactly what he said, which are 10,000 pages apparently of covered up, blacked out information, which apparently is the important information to find out about where Canadians' money has gone. But this is their pattern. Liberals go to liberal, corrupt, cover up. That's what they do. And so once again, thanks to Common Sense Conservatives. But there is a way. First of all, you can also see all the sort of tyrant tendencies of people who don't want MPs to speak to their people. Conservatives will keep doing this, and the Liberals should release a document.
I believe the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's on the question of privilege. I'm rising to provide my response on the matter of privilege that was raised by the Conservative Deputy Leader the week before last, as you'll recall, before the constituency break, Madam Speaker. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader said, while members of Parliament have a fundamental right to access the parliamentary precinct free of obstruction, that freedom does not extend to members of the public who are looking to confront, to be aggressive to, or to bully other people on Parliament Hill. It is for that reason that peaceful gatherings on the Hill need prior approval to take place. And when those gatherings are in fact political protests, of course, approval is needed in the event that there is a counter-protest. I've seen this multiple times, Madam Speaker, and it makes good sense if the goal is to balance peaceful expression of views, prevention of incidents, and a de-escalation of conflict. Of course, if one's goal is not de-escalation, it makes sense that they would not like this, which brings me to the specific incident in question. I reviewed the member's intervention. At no point in time does the member even try to show how her privilege or access to the Hill was compromised. It simply was not. That alone would be grounds to dismiss her case. But I've also reviewed the clip that she posted to social media on the incident. And it seems to me that the video shows an individual approaching an authorized gathering on Parliament Hill with the express purpose of disrupting it, all the while being filmed in an attempt to provoke a reaction from the hardworking, dedicated PPS agent on the scene. The video in question is watermarked with the extremist tag Darcy Media, the exact same watermark that appears on videos of attempts to provoke the NDP leader on Parliament Hill a few weeks ago. The individual who is retweeted by the Deputy Leader of the Conservatives later in that same thread, which of course was promoted and retweeted by the member, also states extremist rhetoric of hate, such as Canada is like 2 centimeters away from an Islamic regime, and that from the same extremist, she has Americans messaging her about coming to liberate Canada. It's unfortunately not a surprise to see Conservatives promoting racist far-right accounts. And Madam Speaker, this comes nowhere near passing the bar that is required to be considered a matter of privilege. I will say that a far more legitimate...
I interrupt the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, who is answering on a point of order. I won't have interruptions to that. The Honourable Member can react afterwards. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, this is a response on a question of privilege. It's very unusual to see that reaction. I will say that a far more legitimate matter of privilege could have been raised with regards to the actions of Conservative Party members in Parliament in support of extremists recently, a few years ago, in the far-right trucker convoy. And you'll recall, Madam Speaker, that this convoy shut down downtown Ottawa for weeks, which of course had a direct impact of restricting access to Parliament. Downtown residents were continually harassed, seniors were denied medication, people with disabilities were denied groceries, businesses were forced to shut down, and members of Parliament had to walk a gauntlet of far-right extremist hate in order to represent their constituents coming to this chamber. And far from raising concerns about this privilege then, the Conservative Party leader served truckers coffee and donuts and called them a freedom convoy, though tens of thousands of Ottawa residents had their freedoms denied as a result of this takeover of downtown Ottawa. And I would mention as well, Madam Speaker, that since this time we have seen a number of incidences that are disturbing in the flirtation with the far right. The leader of the official opposition has used the male supremacist men going their own way tag to attract far-right misogynistic viewers. He accepted an endorsement by far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, has visited protesters affiliated with Diagolon, a militia-like extremist organization, and refused to punish backbenchers who met with members of the extremist AFD party, a party known for Islamophobic and anti-immigrant views. Madam Speaker, I could...
Interrupt the Honourable Member for Westminster Burnaby. When someone is replying on a point of privilege, there is no limitation on what that person can say. No, there's no limitation on relevance. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wrapping up. I could go on, but I will leave it at that. The official opposition deputy leader's matter of privilege is without any merit whatsoever, period. That's right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
While he was speaking, spoke about racism. Will he denounce the tweet from the member for Timmins James Bay that was clearly anti-Semitic? Will he do it?
That is a matter of debate, and I don't think we will proceed with that right now. Yes, the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. Yes.
Well, as the chair indicated, there is no limit on the relevance or the scope of a member raising a point of privilege, and so I'd like to bring to the chair's attention the matter that the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou raised with respect to the environment that's been created by the anti-Semitism that's been espoused by the member for Timmins James Bay. In this place, we have members who, of course, come from all different faith backgrounds and represent Canadians who, of course, come from those faith backgrounds. And so, Madam Chair, it's incredibly concerning, of course, that we have an environment that has been created that could be considered by members in this House as being one that's hostile to them based on their religious beliefs. And Madam Speaker, I would say for myself as a proud Zionist that I am concerned about, I'm very concerned about this type of anti-Semitism.
This is turning into a debate. We heard what the Honourable Member for Westminster Burnaby had to say. It will be taken by the Chair into consideration. If the Honourable Member has another point of privilege to bring, it is up to him to bring another point of privilege. But I have the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby on.
The use of insults by the Conservative Party was directed to you, Madam Speaker, in a Speaker ruling earlier today. The Speaker is coming back to this House, Madam Speaker, because of that spewing of insults that come from the Conservative Party. And so, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that those insults be shut.
Yes, I absolutely agree that those insults should be shut down by everyone. From every side. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Isles, Rideau Lakes can conclude in about 10 seconds.
Well, Madam Chair, as you previously indicated, there not being a limit on the debate, the scope of that, your previous ruling that a member not be interrupted during their point of privilege, that same courtesy was not extended to me while expressing my concern about the anti-Semitism espoused by the member for Timmins James Bay and, of course, the member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, looking for a House officer from the NDP to condemn that anti-Semitism, which, of course, he refused and failed to do.
Duly noted. And the Chair will come back to the House if necessary on the issue. To the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration of the privilege motion at the next sitting of the House. À l'ordre. À ce moment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted, made rather and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm back tonight to continue to advocate for solutions on one of the issues that is most pressing in my community, and that is continued rising homelessness. Now, how bad are things right now? Back in 2018, we had just over 300 or so people living unsheltered across Waterloo Region. That point and count study was repeated in 2021. It more than tripled, Madam Speaker.
Can I invite members to exit the chamber for the proceedings to continue, adjournment proceedings to continue without noise? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, we more than tripled the number of folks living unsheltered in just those 3 years. There's another point and count study happening right now. And folks, support workers across Waterloo Region expect that number, as do I, to be significantly higher. Now, how did it get so bad? We need to be talking about that in this place so that we can focus on real solutions. One of the reasons it's gotten so bad is because governments of multiple parties over the last number of decades have dramatically cut funding to build more affordable housing. In fact, it was as of 1995 where the funding was cut significantly. It leads to the point where in Ontario, 93% of all affordable homes were built before 1995. It also means that across the country, our stock of social housing is now the bottom of the G7 at around 3.5%. But not only have we stopped building the affordable housing we need, Governments have allowed for the erosion of the existing supply of affordable housing. Research from the Canadian Housing Evidence Collaborative shows that in my community, for every one new unit of affordable housing getting built, we are losing 39. Worse still than that, we're seeing the financialization of housing. As housing is being commodified, we're seeing more and more large corporate landlords buying up and profiteering from homes that used to be affordable, raising rents and evicting folks. And, of course, we also have governments that aren't investing enough to prevent and reduce homelessness. Now, this is something that very specifically the Parliamentary Budget Officer has looked at and has given numbers for parliamentarians to consider. To get even just a 50% reduction in chronic homelessness across the country, we need to see the federal government increase its funding 7 times of what it currently is. The PBO estimates that that would require an additional $3.5 billion a year. The good news is that we can afford this. We can look to other programs this government currently funds. We can look at subsidies to the oil and gas industry, for example. There's $18 billion there. We can look at the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Well, that's $34 billion more there. We can look at the military, $26 billion going up to $50 billion.
2%, baby.
All we need here is just $3.5 billion for unsheltered folks. We can look to move dollars to those who need it the most. My question tonight is, will this government do better by those living unsheltered and commit the funds we need to close this gap?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I first of all want to thank my friend, who I've known for a number of years now. I know his points come from a sincere place. He does care about his community, and he does specifically care about the issue of housing. He began by talking about the 1990s and cuts that were made. He's right. Previous governments, Liberal and Conservative, let down the country when it comes to the issue of housing. This government has sought to do something quite different by being the first government really in a generation to understand that there is a federal role with respect to affordable housing. He mentions also the Parliamentary Budget Officer. That's very good. He mentions the report specifically of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And that's a good thing too, because in that report it talks, among other things, about the Reaching Home initiative. This is the signature program when it comes to the federal government's response to help communities on the issue of homelessness. And what do we know about Reaching Home? As a result of it, 87,000 people that were on the street are no longer on the street now, Madam Speaker. That includes people in his community of Kitchener-Waterloo. People who are housed now with supportive housing. What does that mean? Mental health support on site, support for physical health care, nurses, for example, on site. Quite often, job training programs provided on site or very close to the facility that's being funded. That's how we get things done. That's how we build homes to ensure people have a roof over their head. He talks about encampments. This federal government put forward $250 million in the budget of 2024 to support communities. It's a scourge. It is not acceptable. We have to respond. And what we've been clear on is that provinces need to match that funding in order to maximize the number of communities that can be supported. I care about this. The government cares about this. I think all members of Parliament do care about it. But the record is clear. We are responding in a way that the Conservatives would never do. They talk about cuts. In fact, they presented what they call a housing plan, little more than something written on the back of a napkin that the Leader of the Opposition put forward in a private member's bill that doesn't talk about homelessness at all. There is more to do, Madam Speaker. We are committed to that kind of a vision of social justice, and we will get it done.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, first of all, the Parliamentary Secretary makes important points and I hope I made it clear in my speech, it's not that this government is doing nothing. In fact, they have increased funding to reduce homelessness across the country. The reality is right now is that the result is over the last number of years, we've tripled the number of folks living unsheltered. And so the results in my community means that more folks are hurting, are living on the streets, and we haven't seen the results of that funding. And so, Madam Speaker, my question remains to the member. First of all, does he recognize the reality that in Waterloo Region, we've tripled the number of folks living unsheltered? And will he advocate to step up the funds that have been put on the table to ensure that we get to a point where we achieve the goal, which is to at least cut homelessness in half over the coming years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I certainly recognize, Madam Speaker, that in that member's community and in my community, there is homelessness. Where it exists, it's unacceptable. We have a responsibility, a moral responsibility, to respond. And yes, this government has made critical investments in that regard, but there's more to do. I would point out, however, that his community is being supported, and we want to continue in that vein. I'll point to specific examples, though, because he unfortunately failed to cite any. I think that there is honesty on his side where he says that there's a recognition about what the federal government is doing, but at 82 Wilson Avenue in Kitchener, there's $2.4 million of support that housed 48 people. Kitchener Housing Inc. Repairs received $1 million for 500 units that were either built anew or repaired. Finally, he is quite an advocate, I'll say this, on co-op housing. The Beaver Creek Housing Cooperative in Waterloo, 50 people are living there as a result of a $750,000.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, carbon tax Carney and the heat pump hustle have come to town. And we've learned about the lobbying efforts that carbon tax Carney has been undertaking to enrich himself, using his access as a special advisor to the government in the UK. And interesting, the similarities to what's happened after carbon tax Carney was named the de facto finance minister by this prime minister. When the prime minister lost confidence in his finance minister and he brought in Carney, we saw the exact same kind of behavior that we've seen from carbon tax Carney in the UK. And that, of course, includes, within hours of his being appointed to this role, where the Prime Minister is shielding him from Canada's conflict of interest laws, notably the same laws that Prime Minister was found guilty of breaking twice, broke the law twice, that Liberal Prime Minister, just like his Public Safety Minister broke the law, just like their Trade Minister broke the law. But he's shielding Mark Carney from that law because within hours of having been named to that position, what did he do? Well, he thought he'd start by doing what Liberals do, and that's help out their buddies. A $2.14 billion loan for his friend who runs Telesat. Now, the Liberals got really upset when I talked about how there are market-based solutions, of course, that could do much cheaper what they were proposing to do. But it wasn't about solving high-speed internet. It was about enriching their friends. What else did Mark Carney do in his first week on the job? Well, he tried to get his hands on $10 billion pension dollars in a scheme for Brookfield, the company that he's a CEO of. And in that same first week, what did carbon tax Carney do? Well, he decided that he'd let the Prime Minister know, you need to change mortgage rules so that we can have longer, larger insured mortgages. Well, why would they want it? Why would carbon tax Carney want to do that? Of course, because Brookfield, the company of which he is the board chair for, is the second largest private mortgage insurer in the country. This is what they do. They help out Liberal insiders all while Canadians struggle just to get by. So what's the upside for Canadians with the appointment of a de facto finance minister outside the bounds outside the bounds of the obligations that public office holders have, the ethical rules that these Liberals can't seem to stay on the right side of. Well, we know that he's looking to succeed the Prime Minister, and obviously the Liberal Prime Minister wants to displace the Finance Minister as a contender for that job. But when you boil it all away, it's another Liberal elite who wants to help his friends and Liberal insiders. While Canadians are lined up at food banks in record numbers, 2 million Canadians using food banks every month. A third of those food bank users are children. We have 25% of Canadians, according to StatsCan, who don't know where their next meal is going to come from. That's the legacy of these Liberals who are so determined to help out their friends. I'm sure we'll have a non sequitur answer from the parliamentary secretary talking about anything other than their failure to actually represent what Canadians need. That's accountable government, an institution they can trust.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, and the member opposite is true to form. There is no one that's any better than being able to stay focused on the issue of character assassination. And you don't even have to be an elected politician at times, Madam Speaker. You know what I find interesting? Look at how he tried to get that message out. Carbon tax, and then lists off another individual. Yeah, I know what it is, because I've also seen the email on it. The Conservative Party actually has a fundraising email, which is virtually what it is that the member opposite is actually saying. And that's just it. You see, Madam Speaker, this is all about games, the Conservative Party, and character assassination consistently. You know, we hear, they talk about this Liberal friendly, and they always talk about Liberal friendly. Well, take a look at the issue that we've been debating for the last, 12 days now inside the House of Commons. Instead of dealing with issues that Canadians are really concerned with, the Conservatives are more concerned about games. They're concerned about their Conservative Party, and that's it. Not what Canadians and the issues that Canadians have to face. And a good example of that is they say, well, Liberal appointments, and it's for Liberal people benefits. And then they criticize, for example, the Annette Verschuren. Annette is the actually chair that was appointed to SDTC, and they constantly say she's a Liberal. Yet this is an individual that was an advisor to both Stephen Harper, Brian Mulroney, and Jim Flaherty. Now, these are all Conservatives, Madam Speaker. She is also an individual that contributed thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party. Yet they will say she's a Liberal insider. Madam Speaker, they don't matter to them. The facts, reality is completely irrelevant. All they want to do is to make people look as bad as possible, even if it's spreading misinformation, and then try to generate cash through misleading emails to Canadians. I'd love to see their email bank. It's got to be 1 million plus, Madam Speaker, in terms of individuals. How they get that data mining? Well, they learn stuff from the United States. This is the far right moving in to the Conservative Party. It's that mega right, Madam Speaker. And they understand how it is that they can milk the system. And that's exactly what the Conservative Party or the Conservative Reform Party is all about, Madam Speaker. And that's the type of thing. When it comes about being responsible, forget that. You have a leader of the opposition that refuses to get a security clearance so that he can actually find out information about foreign interference. Instead, you get members across the way saying, tell us the names, tell us the names. They're crying, tell us the names, even though they know it's illegal for us to do so, but they still say it, Madam Speaker. They know that. All they have to do is tell the leader of the Conservative Party to join with the leader of the NDP, the Bloc, and the Green, and the Prime Minister, and get the security clearance. They do that, he gets to see the 11 names. But I'll bet you something, Madam Speaker, if he saw the 11 names, he won't share them because it would be illegal for him to do so, and he might have to go to jail. So of course he's not going to do what it is that his minions are telling him to do, Madam Speaker, by saying share the names. To me, that's irresponsible. And we have seen that, and I've witnessed it firsthand for
1,000 Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Okay, well, let's just zero in on that for a second. So we've, of course, said that taking this briefing is a muzzle attempt by them. And that's exactly what the parliamentary secretary said. But what he's also said is that people who reveal secret intelligence should go to jail. Well, come out with your hands up. Reported in the Globe and Mail today, federal officials provided intelligence about India to Washington Post. That's this Liberal government breaking the Canadian Criminal Code. He's a parliamentary secretary for the government. Do you think for a second he's going to get up and condemn the criminality in his own government? Because we've seen it all over the place, whether it's with the Arrive scam or whether it's with this latest scandal where now they're breaching their own national security rules. It's rules for thee, but not rules for me. That's what they say. I'm fascinated that he's interested in getting on the Conservative Party mailing list, but maybe he should open up a book and learn a little something about what goes on in this place. And our job is to represent Canadians, not represent Liberal elites like they have with Carbon Tax Carney, who's lined his pockets with the heat pump hustle and who's doing the same thing as a board member at Stripe. They claimed they were cutting credit card fees. Well, that's what the fake finance minister said. But meanwhile, Carney, he's pocketing the cash at Stripe because they're not savings to consumers. It's all about Liberals helping themselves.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You can't make this stuff up. Here's what iPolitics has to say. I can't say his name, but the leader of the Conservative Party's approach to national security is complete nonsense, says an expert. Conservative leader blank is playing with Canadians by refusing to get top-level security clearance and receive classified briefings on foreign interference, according to one national security expert. We're talking about Wesley Wark. Well, Wesley Wark was the security advisor not only for Liberal governments, but also Conservative governments. Madam Speaker, it goes on to say, you know, on the national security issues, said that the Tory leader is knowingly misleading the public by claiming he doesn't need clearance because his chief of staff has received briefings. Duh! How stupid is that, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you what really needs to happen is that the Conservative Party needs to wake up and do what's right, instruct the leader of the Conservative Party to get that clearance, that security clearance, so he can...
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, when I got up in the House of Commons to speak about the capital gains increase and what it meant for Canadian farmers, it was during question period. So I thought I would take a few moments here today just to explain to Liberals how farming actually works, because I don't think that they quite fully understand how it works over on that side, particularly when it comes to generational farm transfers throughout the family. So, Madam Speaker, now we just finished harvest in Saskatchewan, right? So we plant the crop in the spring, and there's a little bit of work that goes on in the summer, and then in the fall we take in the harvest, and this happens year over year over year. That's the very simplified approach to how farming works. Now, farmland in Saskatchewan, for example, Madam Speaker, in 1996, the price per acre to buy farmland was about $360, $390 an acre. In 2024, it's $3,190 an acre. So when you look at how expensive it's gotten to buy farmland in this country, particularly in my home province of Saskatchewan, and then you bring in this capital gains tax increase from 50% up to 67%. It's when you do the math on it, the grain growers of Canada, the way they've calculated it out, when you factor in all the different variables that go into it, this amounts to about a 30% tax increase on the purchase of or the sale of farmland. Now, for farmers, they don't have like a defined benefit plan. They don't have a pension plan. Their retirement savings, Madam Speaker, is in the sale of their farm when they get to retirement age. And what we have here, now the Liberal member that's going to reply to this is going to get up and going to say, well, we increased the lifetime exemption to $1.25 million. And yes, that is true that they did do that. But even on top of that, when somebody sells their farm, once they clear that number, that's where that new tax rate kicks in. And that's why we're seeing the Grain Growers of Canada get it to about a 30% tax increase when it was 50% and now it's at 67%. That's where that number comes from. So when you look at the valuation of farms and the way it's gone, and I know people will say, well, good for farmers that they can sell their land for that much money and they can have a wonderful retirement. Well, the reality is the cost to buy farmland, the cost to buy your seed inputs, the cost of machinery, the cost to buy all the semi-trucks that you need, everything that you need on your farm or on your ranch in order to make your business run, the costs have skyrocketed exorbitantly. And yet the value that farmers get for the crops when they sell it on the market is maintained roughly the same over the years. There's fluctuations in the market. It is a global market. Prices go up, prices go down, what you can sell your crop for, what you can contract it for, but yet the costs are always going up and up and up when it comes to the machinery that you're buying, when it comes to the equipment that you're purchasing on your farm. So they have to pay off banks and their debts on the land. They have to pay off the debts on their machinery. They got to pay off the debts on their house. They have to pay all this stuff off with the money that they get from the sale of their farm. And the fact that the government is now going to be taking 30% more off of that, off of the top, how is somebody expected to be able to have a fulsome retirement when the government's taking 30% off of the top on this new capital gains tax increase?
Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to begin this debate by explaining the why. Why have we introduced these changes to capital gains here in Canada? Firstly, the revenue generated from our changes to capital gains will help pay for many of the programs that we have put in place. And I'm thinking, amongst others, of course, of our National School Food Program, which aims to help vulnerable children that don't have enough to eat in order to help them learn, Madam Speaker. I also would like to point out another reason, and that's because our government believes that hardworking Canadians that make a salary, that get their revenue from labor, should not pay a higher rate of taxation than those Canadians that make their money off of capital. We do not believe, I do not believe, in having wide disparities in the way labor and capital are taxed. And I believe, our government believes that income inequality needs to be addressed. And this policy, as well as others, such as our luxury tax on boats and on private jets, aims to do just that. Madam Speaker, this morning I had the opportunity to attend a roundtable hosted by Oxfam on the issue of tax fairness and how to address the growing gap between the wealthiest and the poorest in our society. And while I could spend much time, my entire time and more, explaining the discussion of today or listing figures about how under the current tax system a nurse or a school teacher could pay a higher tax rate than somebody cashing in their stock portfolio, Madam Speaker, I could also talk about Canadians the Canadians that will be affected by this change have an average income of $1.4 million in any given year, Madam Speaker. I could also detail how middle-class families, small businesses, and yes, farmers will be better off under our proposed changes. I've done all that before and I will do it again. But today I would like to talk about something a little bit more personal. I represent the riding of Outremont, which includes the neighborhood of Outremont, but as well Côte-des-Neiges and the Mile End and Plateau. And these are really neighborhoods that represent the microcosm of Canada. We have strong linguistic duality, many ethnic and religious communities, and we have wide disparities in income and wealth. If you look at average income, Madam Speaker, my riding is slightly above average, rounding out at the top 100. But when looking at median income, my community is ranked as the 25th poorest in the entire country out of 338 ridings, the 4th poorest in all of Quebec. And this is very visible on the ground for me. From the beautiful homes that line our gorgeous Mount Royal, amazing views, beautiful parks, to the old and sometimes dangerously unmaintained apartment buildings in Côte-des-Neiges, next to the rumbling of our urban highways, the distinction could not be more stark or more visible to me. I would like to be very clear. I don't begrudge for a second those living in a beautiful beautiful house in Outremont. I live in a beautiful house in Outremont. Just like I don't pity those living in the apartment. I was born in a one-bedroom apartment in Côte-des-Neiges, and I had such a beautiful childhood in that neighborhood. But I believe that everybody deserves a fair chance, and everybody deserves an opportunity, and one that might be just a little bit easier than the one that I had to fight and claw for. And that's where the federal government can and should play a role. That is what fighting for tax fairness is all about. Because you see, Madam Speaker, all boats rise with the tide. All Canadians, including those Canadians who will pay capital gains, will benefit for creating opportunities for other Canadians.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, yeah, all boats can rise with the tide, but they can also all sink with it too when you look at what they're doing with the capital gains tax increase. Let's look at what they've done for farmers in their 9 years. They're raising taxes by 30% with this on farmers. That will not make farmers better off. They are hammering them with the carbon tax that they are going to be quadrupling very soon here. And farmers will be paying tens of thousands of dollars every single year, and they will not get that back in their phony rebate program. They have looked at trying to label beef as being unhealthy. They were warned in advance and didn't even bother to put an application to get the BSE designation for Canada removed when they had the opportunity to do so a couple of years ago. You look at the fuel regulations that they're going to be implementing that are going to be detrimental to farmers. Farmers will also be paying a higher rate of tax because of the fuel regulations. You look at the way that they've been posturing around fertilizer reductions and what they're trying to do with that. They've done nothing but assault Canadian farmers and Canadian producers when they're the ones who are tasked with feeding the world their track record.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By ensuring that high profits on investments not be taxed at a lower rate than Canadians' paychecks, we will not only be creating greater fairness, but we will also be increasing our capacity to invest in a growing economy that will help all generations. This is an important stage in our government's plan to build a Canada that will work better for every generation, where young people can do well, be fairly paid for their hard work, and to ensure that they are able to buy or rent their own home, where everyone has a fair opportunity to have a good life throughout the country, and that's exactly what our government is doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.